Just a little bit more.
But wait, what is this that approaches?
To arms! The English are making a sneak attack.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient.
No.
Attack! We are tired of licking British boots.
Here they come! Fire! Lahir wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
Monk! I need a monk! Yes.
Food, please.
No.
You have a mark. Wood, please. You have a mark. Gold, please.
You made a trade.
Stone, please.
No.
You have a mark.
Yes.
Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining.
No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Enemy sighted.
Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, hey ya, Heise, 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 dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, ja, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll, dass ich soll. Rete, es war.
Ja, Rete.
Ja, es war.
Berete.
Du wäre.
Hova, Sucher, Hova, Sucher, Hova, Sucher, Buvere.
Holzer.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha. Auwa.
Heise, des war.
Tuocha.
Das ich soll, das ich soll. Berete.
Bereite.
Das ich soll.
Dies war
Ja.
Heise,
Flickmann.
dass ich soll.
Berete.
Ja.
Geboren.
Dies war Heise, dies war Heise, Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Ja.
Dass ich soll, Streetes, Sassa.
Auwa.
Flickmann.
Ja.
Rete.
Dies war
Flickmann.
Bereite.
Hey, ja.
Ja.
Rete.
Dies war
Heise.
Stürme.
Fischere.
Ja.
Jägere.
Ja.
Fischere. Jägere.
Dies war, dass ich soll. Dies war,
Das ich soll.
Hey, ja?
Ja, ihr Hure, dass ich soll.
Hey, ja? Hey, ja? Heiße? Heiße? Dass ich soll. 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 Dass ich soll.
Hello, guys. Welcome back. Good to see everybody. I see YouTube live stream is spamming llamas just like we ended yesterday. That's fitting. And Twitch chat spamming the Epic Swag intros. I like it. Good day, everybody. Somebody asking for the schedule was literally just on screen, but I'll go back to it. There's the schedule for the day. We have the Viper versus Dark starting it off, followed by FreakinAndy versus Lewis, going then to Satau against Mihi. I would predict, and I could be wrong on this, but I would predict that the sets today will all be very, very close. Every player has looked either equally weak or equally strong so far. The Viper Dark series, those players are actually at the bottom of the group, which based on last season and based on reputations, you might not have expected. They're both going to have to pick it up. In the case of the others, they all looked really, really strong. So, should be a good day. 3 more sets today. Lots of stuff I'd like to break down and get into for you guys, but yeah, thanks for being here. Dantos, hello. He says Viper's going to dominate him easily. All right. Well, for the sake of context, and I'm not saying it's wrong to have the belief in Viper. Viper is Viper after all. But I feel like important context, which you will hear me say many times in regards to this, in regards to that matchup, is they were in the same group last time, and Dark won 2-1. So Dark winning 2-1 last time against Viper was not expected. Dark then went on to be top 4 the entire season. He had a really good run. But then this season, he now has struggled to start off in the right way. So we'll see. Should be fun. I'm still leaning towards Viper. I think I predicted like a 2-1 or 3-0 for Viper. But that was before I got to see Viper play any games. Viper was coming on the back of Big Sick, right? So like, I forget who said it, but someone was like, how sick was Viper? While watching him play, I think it was a random YouTube comment. How sick was Viper, right? Because just some of the things that happened for Viper was maybe surprising. So I think he definitely was sick. I mean, he talked about it a little bit. He had like big flu. And then sorry, just messing with my browsers here. I imagine he might not have been fully at 100% at that time, combined with God. What is happening, dude? I accidentally opened Microsoft Edge, and it's now not responding and filling my entire screen. Sorry, this is a Microsoft-sponsored event. We love Microsoft Edge. I didn't say that, but yeah, I think I got that fixed. Now I can see my YouTube chat again on another browser. And all right, everything's looking good here. There we go. There we go. There we go. Guys, come on. This is a World's Edge, a.k.a. Microsoft-sponsored tournament. Be nice. Be nice. The other day, I made like a joke. It was just like a joke about, I forget what it was, but it led to me making a minor complaint on a Microsoft product. And then chat just went in and was complaining about every Microsoft product that bothers them. It got really bad. And I was like, seriously, stop. Let's not do that, please. We don't want someone higher up to realize, oh, we don't want to be giving money to these events. But thankfully, the franchise does really well and is really supportive of the community. What's up, Harsh Yoshi? Thank you for the 56. Appreciate you. Thank you, Sonia. Says TTL's been great so far. Glad you think so. Thank you for the 9 months. PM Me Pizza, thank you. I need to drink some water here. And then we'll get into the groups here. We'll have a draft between Viper and Dark soon. I took some pills and it's like kind of stuck in my throat, which is very uncomfortable. I'm sure you guys might know that feeling. What's up, Slarty? Thank you. Biggest, thank you. Squilly, appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. Joker says, hi, T90, any tips for a new player? Well, you're not going to hear these tips from a lot of people, but honestly, I think don't be in too big of a rush to get good too quick. You know, you'll skip over some steps of enjoying the game. Your number one keys are really going to be slowly learn hotkeys. So get a feel for hotkeys. It's a bit of a pain, but if you want to improve, everything you do in the game has hotkeys. So my suggestion there would be maybe add in like 1 or 2 every couple weeks. Don't try and do it all at once. And try and get in the habit of using a hotkey versus clicking things. And always produce villagers would really be the key things there to start it off. Also would suggest Art of War in the game, but also just enjoy it. You'll if you're just playing the game, having a slight mindset for improvement, but then just staying on the game, you'd be surprised at how quickly you'll improve. So, yeah, the game is stressful at every elo, so just enjoy. That's very true. That's very true. I can attest to that. I wish it wasn't like that for me, but my stress levels and my anxiety definitely peak when I play AoE 2. Yo, Pato, thank you for the 10 gifted. Let's go. Thank you. Couple dodges in chat if you've got them. Appreciate that, Pato. Starting off the hype today. Nice. Yeah, I do think today is going to be a really strong day in terms of games. But I wanted to show you guys something real quick. If I can pull it up. I thought it would have been cool to make a video on this at some point. Oh God, is it really going to make me log in? I'm not really sure I could get it then. I don't really feel like logging on Instagram on my PC. But I think it might be worth it for you guys. Maybe I'll do it another day. Anyways, Dark is a professional dancer. So he does like dancing competitions. And it's really impressive. It's kind of a crazy fact that you have like a high-level AoE 2 player also being really good at something else. He's like 21 years old, and he's a dancer. So I know him. I teamed with him in a team game tournament. I got to know him a little bit, but he focuses a lot of his time and energy on that. And I know, at least these days, he's been training a lot on that. So I do wonder if there's a little bit of a difference in his availability for Age of Empires 2 right now because of that. Again, I'd like to show you, but unfortunately, it won't like pull up. I'm not logged into Instagram on desktop. Nor do I remember my password or anything, to be honest with you. But I'm gonna mess around. I'm gonna see. I'm not very knowledgeable on dancing, so I wouldn't even be able to tell you exactly what type of dancing it is. But it's very fast, very bendy, very speedy, and impressive. So I think it might be like he won some competitions in the past. It might have been like ballroom or something. T90, do you have any other special talents? No. Not really, no. I'm extremely average in every way of life. That's my special talent. There are not many people that can be as average as me in everything in life. It is very hard to be as average as I am in other ways, so. Not really. No, it's not Dizzy Bat. It's not Dizzy Bat. What's up, Croach? You should pay him to do a dance video to one of Hardy's songs. I don't know about that. But I thought it would be a cool YouTube video where I could kind of interview him and shed light on that. I think people would be shocked by that. I think people outside of AoE 2 would think that's cool as well, so. MJS says he's from Pennsylvania. We're about as average as you can get. Yep, you got it right, dude. You got it right. Yo, John, thank you. I'm feeling slightly less average now. Thank you, John, for the 10 gifted. They'll start their draft here in a moment. I kind of feel like I'm wondering what map can Dark pick in this map pool that is really good to surprise Viper if Viper's underprepared. Reverse Acropolis, Slopes, and then Zimbabwe were played in round 1. So Dark has that information to go off of. I think you might want to avoid the closed maps against Viper. So you might want an open map that has a little bit of variety, potentially. I don't know. Vlemon says Viper's prepared today. I expect him to really come out swinging, yeah. I mean, Viper, I don't know how much he's listened, but I'm sure he's heard. You know, I'm sitting up here like, well, Viper lost to Dark last time. You know, things I have to say. If I were him, I'd be like, all right, let's settle down here. I think Viper's healthy now. I think he's at 100%. He definitely, I think it was a mix of coming off of being sick and also not being really that prepped for some of the maps. There were some questionable decisions. By the way, chat, you're going to have some ads here. We want to get them out of the way here. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. They haven't started yet. They'll be starting very soon. T90, growing up in Pennsylvania, did you ever run into any Amish folk? If you did, I might have been related to them, though I'm not sure if any of my family actually lives in Pennsylvania. I'm sure I'm distantly related somehow. Yeah, I mean, I grew up very close to the Amish. I grew up like an hour or less away from where there was a high percentage of Amish people living. So it wasn't that uncommon in like the summers or whatever for my mom to go to like their markets and things like that to get some food and or maybe some wooden carvings and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm pretty familiar with them. All right, Hardy, let's see if Instagram will let me open this. I really hate how it's trying to make me log in. Here we go. It's working. All right, so you guys want to see Dark. I'm talking about how he's a pro dancer. This is Dark. Oh, wow. That's actually very dark. I didn't mean it that way. I meant like the player Dark. Sorry, let me do the thing so you can see my screen. Check this out. Yeah, it was dark. That was not an intentional joke. I was unintentional. Okay, this is Dark. Is there music? That's impressive, dude. So anyways, that's the player who's about to play Viper right now. And I know Dark has been doing a lot of training with dancing and stuff, so I'm curious compared to previous seasons how much he's playing AoE2 right now. I'm not sure. But yeah, isn't that crazy? Like, and he did some competitive events in the past and won some awards and stuff like that. Like that's pretty wild combination of things. High level AoE2 player and high level dancer, so. How many people with a show of ones in chat pulled a muscle watching that? If I know my chat, we are going to see a lot of ones. Many of it, people are like, oh, man, like I haven't been able to move like that since I was 12. But yeah, apparently he does all different kinds. Again, I'm not a dance expert, but I thought it would be cool to show you guys that. It's pretty beastly, right? Don, thank you for the 2 years, man. It has been a long time, Don. Thanks for sticking around for so long. Thank you, Link, for the 7 months. Wrecking Ball, not Wrecking Ball. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We've had a lot of new gifters the last couple days. Thank you, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much. Draft will start soon between the Viper and Dark. And we're just heating up for the day. Again, here's the schedule. We've got 3 sets back to back to back. I think all the sets could go 2-1 today. Always the potential for the 3-0s, of course, which players on the losing end will want to avoid. But I think there's enough results between all the matchups today to say that we could have 2-1s on either side. So, Beargwin says T90 doesn't appreciate his old grifters anymore. First off, it's gifters, not grifters. Okay? It's not grifters. Second, that's not true. I appreciate all gifters, but it is cool to see some, I mean, new subs, new people, new follows, all that stuff's motivating, you know? Not saying I'm taking my old viewers, my old grifters for granted, you know? So, yeah, Wecking Ball, you're welcome. I somehow just realized there's no R after the W. So, I'm improving there. Okay, waiting for the drafts from my admins. Apparently, Dark is going to be a little bit late. So maybe he's coming home from dancing. Guys, while we wait for this, I want to talk to you guys a little bit about Gold League for a second. So what we're doing, we do Platinum the next 2 days to finish the second round. We then move into Silver League last round. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, I'm live doing 4 sets a day. We cover the last round of Silver. Maybe we should start there. Basically determining who ends up getting promoted to Gold, who goes into playoffs, who gets relegated out of Silver. So we'll have a full week of focus on that. Or I guess a full 3 days of focus on the final week. This is just a quick glance at what Silver looks like. And we've got some groups that are pretty close here, right? Like Kambito and Say My Name are right there at the top. Remember, you win the group in Silver, you get auto-promoted to Gold. This group is super, super close. Like, all these sets are going to have a lot of significance, and we'll be covering them. So I really hope you guys will be interested. I know you might not know all the players, but trust me, I'll help you out there. I know them all. Stark is pretty much already confirmed to go first in this group, but Bad Koala, Nahuel, Dennis, Deeker, these guys could go different positions. This group as well, we got like Kusiel, Cosmonaut, Gabby, and Manos. So that is Tuesday through Thursday. We cover the last round. And then we go back into Platinum League. And then that following week, we do the Gold last round. And Gold's got some really interesting situations too. And obviously some bigger name players. So look at this situation here. Sorakum is at 10 points after 4 rounds. Doubt is at 7 points after 3 rounds. Capwatch is at 6 points after 3 rounds. So I think this is like a 3-horse race for whoever gets first place here. Sorakuma, Doubt, and Capwatch all really, really close. I think Capwatch and Fire have not played yet. Is this not updated? I thought Doubt played 4 rounds. I think Doubt should be at 10. Let's see. He got 3, 3, 1, and 3. This isn't updated. Nilly lied when he said check Liquipedia, my man. That should be Doubt tied with Sorakuma with 4 sets. So, yeah, confirmed. Very, very close. Here, Prisma wide, Valis, Veleza. Like, Veleza, Miguel overtaken. All players who've done some big things in TTL, they might get relegated. And then this group as well is super close. Classic Pro, Kazva, Turs, Daniel, Dudaju. Here, Jordan, Margugu, Dokao. We're going to cover all the last round. I'm really excited for it. So, I felt like it was worth pointing that out to you because we have a little bit more time to wait. But, yeah, I'm pumped for that, man. I love our competitive scene. I love all the levels. It's so cool as they're map drafting now. It's so cool to be able to show so many different players and styles to you all. Dark has gone for Coast Arena for his home map, eh? I don't know why I said A. I'm not Canadian. Also, you can't see it. I'll get that up on screen here in just a second, but Coast Arena is a map that's been banned a lot. Dark did lose it in his first round. And there we go. All right. A T90 part-time Buddha gifted part-time Buddha gifted 5 on YouTube. I see it. Thank you, part-time Buddha. Still obsessed with the llamas, I see. So YouTube needs a couple more emotes. We have the ability to add a couple more emotes for people who support on YouTube. We're going to be doing that when we find the time. Twitch chat, would you guys like, as much as I hate to say it, would you guys benefit from a T90 llama emote? I don't know. Maybe YouTube will get annoyed because they feel like they started it because it was a YouTube donation. We've got a lot of emote slots. All right. Seems like there's interest in that. All right, got it. Well, we'll see. There might be a llama emote in everyone's near future. Thank you, Larry Bird's Mustache, for the Prime. Love a mustache name. Thank you so much. Super Small Steve, thank you for the 7 months. Once again, Super Small Steve, remember, it's not the size that matters. Thank you. Hello, Mr. Lex. Hello, Sevies. Thank you for the support, guys. All right, so civs will be flying in here shortly, too. And I would look for civs that have a lot of monks, gunpowder. Yeah, all those civs could be really strong. Even some water bonuses would make a lot of sense. So, like, Malay is the first one that comes to mind. I think Malay is so good, it should probably be banned. Because Malay can be very good on Quarry and on Coast Arena, but we'll see. Dark went for Turks last time on Coast Arena, and then he got someone transported around the coast into his base. It was Mihi. Hello, NSQ. Thank you. T90, you were watching Doubt earlier. Do you start casting in your head? I don't really cast in my head, but I do constantly think about the game state. So it's not like I'm sitting there in my head like, welcome everybody, we've got this, you know, and thank you for the sub. I'm not doing that whole thing, but I am definitely like, all right, he is too much on wood. He needs to stabilize his eco. He needs to add this. He needs to add that. You know, I'm definitely going through the games when I watch with that type of thinking. If that helps. So, Deranged Ducky, thanks for the 3 months. Welcome. But yeah, big series here. Viper with 1 win after the first round. Dark with 0 wins after the first round. Loser of this series will be in danger in this group. This is... I know it's a group that's seen as maybe less consistent. That's what people said coming into it. But actually, it's been... I mean, Satau's looked really good. Mihi got the sweep. Vivi has 4 wins already. So things could get out of hand fast. I know it's still early. Viper, he lost his first 2 rounds, 2-1, at the start of the previous season, and he was never able to recover to get first place in the group. So he cannot allow that to happen again. T90, do you think that some top players like Viper might not have prepped as much? Yes. Yes. But there can be explanations for it, right? When there's tournaments all the time, and your name is the Viper, and you won everything for years and years and years and years and years, you're more established in life. You have a kid. You know, I can understand why he might not be able to justify the time to prepare as much, right? It's not like this is the one big event this year. We will finish this event and people will be on flights to London a week later. So I totally get it. Now, you look at someone like Dark, who's not in the Red Bull event, or doesn't go as deep into other events. You look at these other players who are maybe younger, maybe a little bit hungrier. Yeah, then there's more motivation for them to prepare. So I think in Viper's case, he probably puts in a bit less time than some of the others. And he treats the group stage as some preparation in and of itself, right? So, 100%. Varian, I'm not really sure, to be honest. Also, I would not tell chat. Like, I'm not telling thousands of people on the internet where I'm staying when I go for Red Bull London, if that's okay. I don't know if that would be very wise. In the past Atlanta events, they've used the same hotel for the casters as they did for fans. And one time I woke up early and wanted to go try and use the sorry excuse of a gym that they had at this German hotel. It was not a gym. It was like a room with a bench and 2 dumbbells. It was horrible. But anyways, I'm like, I just wake up. I look like a mess. I'm going down the elevator to get to this gym. And there's these 6 dudes in the elevator who looked at me like they recognized me. And I was like, oh boy. And they didn't know what to do either because they were like, we don't want to be rude. Clearly T90 was not expecting to have to talk to people right now. So yeah, that's a tough balance. As well as like I did a meetup for 4 hours with fans, and then I went back and I wanted nothing more than just to have like 15 minutes of peace in my hotel room. And then the whole hotel bar, which is the main lobby, was filled with like 100 AoE fans. And I was like, well, we'll rest later and then spend another 4 hours talking to fans. So I guess I've already experienced, like, I'm not trying to come off as if I don't really enjoy hanging out and talking to fans, but also I am someone who needs some space from time to time, right? So the whole like entire hotel being covered with AoE fans was a lot for me. I have no regrets over it. It's super cool. If I could do it again, I'd do it the same way, but guys, you know what someone offered me as we see the draft here? Somebody emailed me and they said, hey, T90, I was unable to buy a ticket for Red Bull London and they're sold out now, but I have a proposal for you. I propose that if you can get me in there in whatever way possible, after the event, I will spend as much money as I would have spent on a ticket on buying you drinks at the bar. That was the offer. And he was like, thank you kindly. Please consider my offer. Please get me into the venue. I was like, I didn't respond to him because I didn't have time, but I was thinking, respect. Respect. That's pretty awesome. I don't know how much the tickets were. I didn't think about that. Does anyone know? I know they sold out very quickly. I think they made them very accessible price-wise. I think they were like, initially when I read the email, I was like, damn, that would kill me. But the more I think about it, that might only be a couple drinks. Like 2 to 3 or something, so. Maybe 6 to 7 drinks in London. Okay, that's still a lot of drinks. Man, look at these civs, guys. We've got some great civs up here. I mean, there's a lot of good civs in AoE too these days, but like Italians, Dravidians, Bohemians, Chinese, Armenians for dark. Viper's got Burgundian, Spanish, which are 2 of the top civs on a closed map like Closed Arena or Quarry. Georgians, Aztecs, and Romans, which could all be really solid on some of these maps, so. In London, that would be 2 drinks? Okay, yeah, because the prices in London are a bit higher. What would you say is the drink of choice for the average person in a London bar? Or pub, I guess. What's the go-to? A pint of what? Warm beer? Okay. Or gin. Okay, so it's gin there. Interesting. A Guinness or a Foster? Some type of ale. Interesting. All right. Well, I guess I've got that to look forward to. Thank you for the context. I can't drink gin. Like, actually, I used to drink gin. I liked a gin and tonic, but it does not take much gin to give me a massive headache the next day. My body just can't deal with it, so that's something I stay away from these days. Let's get serious here. Let's dive into it. Again, YouTube and Twitch. I'm going to try and get the ad breaks out of the way because they're about to start in any moment. Thanks again, everybody. Here's the reminder of the schedule on the day. We've got Viper and Dark to start it off, then FreakinAndy and Lewis, and then Satau. So 3 big sets. I consider all these sets to be pretty close. Pretty much falls into must-watch Age of Empires territory. You've got Quarry Game 1, and then Dark has Coast Arena and High Tides as the home map. For me, I have to keep saying it. Viper under-delivered in the first series, and 96% of people agreed, apparently, with the prediction contest, because 96% of people with the prediction contest were wrong. 96% of people were wrong on the winner, not the correct result, the winner. 96% thought that Viper would win 2-1 or 3-0. He lost 2-1. So Viper is sitting in the relegation zone right now. Dark is as well, though they have only played 1 round. And then last time, Dark beat Viper 2-1. So we'll see what level Dark's able to bring. Dark is a bit inconsistent compared to a lot of players, at least compared to our top 10 or our top 12, but he's also less active. and that could be part of it. I showed the clip of him dancing earlier. Maybe that'll be him later. Maybe he'll be dancing all over Viper with his micro today. But I would say player who loses this series is definitely in the danger zone with only 3 sets to go. This is a must-win for both. And I guess in particular, Dark he's got to get some wins here. If he ends up 0-6, it's going to be a tough road. I think he could take games from Satau, Vivi, and Dragonstar, but yeah, wins need to start coming here quickly. Remember, if you're first place in the group, you get auto bye to the quarterfinals. If you're second and third place, you go playoffs into the round of 12. If you're fourth place, you just stay live in platinum for the next season. And then if you're bottom 2 in each group, you are kicked down to gold for the next season. It is a brutal format. Players are going to need to be prepared and ready to deliver, which just was not the case to start it off for these two. We got 90 seconds till we're in. Get your predictions in chat. In my prediction contest, I predicted 3-0 for Viper. That was before I saw Viper play the first round. So now I'm thinking more along the lines of maybe 2-1 for Viper. I still can't, even though Dark did it before, I still cannot predict that Dark will win. I just can't. I feel like Viper's just too good. But yeah, maybe I'll lean towards 2-1 for Viper just after how the first round went. Curious to see how economic Viper plays today, right? Because he didn't have very good economy management at all. A lot of his strategies were kind of all in. So we'll see. 7 Camp, thank you very much. Hucking, thank you. Corsham, thank you for the 20. Thank you, Holy Elvis. Let's find out. There's only one way to know, guys. 20 seconds. Thanks again, YouTube gang. Thank you very much for watching on YouTube. I hope you guys have been enjoying the extras uploads as well in 4K on YouTube. My team's been doing an amazing job. I'll have a lot to say about everyone who's helped with this season of TTL once we get to the finish line. But we are nowhere close to that. So if you've enjoyed TTL so far, I mean, we're just getting into the serious Age of Empires. So thanks again, everybody. Let's get some hypes in chat, and let's get into it here. Welcome, everybody. We've got the second round for Dark and for Viper. And if you would have predicted things coming into this, you would not have predicted things to look like this. Whoops, that is not what we wanted. Well, there you go, guys. We got all the groups. What on earth did I just do? We didn't do a test on something, and we tried to fix something, and that's probably very overwhelming. So basically what you need to know is that Viper got 1 win in his first round. He lost to Vivi. First time that he lost a series to Vivi in his whole career, and they both had very long careers. He's got 1 win after the first round. And then Dark, he has 0 wins after the first round. But they played each other in the previous season, and Dark beat Viper 2-1. I just showed a video of Dark dancing to the stream. People are going to feel like that's weird if they haven't seen it, but he's a professional dancer. I think he's been back at it. He's been doing some training there, so maybe he's less active with AoE too. But he came forward nice and early here with his scout. He's gone for Armenians. I think he wanted to potentially lame Viper there, but he saw Viper's scout, and he didn't trust himself to try and take the boar. So it's a nice attempt. Now Dark will come home, choose to push in the deer. Now, this matchup, guys, is just horrible for the Armenians long-term. I don't think Dark has picked this civilization because of the late-game strengths of Armenians. And on this map, Quarry, it does typically turn into some walls between the openings. And because both player bases are kind of elevated, it's a very good defensive-style map. So I think right off the bat here, Viper's going to say, I need to survive to Imp, and if I survive to Imp, I win this. Armenians really struggle in Imp. Their siege is awkward. Their unit choices are awkward, but what they're good at is warrior priests, monks, and long swords and feudal age is a bonus we see more often than not in tournaments. So I think Dark, that's why he came home. He didn't want to lose his scout, because if you lose your scout and you don't get that boar, which could have easily happened if Viper blocked him, then you don't have the food to do any of the things I just mentioned, because you can't push your deer. So he's already got villagers on the mule cart. I'm wondering if Dark sees that boar back there. Looks like he should be able to. But Dark will take the deer now. But yeah, guys, I find Dark such an interesting player mentally. Just the difference in how we view things and react to stress in the game is just so very different. I teamed with him in a 2v2 tournament. One's in chat if you watch those uploads. It was such a fun time. And Dark admitted later, he was like, honestly, you know, I didn't think we would go very far with you, basically. He just wanted to do it for fun because he couldn't find another teammate. But we ended up getting to the finals, eventually losing in the finals. But it's just so funny, right? Because, like, I'm 33 years old. He's 20 now, I think. And the way that we would both respond to the stress in the game is just so very different. He's just so cool, calm, and relaxed, and very confident as well. And confident when I would look at the situation and say, how could you be, right? How can you be confident? X, Y, and Z has happened. He's always got that confident outlook. And that can take him places, and that's what let him beat Viper last time. I do wonder where Viper's confidence levels are these days. I feel like Viper now maybe falls into the category where, you know, he used to beat everybody. And now I think he understands he can be vulnerable. And I think a lot of it is just based on the first game. Like, I really think if Viper's shaky in the first game, it might start to creep into his mind like, oh boy, you know, I'm not sharper. Oh boy, they've got some strats. Okay, an important detail here that Dark should recognize if he knows the map. Berries are always forward. So he wants 2 militia, and he wants the scout to get some damage. If he's looking for the berries, he should know it's here. It's always fixed on the front. Viper does not see this. Viper is going to go feudal. If I had to guess, I would say Viper's plan is probably to go for Flemish Militia and Skirmishers. Viper's loom time is actually going to come in at the perfect time. If there was a player that I would never drush, it would probably be Viper, because his quick walls are just insane to get himself out of trouble. But there are 2 villagers on this side. Nope, Viper fixes that. So that's what you want. You want the villagers evenly spaced, and Viper doesn't get the quick wall down. And so Dark could find some reward for the pressure. The 2 militia come from the darkness, and Dark starts off again in Titans League with a good start against Viper. That's 1 villager down for Viper. And the beauty for this as well for Dark is his eco is looking very nice to go feudal age right behind this. It's a perfect little 2 militia drush. He can drop off the food here and click up. That's perfect. Now I'm curious, does he go to the gold, and does he make more militia, and does he plan on man-at-arms? I would really like to see that. But yeah, the weakness of Dark's strategy would be if you don't have the fast feudal follow-up. But he's not far off here. And he was able to snipe the Vil, and he was able to harass. Still would expect Viper to be able to adapt from here. But I like the confidence from Dark, and the 3rd militia is on the way. Dark's so confident he doesn't actually have a loom right now. So he's making all these militia instead of pre-queuing loom. And I think he also wants man-at-arms. So there can be a cycle here where you just don't get loom because you're committing to the army and you need to upgrade it. Viper's scout could maybe find that militia. Viper's going to make his 2 Flemish militia. Dark could lose 2 villagers very quickly to Flemish militia with no loom. He needs to queue loom. There's the Flemish militia from Viper. Viper will know this will be man-at-arms. Still no archer range yet for Viper. Obviously, he's going to want that. He's hoping to clear this up. The Flemish militia produce very quickly here. Dark will need to run away. Dark not having loom is not an issue. Guys, Dark's transitions are smooth right now. This is really nice. I'm really liking the way his eco looks. He would love to get the man-at-arm upgrade, though. If he were to lose this investment without any further reward, that could be really good for Viper. Viper only lost 1 villager. Viper's been doing a lot of reacting so far this game. 10 seconds away from the man-at-arm upgrade. There's 2 weak ones in there. All of Vipers are healthy. And Dark takes the fight before man-at-arms. That's, I think, good for Viper. But if he loses the scout, that could be bad. And he doesn't lose the scout. That's a nice clear for Viper. Very nice. And what's even better is Dark invested into man-at-arms. So he invested into man-at-arms. He didn't get a reward for that at all. And now Viper can move forward. Again, Dark doesn't have loom. He's going to get loom now. There's the archer range. He needs to drop houses and a palisade here. I think there's still a hole. Right? Yep. Okay, so now he's got the houses there. Remember, clock's ticking with the matchup. This is not a matchup that is good for Armenians. So the second the attacks start to fall off, the more worry creeps in. I think if Dark had it his way, he would have the resources to go for longsword now. But he lost his army. He was forced to engage there. I think maybe a little bit more patience was needed there. If he would have ran away for another 5 seconds and then fought, maybe it's a better fight for him. But beautiful job from Viper. His economy's looking much better today. Bowsaw's already in. Horse collar's in for all the farms. Good army pressure. And Viper's got to be feeling very happy with the situation. Losing one villager in another scenario would feel much worse. Here, you're Burgundians, and you have the earlier eco upgrade, so that probably ends up evening out a little bit. And Dark just producing on 1 archer range. No barracks units anymore. Honestly, I think if Viper isn't here, I think there's an argument to make longswords again. Because Viper's making a lot of Flemish militia and skirmishers. But you don't want Viper to see it. And maybe by the time he deals with this army with skirmishers, it'll be too late. You do that and you'll never go in Castle Age. But do you want to go Castle Age in the matchup? I don't know. Viper dropping some walls, dropping the blacksmith here. Army's looping around. He's got a much bigger army, a much better army as well. Like the army count's not even close. It's 10-4 right now. And Flemish militia are very strong. And Viper has more ranged units than Dark, so Dark's... His micro has to be perfect, but his eco management also has to be perfect to compete here. Lucky number 11, welcome back. Biggie, Billy, Bobby, Bob, 89-month resub, guys. Thank you, Biggie, or Bobby, or Billy, or Bob. It's a long time. You've made me say that name 89 times now. And I don't think I've gotten much better at it. How many years is 89 months? That's crazy. Just thinking about the math on that. Viper with more army following up. Dark has his archers sitting behind. That's smart. If the Flemish militia get close, the archers will be there, and then the archers are out of range of Viper's skirms. Honestly, I think Dark has had a very nice game. But his civilization is just not a civilization you pick for the late game. So, still that's in the back of my mind. Interesting, he's got a mule cart just randomly walking over here. And he's actually building another mule cart. Viper's army's running around. There's a hole there, guys. There's a hole. Dark was never on the big wood line in the back, which is fine because you're on mule carts. But Viper's able to run through. Viper's going to be completely walled here. Normally, you don't want to throw your army away. Maybe you do in these scenarios if you get some eco damage. And Viper's got to be very happy with this. That's a lot of harassment for Dark to deal with and just inefficiencies. Dark's not on his gold right now. Lots of idle time. Dark's micro ends up being very nice here, though. He doesn't lose a vill. Still has the skirm. Still has the archers back here. I think he will clear this, but at what cost? This is where you need the market. He'll do it now. You need the market because your eco has just been super imbalanced. Worker efficiency last minute, 54% for Dark. And 62% for Viper. So, and Viper will know that. And if Viper can get a villager as well, he'll be very happy. Should get one. And he does get one. Might even get 2. Dark's archers still haven't killed that one Flemish militia. Viper will get another vill. 2 villager kills for the Viper. Yeah, and you're never getting out of here with this army, so that's fine. That's really good work. Doesn't get the other one. But, yeah. Like we said, Viper's economy is actually very good today. He went for low eco approaches in the first round. He was on the back of being very sick. I also think it's just rusty Viper first round combined with that illness. They'll both click up to Castle Age. Viper's got the superior eco upgrades. And Viper has a really nice late game civ. On the sides, you have this long ring of, or not ring of reeds, but like line of reeds. And you could chop through here. And if you chop through, you could potentially counterattack. So maybe that's something that Dark will consider. I think mule cart civs could be good. But you can't build palisades over this. No, you'd have to actually fully chop the trees. Good question. In general, if trees are connected to another tree, so if they're connected to each other like this, you can't do the palisade trick with trees. I think there's more depth to it than that, but that's basically how you should view it. So since these trees are connected to each other, you can't do the tree trick. So Dark sells his stone to go up to Castle H. He's now mining stone pretty heavily. That might just be to recover the stone that he sold. But what is the play here? What is the plan? Also, someone on YouTube chat is criticizing me. He says, 89-month sub just for a random thank you is crazy. Dude, the guy's been here for 89 months. He knows I need to cast the game. He knows I appreciate that. I can't, like, escalate the thank you for every sub when we've got a game in front of us. I mean, come on, man. Sheesh. Trying my best over here. Thank you, Brian, for the... Oh, my God. 47 months from Brian. Brian, let me spend the next 47 seconds talking about how grateful I am. Because that 47 is more than 30 we had earlier. So let me just... We're going to do a second of thank you for every single month. Come on, man. Please be understanding. I'm trying my best. I got one guy a little bit. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I agree. It's a long time. But I do appreciate it, you know? I got a little heated. I'm sorry. I need to be better. I agree. I need to be better. Viper needs to keep a close eye on the middle here. And Dark at least is recognizing that he needs something crazy, right? He's come to the middle. He's dropped the church. He's got Warrior Priest hoping to get the relics. Good luck with that one, though. Viper has that one walled. And Viper will see the Warrior Priest. Viper will see the Siege Workshop. Viper needs to prep to defend from this. I actually think full-on Warrior Priest and Siege is really strong. Guys, Warrior Priests are really, like, they're an insane unit. A Warrior Priest in Castle Age beats, I think, a champion. I believe it's a champion. You have 11 base attack. You have 80 HP. You don't need any upgrades to upgrade them like you would something else. Is Dark going fast imp here? I've spoke to Phosphor about it. I think it's maybe they beat a two-handed swordsman. Maybe they don't beat the champion, but it's really good. I think Dark is going to go fast imp Trebs. Honestly, it's good recognition of the matchup. Can I be critical of picking Armenians in the first place? Yeah. But, I mean, Viper is just now dropping the second town center. Viper is expecting full-on monk, so he's going to go light cap. If Dark drops a castle in the middle... Oh, man, Dark pulled off of stone. Okay, he's got it now. If Dark can get a castle up in the middle and it completes, a couple composite bowmen with trebuchets could be problematic for Viper. Dark had the archer over there. Viper snipes it. Over here, they both got range units as well, just seeing if the other's going to cut through. Viper is definitely expecting double monastery, lots of monks, lots of warrior priests, lots of pressure. That's not what's happening. Remember, do you guys remember the comeback from Winchester against, who was it? Leary in King of the Desert? The composite bowman is sneaky good in these low eco scenarios. It was against, I think Leary had a 30 or 40 villager lead. Viper only has a 4 villager lead. And that's a good castle spot, too. The fact that you could basically take this hill with trebuchets and come on through and hit both of Viper's town centers is really strong. Viper's never expecting this. Viper is expecting a monk rush. Viper will go for the mangonel. Viper will see the monk. Now Viper will see the castle. And now Viper's like, wait a second, a castle? Composite bowman? What is that? He will snipe one of them. That's good value from Viper. Good micro. Dark doesn't have anything more than fletching. And the mangonel survives, so Viper loses his whole army. And the mangonel's still there for Dark to potentially go after those skirms. Dark just does some wild things sometimes. This is an example of it. There is a Viper lumber camp over here. And, oh, Viper chopped through. Viper chopped through. Viper can go in the sides now. And now Viper's going to castle drop Dark. Does he have the army to protect this? Dude, that was so risky from Viper. He only has 7 villagers here. There's the mangonel right there. Viper is also still running through with the monks. Viper will see the mangonel. Dark with some big attack rounds. If Dark brings all of his composite bowmen here, he can deny this castle. This could be a doubt castle for Viper. Imp is still in 30 seconds for Dark, which means he could just treb this castle down. I don't think that castle for Viper is necessarily going to do a lot. He's microing the best that he can. Villagers get pulled to the side. Skirmishers are taking down the composite bowman. He takes down the mangonel. But this is quite the game here, guys. And Viper is bringing Knights into the back. He's converting 2 villagers from Dark. Knights are going to be in Dark's eco. And Dark can't exactly get home. This chop from Viper is such a game changer. Him getting through the side is never something Dark was counting on. I think what Dark really needed was he needed to wall that. He completely forgot about that or just didn't expect Viper to go for it. This counter rate is crazy. Viper will be through. Viper's dropping a tower with the villagers he converted. And Dark is going to abandon his base with his villagers and go forward into Viper's base, where he will soon have a trebuchet that could take down Viper's town centers. Oh, man. It's all adaptations now. And on one hand, adaptations should be great for the Armenians because they have mule carts. On the other hand, adaptation's better for Viper because he's got the villager lead. Dark is also an imp, but you can't lose your army here, Dark. You can't lose your army. No, that's so rough for him. He could lose this trebuchet now. Every unit is so vulnerable. Or sorry, not well, every unit is so vulnerable, but every unit is so important. Even just a couple composite bowmen going down here is painful. The thing is, the comp bowmen are cheap, and they should take down skirmishers and knights pretty quickly. But Dark does not have a very good economy right now. He barely has anything on gold. The castle from Viper denies the middle gold. It also takes away the relics. Dark wanted this gold again. He can't take down the tower, though. What a tower from Viper. Dark is going to instead just shift his focus, I guess, onto this castle, which gives Viper a lot of time. I feel like this is a small win for Viper. If his town centers were going down and his eco was getting hit, that would be horrible. Oh, and the trebuchet's weak, and Viper will come in with more cav. Viper's done such a good job. Honestly, the castle, not necessarily the game changer. The cut on the left side, that was the game changer. I think if he didn't have the pressure there, Dark could wall this out, and Dark could be taking down that castle. It's so cool, man. When we made Quarry, we wanted people to use the sides. It's kind of rare. Viper's got a really healthy economy behind this, guys. He'll spam more cav. There, he uses the skirmishers to snipe a monk after the monk converts the knight. And here he's got more units underneath the town center. Dark just can't keep up. Dark can't keep up. Dark cannot keep up. He doesn't notice it. Viper will build another castle in Dark's base next to the fortified church. The Dark is focusing all of his attention on trying to get another treb and more composite bowmen out. Viper, 78 villagers, 16 military. It's only 42 villagers for Dark. And most of those villagers are hiding inside of churches and town centers. And Dark's barely dished out any damage against this castle. It's just so brutal for him. And this castle for Viper is going up. So then where do you go? Ideally, you'd be able to have everything on gold and use the market. But you can't take this gold very easily because of Viper's castle. Again, the composite bowmen with Bracer are doing a very nice job. But Dark has to come this way. Dark has to farm underneath his castle. Pretty soon, that's the only safe eco he's going to have. Crazy play from Viper. Has it been the cleanest game ever from Viper? I would argue no. But that's a lot of because Dark's approach has just been completely unorthodox. I think it had some real potential here. But the chop through from Viper, like just finding counters on a map where it's usually, if you're playing it like everybody else, very difficult to do so. The Viper will die for the trebs again to keep his castle up. His castle is going to stand. It goes down to 100 HP, and he actually brings the villagers over to repair it. He sacrificed his whole army for that. But it's so tough for Dark to get more trebs out. And Viper will be happy to just delay the inevitable. Still add more economy at home. Still prep some skirmishers. Still kill villagers with the Coustilier. Dark's got nothing in his base anymore. Dark's eco is here, dude. Dark's whole eco is in the middle of the map. I can't be critical of the strat, though. Like, look how fast the skirms go down. These are fully armored skirms. But the armor doesn't matter against the composite bowman, right? If Dark was ever able to get to, like, 20 of these with a monk or two and a couple trebs, I think Viper's army could never win the game. But now Dark just can't get there. Like, his eco is just horrible because of the side castles and raids from Viper. So now it's a state where Viper's units can be worse, but he can just make more of them. That's kind of what he's planning on here. He will drop another tower. He's bringing more Coustilier around. Dark knows he doesn't have an army to protect the Trebs, so he's going for the gates and the houses. Here, Dark has to fall back with the composite bowmen that have ballistics. The walls is a big play. Walls are a huge play here. Viper loses a lot of his army there. There's no way Dark still has a chance, right? Viper's still not on the way to Imp. Dark does still have 4 relics. He does still have a little bit of gold income, which I guess he doesn't now because of the tower. He's about to be no town center gaming. I would still play on. Like, you're wrecking Viper with the armies. Viper's obviously never going to tap because of how much damage he's done. If Dark wins this with no town centers, just imagine. Viper is getting Burgundian Vineyard, so his farms will bring in some gold now. But, yeah, there's the town center. Okay, so Dark will have a town center again. Viper's castle will eventually fall. Dark needs to take this down, take the tower down, immediately go to Viper's base. No hesitation. Viper's looking for raids. There's no villagers to raid there, Viper. Like, Viper can hardly believe that Dark is only right here. Okay, castle goes down. Guys, I actually think this is winnable. But every composite bowman is so helpful. So needed. Yeah, okay, now Dark can shift villagers onto gold again. Treb probably needs to... All the Trebs need to push Viper's town centers, though. I don't even worry about this tower. Just ignore it and take wood elsewhere. Mighty Bite says this is not winnable. Well, I didn't say who it was winnable for. Obviously, every game is winnable. Got him. Again, 36 vills versus 100. You would assume that it's not winnable for Dark. What I meant, though, is I actually think this is winnable for Dark. Where is Viper's MTC? His MTC is there. His MTC is there. Does he have enough military to stop Imperial Age units? I don't know. I am not seeing Cavalier numbers from Viper. It's only the skirms. The skirms are not good enough. This is winnable for Dark, guys. This would be insane. Dark has left his whole base. He's just here in this little bubble, but he's got the relics. He's got the composite bowman. The army is full focused onto Viper's base right now. Viper's villager lead will disappear. I promise you. It will disappear so quickly. They're all back here, soon with no protection. Viper cancels Imperial Age, which is probably the play. He needs full army, and he needs it now. I mean, he was going to lose Imp anyways. But yeah, I think if Viper can get enough Cavalier and clear this, it's just a continuous cycle of having worse army and clearing this. You clear it, you have the economy to make more. Viper's no TC gaming now, but the Cavalier is strong enough. One Trebuchet down, and Viper will just rebuild his TC right there. That's what Viper needed. He needed to clear that. And now, it's still crazy, though. He doesn't really have a lot of gold. He is building a town center over here. Imagine if Dark is able to drop a castle here. Big fight into a forward castle would be crazy. Viper spending all of his gold on army was the right play there, I think. Imp doesn't actually change the situation that much right now. That was a risk. Feels weird, but the composite bowmen need to be respected a little bit more than that. He's got healthy army numbers now. Okay, this is what we've been waiting for. Now it feels like Dark has maybe hit a wall. The difference in eco is significant, and Viper's showing it with the production. He ended up going up to 6 stables and 4 archer ranges. And a Viper will come in from the left side and go for a raid. Dark's probably dead now, down 100 population. But what an interesting game. Again, though, if Viper didn't chop the left side, convert those villagers, build the tower, if he just built this one castle, I really think Dark can win this game. Because once the castle's going up, Dark will just wall behind so the army can never get in. He never takes any of this eco damage. He never gets castle dropped, right? Like, none of that stuff happens. And then he's just pushing Viper's base, or he takes down Viper's castle instantly. But now, because of all that damage, Viper was just able to have a significant enough eco lead where you could take losses and it'd still be okay. Did Viper cancel Imp to make army, or did he cancel Imp because he knew his Imp TC was going to go down? I'm not sure which. But canceling Imp was the right play. When you're behind like this, guys, the last thing you want to do is go backwards, but Dark can't go forwards because Viper's army is there, and Viper is now imping. And Viper's going to bring in Rams as well. Almost 200 population for Viper. Very unique game. And I think Dark is about to lose his castle and his town centers in the middle. No easy way for him to relocate back into his starting base because there's still too much pressure there. And Viper, with 60 military, is going to snag a win. A very important win. One of many wins that he's going to need. Because he only got one in the first rounds. This will mean that Dark is 0-4 as well if he loses this first game. I like the fight from Dark. Was talking to Lewis about it yesterday. Every win matters. The score, considering the population we see, is relatively close. Just fight. Just fight. But he's surely going to tap at some point here. Viper's still repairing this. Viper will send some Custilier to snipe the Trebs to hold the position again. He's done such a good job at that. Multiple times where he's repaired his castle and just held on. Held the position, which is what the castles do. He will snipe these trebuchets. Might end up losing that town center, but he took down the castle. The Dark's castle here might end up going down, and yeah, Dark... He's going to have to dance his way to the GG here. This is a fun game, though. This is a fun game. The Viper's still not an imp. Dark is going to wait until the castle completes. Dark is killing some vills. Now I kind of understand why viewers might say maybe he should resign, and he does do so. But man, that was a crazy game. What a great job from both, honestly. I think draft-wise, there were two things that Dark could have done, or not draft-wise, but like strategy-wise. There are two things that he could have done in this game to win, and he basically tried both, considering the matchup. The first one was he wanted to play longsword, but then he lost his man-at-arms. And it was actually the correct play for him to say, let's back off that idea. The second way he could win was exactly what he tried. But man, like, if Viper didn't chop through, I want to go back to when the castle's going up, right? This all happened at around the same time. If it's just this castle, and there's no chop through, what happens is... Remember, Dark delays this castle, first off, so the castle doesn't go up right away. Dark just walls behind this, and all this eco is forever untouched. That means that Dark is in twice as good a spot, because he could produce more military, he could produce more trebs. Viper's castle either goes down, or Viper's base goes down. I think Dark wins the game, to be honest. But, like, look what stems from Viper coming through the left-hand side. He comes in, he converts the vills, the knights run in immediately after. He then builds the tower. Dark has to drop the church. Dark has idols everywhere. That's all because of the cut on the left side. And then Dark sent villagers out for the tower. I mean, all of this because of that cut. That was sick. And then, of course, Dark couldn't wall behind the castle, and then Viper was able to send more in, and then Viper comes to the middle and snipes the Treb. It was all a consequence of that. What a great play from Viper being creative there. And, yeah, the composite bowman, fast bracer, trebuchet play was very strong. Viper had great upgrades on his units. Dark still had a great KD, but he just didn't have the economy in the end. Another retired gamer asked, why didn't Dark have enough army to protect the siege? Because he had stuff in his base, dude. That's the thing, is like, that push, your low economy, you only have enough army to produce one very solid army with your trebs. So you want to be walled, and you want to be pushing in one spot. But because there was pressure... That much continuous pressure means you get pulled away from where you want to be. So it's essentially a distraction. Yeah, if he had 400 food is really nothing there. 400 food is so little when it comes to upgrades you're going to need, buildings you're going to need to produce. 400 food feels like a crumb on the floor in a game like that. I think Dark did a really good job at spending his res as quickly as possible, to be honest. It was just he needed to be in so many different areas. All right, they're very quickly into the next game. This one might be just as good. Here we go. Viper goes for Aztecs on Coast Arena game number 2. What is Viper cooking up? This is Dark's home map. Reminder, live standings. Viper has 2 wins. Dark has 0 wins. And this map is a combination of arena and a water map. So you've got the water on the outside, and then you've got the arena aspect in the middle. I think Viper's going to be planning on monks because he's using his eagle right now to bring in his boar, which is a nice little detail to help with villager efficiency. Obviously, the eagle is going to be weak, but if you're going to make a monk anyways, or you could heal it up inside the town center a little bit, I guess. Normally, that's an indicator Viper will be going for monks. I tested this map. I talked to players about this map. I've seen a lot of different games in both silver, gold, and platinum. I still don't fully understand what the best play is on this map. This would be Dark's map, and when he played it in the first round, he got transport rushed. Like, his opponent, who was also playing in the yellow, it was Mihi, transported man-at-arms and archers and attacked him when he was playing as the Turks. So I could see Dark just doing the same thing to Viper now. And what do you guys think, if you were to guess a percentage, what is the likelihood that Viper did not watch the Dark and Mihi games? As Dave likes to say, I think there's a non-0% chance. Like, I think there's a solid chance that maybe Viper didn't look through them. You think you would maybe spend 10 minutes just to see what the openings were, just to see what he played. But there's a non-0% chance that he maybe doesn't know what happened there. There's a non-100% chance, I guess is the way to say it, yeah. But I think if you go heavy pressure on land and give up water on this map, you can find some huge success because the golds and the stones are always fixed on the front. But I still think maybe Viper should do a combination of water. I think if you fully lose water, you're then only on gold. You're then only making monks. If you're only making monks, the player with water could go light cav against those monks in theory. Viper's not really a player. I say this after the first round against Vivi was pretty crazy, but Viper's not really a player who typically skips economy, which would mean he's not going to want to give up on the water here. If you do get pushed off the forward gold, which is kind of tough for both players, they have very nice gold. But if you do get pushed off the forward gold, there are oysters, and that's 1,800 gold along your shoreline, so you do have gold there. That was a fun opening round. A fun opening game. Raxa and Almo, thank you so much. Ragnar, welcome back. Moby, Josh, Peas, or Pies? Is it Pies or Peas? P-E-I-Z. Either way, thanks for the support. Really not a fox. All good. Thanks for the 14 months. Happy to distract you. He said, thank you for distracting us from real life. Well, in my case, Age of Empires is my life, so I'm, not really distracting for me. It's just the way I live, but yeah, I get it. What's up, Raxus? Is glad to be here. You're awesome. Oh, thank you. Also, hello, everyone. Is there anyone new watching on YouTube that's never watched a live stream before? If so, speak up. I don't have a first-time chatter notification there, so I don't know if I could verify that. On Twitch, if someone chats for the first time, there's a little pop-up that says this person's new. Like, Raxa just subbed. First time he chatted on the channel, which is pretty cool. Dark has built these, houses in a way that would keep him safe if he were to get rushed like he did in round 1. So that's a smart adaptation, and they're both up at very similar times here. And Dark is going to do it, guys. He's using the same strat that happened to him with the same civ that Mihi used. Is Viper showing any signs of being aware of this? Viper almost feels like it's a fast castle for him. But Dark is going to go 3 militia. He only has 2 right now, so honestly, the builds could be way more streamlined. But I think this villager is going to hop into the transport. He's going to bring his scout over and head over to Viper's base to get some land pressure. You know what's funny? Viper might not loom. You would loom if you got pressured, but because the pressure is coming in so late from Dark, Viper might click up to Castle Age before getting loom. Let's see. Viper should queue 2 villagers. And then he's going to build the blacksmith in the market. Dark is waiting. Like, this is a late build. The pressure could come in faster, but it being late might benefit him. Viper queues 2 vills. Blacksmith market. Oh, this is dude, this is gonna be so good for Dark. I'm trying to do the math. I'm horrible at math. But at least in this case, I think Dark being late to the pressure is gonna benefit him. Let's see. Blacksmith market. Viper will have the perfect amount of food and gold to click up the castle. He will not think he needs loom. And he clicks up. So now he's loomless. And he's going to have man-at-arms, potentially archers in his base. There's also going to be some galleys and fires from Dark to come pressure. And here comes Dark. The only way you could get loom is you'd have to cancel Castle Age, which is horrible. So you really don't want to do that. Where will Dark pressure, I wonder? And what does Viper see? If he looks there, he could see that. But is he even expecting it? I don't know. Like, there's some precedent. This has happened. Dark needs to run around. Viper doesn't see it. Okay, he sees it now. But guys, no loom. And if the archer range completes and archers come out, this could be very strong here for Dark. There's the archer range. Viper, I guess, can Q loom. He still hasn't. Viper dropped the barracks. I think he wanted to go eagles. He wanted to go monks to take the relics in the middle. No villagers down for Viper yet. And honestly, not a very big navy follow-up from Dark either. But that will happen eventually. Archer range will complete. This is some nice pressure on the Viper. But, to be honest, like, the Viper no loom situation is kind of funny, but he hasn't been punished by it. Imagine if Dark's pressure would have come in faster. He'd have that much more time. He also didn't scout any of this. These villagers are all exposed, and he just doesn't know. And Viper's going to hit Castle Age. Viper will have a barracks with eagles. Dark's villagers exposed. He wasn't expecting the eagles. So the tower should be denied. The villager should go down. Archers might not make sense. Dark notices a little late. Pulls the man-at-arms away to save her. She's dead. Viper's up. Can't forget about the fish. The fish are really important here. That could be worse for Dark. He's had 6 fishing ships behind this. Dark will move over this way. Viper still has not queued loom. Viper forgot loom, dude. He forgot loom. And he's going to remember that he doesn't have loom very quickly because the villagers are dying extremely fast. That's 1 villager down. That's 2 villagers down. Loom, Viper! Loom, dude. Oh my god. I just recorded my new Zero Elo Uncle episode. My uncle's having that problem. So now my uncle will feel better because Viper's having the same issues. Oh man, I mean, that's 3 villagers down, and now all of his fish are going down. I know Dark lost the Vill, and he'll lose the man-at-arms underneath the TC, but this is fine. This is completely fine. Viper will have no fishing eco. Viper's down a couple vills. Now Viper needs to pressure. All the signs are there that you need to pressure quickly. And so I'd like to see an immediate Siege Workshop for Viper, to be honest. Siege Workshop in the middle, Eagles, Monks, and getting into Dark's base, and this game gets crazy. Dark's done the right thing. I think the Archer's a waste at this point. He's finding the rest of Viper's fish. I'd like to see Dark actually add fish. Viper is nothing on water. You could go up to like 12 fishing ships here. And Dark's going to stone. Will Viper see that? Viper's looking around. Viper sees the stone. Yeah, all the stone and gold is always fixated on the front on this map. That was intentional because I thought about the game flow. And we wanted it so the guy who won water would potentially be pushed by the faster Castle Age player. This is the dream for me. When you script a map and you try and envision how a meta is going to be on a map. I've got my opinions, of course. But I'm not always right on that. You don't know. I also wonder if Viper recognizes the gold should be fixed on the front. Because if so, he should be looking for that. I think he sees the stone and he'll be happy to pressure there. Okay, Dark is on the way up. Remember, if Dark runs out of gold, he can still take the oysters in the back. That is something he needs to remember. He's built a new dock over here for more efficient fishing. I'd love to see crazy fishing eco for him. There's no reason not to. Aztecs get 33% more gold per relic. Viper has food eco, and he's getting the relics with the Aztecs. So the food and gold is good. Viper has Loom now, and he's about to beat into Dark's base. And Dark has Loom. But this is not the play, Dark. Your wall's gone, dude. Too late. Too late. Viper's in. Get ready, folks. This is crazy. Dark has to leave the stone. These Eagles have 7 base attack. He has no army here. He is adding Man-at-Arms in a panic. He's housed. Man-at-Arms is good against the Eagles, but Man-at-Arms against Monks is also really bad as well, so you might need a combination. Oh, man. This is so good. Castle Age will probably come in for Dark, but even that was close. Dark will probably lose his town center, though. Viper needs to take that TC down. Here comes Viper. Oh, man, dude. This is wild. Imagine if Viper pushed a little faster there. Okay, Dark goes to save the TC. He'll garrison his Vills. He has the Man-at-Arms there. He might need to use the villagers to attack the Rams. So much army from Viper, though. And so many monks. Dark needs that TC to stay up. Because if the TC is gone, then the monks can just convert everything. They can convert all the Man-at-Arms. Still no longsword upgrade for Dark, which is what I want. Viper's monks are going to die to the town center fire. He loses one of them. The other one's still there, though. Town center's still getting eaten. Viper's still adding Eagles. Viper still is, like, no water control. But he has all the gold, and he's getting the relics, and the town center will go down. Dark needs to wait for longsword. I love the patience. It is a really uncomfortable position, but you need to have the patience and just wait for the longsword upgrade. You cannot be fighting before that. It's actually fine. Give Viper a conversion now. But man, what a crazy game. Viper needs more monks. Monks are going to be the key now. You can't be getting anywhere close to these longswords. And Viper will know this. Viper should add another monastery. He's shifting to stone now. Yeah, he's got 2 monasteries producing the monks. Big engagement. Viper's also added a scorpion. As a nice initial engagement from Viper. Look at the micro from Dark there, though. He pulled back the weak longsword. Longswords eat the Eagles. But Dark doesn't have a town center. Dark's still up against the scorpion. There will be more monks here. Viper with some quick walls. Oh, but the longswords so far seem like they're good enough. Viper doesn't have the monk numbers. The scorpion goes down. The Eagles are all going down. And town centerless Dark has 70 pop and Viper sitting at 42. Okay, but now that it's only monks, you really need to consider going for another unit. When there was Eagles, you needed the longsword, but now you need light cav. Because Aztec monks are no joke. Now, these conversions are adding up. This can swing very quickly. Also, Dark needed to re-wall that. He didn't have a chance to. I think this game is still winnable for Viper. It's not like he has 0 food eco. He still has the potential to castle drop Dark's face. And he's got monks that are just going to regain faith and get conversions again. Viper might be fine. Viper could also see the gold right there. Like, he's on stone. Those vills are going to come. And that castle's going to go up. There's nothing Dark could do if Viper's getting the proper conversions. I think that's the key. Dark's still redocking. Dark is going to transport some villagers around for something. No clue what that's for, but he's going to do it anyways. Monks are just so strong here. 2 more long swordsmen switch sides. Here comes Viper with the villagers. What a great job from Viper to just have continuous follow-up, right? The Eagles, the Rams, and now the monks, and now the castle. That's a crazy time. Dark is going to have no town center in his base soon. He can't stop this. And now here comes Dark. Again, no clue what he's going to do with those 3 villagers. Would be kind of funny to see him town center drop Viper. But it's only 3 vills, so maybe he goes for a siege workshop. He's dropping a barracks there. All right. Well, Dark can take golds on the oysters. There's only 600 gold left on the oysters, though. Oh, he's going to go to the middle. Of course. That's the only other thing you can do. And Viper didn't see the escape. Maybe he just saw that vill. I think he just saw that vill. But he didn't see the wall delete. Dark is making a run for it. And Viper's like, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Where did you go? Dark is town centering Viper's side right now. And he is going to start a push with longswords too. What on earth is that? And then here comes Viper looking for him. He didn't see the villagers. He sees the longsword. Now he'll see the mining camp, so now he knows. Losing the scorpions isn't too horrible for Viper. I really think it's just all about the monks. That's a lot of longswordsmen for Dark. And Dark, he might lose a couple villagers here. Over here, we'll see if his town center actually completes. That is a wild town center. Did Viper just waste all of his conversions on vills, though? I mean, he converted a lot of vills. He's making some jags over here. He's running away here. His monks now need to get away. And Dark needs to re-wall it. Dark, wall it. That's your wall. Wall. Gates. Viper's monks can't get to the castle. Viper will lose all of his monks. Viper maybe didn't go for the correct play there. I don't know what's the correct play. Converting the vills felt like a good move, but he can't save his monks now. What a great trap there from Dark. All these monks will go down. Meanwhile, the town center for Dark is, I think, going to be denied. This is complete chaos, man. Viper is 1 on food. Dark is 2 on gold. So it's a goldless game and it's a foodless game. Who wins? Who knows? There's still these vills for Dark to sneak up a town center. If Dark could get into Viper's base right now, somehow it'd be sick. Remember, what we're not seeing, in easily one of the best games of Titans League so far, by the way, what we are not seeing is we are not seeing that Dark has the fish, right? Like, that fish is keeping him in the game. He's way behind in vills, but the fishing eco is strong. A town center got denied. That was ambitious. Viper's going to lose one of his relics there. And Viper is now sneaking back onto the water. That is an excellent play from the snake. He understands. This castle for Dark is nice because it gives him protection over that gold. But he will need a town center there. And he does need to remember where these other villagers are. At least Dark has gold, though. So he'll have food, and then he'll have gold. Oh, God, his woodline. The Jags are in. The Jags are in. There's a feast for the Jags on the woodline, and Dark doesn't see it, guys. Dark doesn't see it. Think about where Dark needs to look. He needs to look at every shoreline. He needs to look at Viper's base. He needs to look in his own base here and here and here and here and here. That could be a game-ending raid from Viper. A transport ship is looping around to save those villagers, but it might be too late. This is a ridiculous game, and Viper is coming back on water. We have the War Galley upgrade now. He will start to snipe the fishing ships, and Dark just loses everything there. What a great job from Viper. I know the no loom start was a little weird. That was a mistake, but what great recognition from him to just pressure immediately on land after losing the water. That's why I said I'm not really sure what's best on this map right now, which is why many players are banning it. Because I think, like, most people are always going to win water in high-level AoE too. But if you do that against someone who properly pressures with monks and siege, you could have these problems. Oh my god! Oh my god! Viper with the forward dock demo clears up the longswords, and now the Jags are going to be the cherry on top, kills the rest of it, and GG. What a game from Viper. My goodness. Wow, that was crazy. Are you not entertained, people? That was ridiculous. This is the first time this season where I will say, if you enjoyed this on the main YouTube channel, please check out the full series. The first game was also pretty crazy. We'll have a third game. I'm also going to be covering Titans League for the next month. I'm also live streaming it on YouTube. This is going to the main YouTube channel. We'll have the full series in the description for the extras channel. Damn, what a cool map concept. I'm thinking through it. What more could Dark have done? Obviously, I think losing those vills was the killer blow. So keeping those vills alive is an obvious key. But, like, could Dark have done anything different with his approach? I think the earlier builds could have hit Viper faster. That was very late compared to what I have seen, but it's a very difficult build to manage. And I think maybe beyond that, maybe after the initial wave of longswords get the clear up, then he needs to switch to light cav. I actually think that's the main thing that comes to mind for me. We'll go back to that state of the game. Let's just take a quick look at it. So you clear this. I think if in this moment he goes for 2 stables and he cancels the rest of the longswords and goes full light cav, I think then Viper has issues. Because Viper can't really make eagles anymore. But That's so tough because he does no TC at that point. Like, he still needs to add fish. It's just such a weird map to play. It's so difficult. And it was well played from Viper. Wow. Viper gets 2 wins here. He would love to get a third. Dark will need to snag a win. Still just fully defeated this season. 77 kills, 60 deaths for Viper. There's the eco difference. Viper with tons of relic gold with the Aztecs. All the Sona gold coverage, just didn't have the food. And it didn't matter. You guys want to replay the demo? I can show the demo again. Of course, they're taking no time in between games. I could show the demo again real quick. But they are kind of in the next game. So we have to do the ad break and get right into it. But when I saw the forward dock from Viper, I just assumed that was going to be for fires to hit the fish. The last thing I expected was a demo there. That was insane. Here it is one more time. Look at that. Poof. Crazy, man. Those Jags also killed... This group of 6 Jags killed 30 units. Actually, 35 units. Crazy value. All right. Again, we've had no time. They've kept it moving today. I haven't even updated my scoreboard at the top of the screen, but the score right now, 2-0 for the Viper. Good bounce back result from him after some worrying form in the first rounds. And here we go. All right. So Vipers looking good. Viper with 2 wins now in this series. Would love to get the 3-0. I think if he gets the 3-0, everyone's going back to thinking Viper's going to be top of this group. But, you know, we'll still see. We have a lot of games to play, but at least when it comes to Dark, maybe this is more important. He got swept the first round. Now he's lost 2 games. I think for survival for Dark, he's going to want 1 win here. Unfortunately for him, this is Viper's home map. Viper's gone for the Georgians, as if he's very comfortable with. And Dark has gone for the Dravidians. I think the Dravidians is very strong. Yesterday I was casting with Memb, and Memb was complaining about the Dravidians. He was like, "What? Why do people pick the Dravidians?" And then the Dravidians just won, and the Dravidians look very good. And as I said to Memb in the cast, their opening is insanely strong on hybrid maps. One of the best civilizations for it. Better fishing economy, the additional wood they receive, the cheaper barracks technologies. All this is streamlined for a map like this to go man-at-arms and archers and take the water. But if this goes late, it's a pretty open map. There's a lot of things to look at on this map. There's many different directions you have to go. That is bad for the Dravidians because they are slow. They're infantry and they're archer. So, and I'm not trying to be critical or school Memb, as someone in YouTube chat said. It's just funny to me because, like, I actually like the Dravidians as a civ because from a balance perspective, they're very good at what they do, but they're also very weak in some areas. I like civs like that. In Viper's case, Dravidians are a little predictable in that, so I think Viper will at least understand that he needs to brace himself for the early pressure and then just survive. And Georgians are awesome for the start because of the mule cart. They're not necessarily a civ you would think about for man-at-arms, but they could do it themselves. So maybe that could be Viper's plan. Play man-at-arms to open, trade against the army from the opponent, and then just adapt from there. What's up, Iron Chef? Thank you. And congratulations. Congrats. Carol, thank you for the 25. Ultimate Raccoon, thank you for the 6 months. Guys, sometimes there's a game you see, and it's just like, oh, yes, that was it, you know? This is what we're here for. And that previous game definitely felt like that. I think that is also why so many people are banning that map. We haven't seen it played that frequently. But I think come playoffs, once we get to best of 5s and best of 7s, that map will be... It's less likely that map will be banned. Right now, if you don't want to play a closed map, you're either banning Bypass or banning Coast Arena. A lot of Bypass bans have come in, but then there haven't been many people who want to play Coast Arena because it's too ridiculous for them. I think it's a good map for Viper, though. I think it's a really good map for Viper. And Aztecs was a great choice to give up water. If you lose water, you want to be playing with the civilization that goes gold units. Eagles cost very little food and mostly gold, and then monks are, of course, full gold. So Aztecs were a good civ to deal with that. Fishing ships for Viper. There is no dock for Dark right now? Excuse me? Wait, what? What is this? No dock for Dark. I just kind of assumed it was out there and I could talk about everything else. If you do not dock, you need to kill extremely quickly because Viper will have fishing eco and you will not. That is 3 additional workers for Viper. And for the potential for that to be 7 or 8. You know what I think this could be from Dark? Well, no. Okay, he's going to go for a barracks. He sees that Viper's docked. This is not a build that I would advise. I don't think there's a big reason why Dravidians would do this. I mean, their economy flows so nicely with the dock. Getting the pop space from your dock is a big reason why you will always see the dock with the Dravidians. Maybe this is a sign that this is just not a clean build from Dark, not a comfort zone map for him. And I don't know if he's been playing as actively as he was last season. He can be kind of hit or miss. He's still going for what we expected. He wants to do a combination of land and water, but he's docking very late. And Viper will see that. Viper's going to be like, huh? Viper might actually think that's his second dock. I don't like skipping the dock as Dravidians, unless you go for some crazy pressure. To be honest, you know what I would prefer over this? Because now Viper could just adapt to this and to hold and still have an advantage. If you're going to do this, I think just go full land, go forward, double archery range, man-at-arms. Try and end the game in the first couple minutes. Neens, welcome. Says, hi, T90. Hope you're having a good day and had a nice Valentine's Day. Hey, thank you very much. I'm having a great day and had a nice Valentine's Day. So you guys helped with that because I streamed yesterday. But obviously you weren't the most important person in my life on Valentine's Day. Let's not get too crazy. And here comes the militia. Viper, he did not pre-scout that at all. He did not pre-scout that. I think he should have expected it and maybe had things pre-walled, but he didn't. He gets the quick wall in, though. Dark is just going to pile on the pressure, get arson, and focus down that mule cart. So Viper will have to repair the mule. Another dock coming from Dark to pressure the water at the same time. And the mule cart goes down for Viper. I don't think he expected that. Viper being off of gold influences his ability to make archers and fire ships. That's the key here. Viper wanted to do both. Now he might not be able to. Dark already has one fire on the way and a second fire follow-up, and he's adding a fishing ship, which, again, the order is very odd. But at least he got some early pressure in. He's moving over to Viper's woodline. Archer range is behind this. You can still move down here for food. We don't see it a lot, but that's something Dark might want to consider. I think Viper, the way he walled there, is confusing Dark. He doesn't know about the big walls. And Dark with some good micro here. Very good micro. Very good pressure. The opening is maybe a little bit suspect just based on the Civ bonuses. Oh, man, he almost kills Viper's scout but doesn't get the kill. And Viper's Georgians. And Dark is... It looked like he wanted to go kill that thing. In the end, Dark hasn't done any eco damage to Viper yet. It maybe is about to, though, take him off of water. And he's keeping Viper in his base. If he clears the fish, if he takes the fish out, or at least if Viper's not fishing very efficiently, it's close. But still no double bid axe for Dark. Having some food issues at home. And Viper is walled. Viper's in an adaptable situation here. Still does feel like Viper's just... I haven't seen a very clean build here from him. I think you could tell how locked in a player is based on their scouting. The fact that he was surprised at all by the man-at-arms was a little surprising to me. The fact that he's like no longer on any gold right now is a little interesting to me. I guess he's just completely giving up water, which could mean Dark could have 6 to 8 fishing ships soon. Did Dark see the stable? Okay, Dark seeing the stable is super important. So now he knows Viper's adding scouts and he can't advance forward with the skirms. And Dark's eco is looking a little rough. He's not fully walled yet, but he could wall this way eventually. And he knows exactly what Viper's going to be adding in against him now, and he should probably just play defense. The berries are looking very exposed. But if he plays full archers here, I'd actually really like to see double archer range right now, but some people would disagree with that. Just holds the line. He's got the fishing eco with the Dravidians. Viper's scout slowly regenning with the Georgians. That'll scout the map and probably boost his score. And he'll have other scouts coming in. Viper getting housed here. Villager's still standing around in his base a little bit, but lots of focus on the micro. Neither player having fletching yet. But that should come in. Should be coming in very soon. There's the blacksmith for Dark. But Viper's won 2 games. Some things have looked a little awkward for him in these games. But I just really feel like the confidence has to be sky high for him right now. And when he's got this much control at his opponent's base, he's never going to feel anything but confidence. Dark has 0 farms. I know he has 4 fishing ships, but he has not transitioned into any farms. And now he doesn't have the berries. Viper is in a great spot here. The walls will still continue this way. Walls will still continue this way. But that is a big wall off you have to go for. And Viper's just going to take a look. Just to see. Oh, he's also adding a demo. I think hunting for the fishing ships. If he positions it perfectly, he could get all 4. This would be huge. Oh, he gets 2. It's kind of tough there when they're in a straight line like that, but that's good for Viper. Because that's Dark's advantage right now is the fish. And now he needs to add more. Look at the difference on food. 12 on food for Viper, 5 on food for Dark. Dark will have to shift back to the berries now. Still no farms. Still not a crazy amount of fish. Viper's got the farms. Viper's got the berries. Viper's got the walls. Viper's got the vills down here too. Viper is pretty much playing this like a home map. And now the scouts loop into the wood line as well. And I just do not think Dark can keep up with Viper. And maybe Dark just can't keep up with Platinum this season. Again, it's kind of wild. But, like, Dark was top 4 in the previous season. He beat Viper in the group stage. He went 4-1 in the sets. He went to the playoffs. He beat Mr. Yo and he beat Tato and then lost to, I think, Leary in a semifinal. But a year changes a lot, and that might have been one of Dark's best runs ever. We know he has the level, but doing it every single time is always going to be tough. And this will put Viper right back into the front runner conversations in the group if he can snag the win. And honestly, it's looking super good for him right now. Dark has no choice but to chase this. He can never counterattack. And Viper's resources are looking smooth behind this to click up to Castle Age. Viper's got a decision to make. I don't think you have to come back on water, but I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind it 2 sneak docks on the shoreline to try and just take out the fish. Because that's the only advantage Dark has right now. Dark will know he's behind to Castle, so he'll use the market to try and click up. Has done a nice job, considering the circumstances. I mean, hasn't lost many villagers here. Will probably eventually trade against this army. But it's just taking so much time. Sometimes it's not even about what you kill. It's about what you do with your army to distract your opponent and how much you use that time. Having this many farms, having the walls where Viper's placed them, dropping the stables now, all this is because this army's back here. And against the Dravidians, this is where people will say Dravidians are bad, right? Because when you fall behind with Dravidians, you have a very one-dimensional situation. Everyone knows what you're going to do. So it's always going to be like crossbow, pikemen, and siege. The occasional longsword, I suppose. But you can't go knights, for example. So Viper could play heavy into skirms and be completely fine, probably. Dark needs Castle Age right now. He's got a massive eco. He's adding the fish. But he needs to be in Castle Age. If he can get to Castle Age, and with this army count, this could be good for him. His population's insane. Viper's micro has looked really nice. Nice pickoffs there. Only loses 1 archer. And Viper, when he's in Castle Age, could drop the monastery. Or I guess the fortified church. Think about getting some relics, maybe. Drop the 2nd town center to gain a villager lead. And Dark's got so many villagers on that fruit bush. That's a bad sign when you've got 8 villagers on a fruit bush with 25 food at 1 farm. That's so annoying. He's got 799 food. There we go. He drops off some food somewhere and clicks up. Let's see. Elite skirm for Viper. That's the issue for Dark right now. because he's going full archers, and he's still 2 minutes away from Castle Age. So he's just completely countered. Also, he tried to get in. He tried to get the wall, and Viper gets in with the light cav too, and Dark taps out. I know his population's really high, but this is never going to look good for him. The light cav are going to be in. The archers are still chasing. He's still 2 minutes away from Castle Age. His gold will be ranged, and he'll lose things here. And, yeah, just Viper bounces back. 3 wins. I do think Dark played well today, but I think there's just some tiny details that I have to be critical of with Dark. I think we've seen the exact build he went for in Coast Arena work very well and hit a minute or two faster. If he hit Viper a minute or two faster with the build, maybe he wins that game. And then in this game, I guess he did end up winning the water, but I just don't feel as though that is the way to play it. I would have preferred to see the early dock there from the Dravidians. I can't think of a reason why not. And then, of course, game number 1. Game number 1 was on Quarry. I think that was just some Viper magic. There was a lot of Viper magic today, to be honest. But Armenians on Quarry also feels kind of rough, having lost that game there. So, Dark, top 4 in Titans League Season 4. Now 0-6 in Titans League Season 5. Crazy. But yeah, Viper's got to be happy with that. And I still think, like, Viper only gets better as the tournament goes on. He gets more information. He gets in better shape. He understands the maps a little bit more. So, yeah, odds should still be pretty good for Viper to end up getting first. I actually would like to see what our site says on this. We're getting to the point of the season now where it makes sense to look at this. If you guys want to look at this on YouTube, the comment is pinned. It's the T90official.tv site. Those watching on Twitch, you can just do ! TTL. But now that we have a lot more data, probably good to look at this. We'll look at Group D, input that result. And that would be Viper 3 wins. And this says that Viper's got, I mean, everything is for the taking right now. It's still pretty early, but I wanted to show you guys this because as you go, you can input the possible results. So like if you're Dark right now, you could say, all right, what's my path to survival? What's this 10% mean? What are the potential results? What do I need? You could look through the whole thing. We also have the prediction contest, which coming into today, I was tied for 36. So we got Bulpy in first place right now. Congratulations, Bulpy. Bulpy predicted 2-1 for Viper, and it was a 3-0, so that will hurt Bulpy a little bit. Too late to submit predictions. Too late to do the fantasy team. My fantasy team. Yo! I was tied for second coming into today? Damn, I didn't know that. All right, let's go, team. Yeah, there's a lot of fun stuff here. We also have the new TTL merch. If you want to support TTL and get something in return, I wore the hoodie the other day. We've got the mouse pad. We've got the mugs. Check it out on the same page where everything else I just showed you is. But yeah, next series is going to be coming up very quickly here. So I think we'll take a very short break. FreakinAndy and Lewis are about to be drafting though. So I think they're literally going to be drafting here any second. So what I'd like to do if I'm taking a break is I'd like to at least show the draft on screen as we do that. Yeah, thank you, Arbase. Feeling good about my prediction contest right now, guys, because I think I had Viper 3-0 there. This next one's going to be tougher to predict. Lewis and Andy are both incredible players. They're both very different style players. I think they're also both very prepared. The next two sets, I think, very likely go 2-1. We have FreakinAndy against Lewis. And after FreakinAndy against Lewis, we will have Satau against Mihi. YouTube, someone in YouTube chat says, what a boring set. Boring Viper games. You think that was boring? I mean, if you would have said maybe the games weren't meta or the games weren't like clean, I guess you could say maybe the series wasn't competitive. That could make it boring. I thought those games were really entertaining. now a Twitch chatter says, T90, you gotta stop reading YouTube chat. Oh god, here we go again. Here we go again. Believe me, if 1% of people everywhere say something that might make me disagree or oh sorry, wrong civ. If 1% of people everywhere are saying something I maybe shouldn't read, that's just how it's gonna go in both places. It's okay. I mean, I don't have to agree. I just didn't think that series was boring at all. I don't think that's YouTube's fault. It's just what he thinks. Once again, YouTube, you are not second-class citizens. Stop calling yourself that. That's rude. All right. I'm going to step away here, though, and grab a coffee. We have the cool Titans League mugs. I might as well grab a coffee. And civs are going to be flying in. So, yeah, tunes for a minute or two. Thank you again, everybody. I'll give you more info in a bit. Enjoy.
Just a little bit more.
But wait, what is this that approaches?
Arms! The English are making a sneak attack.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient.
No.
Attack. We are tired of licking British boots. Here they come! Fire!
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
Monk, I need a monk. Yes.
Food, please.
No.
You have a market. Wood, please. You have a market. Gold, please.
You made a trade.
Stone, please.
No.
You have a market.
Yes.
Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining.
No.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Enemy sighted.
Okay, I am back. I hope you enjoyed the tunes. Game 1, Monocle. Lewis has picked Slopes. FreakinAndy has picked Quarry here for the home maps. The civs are going to be getting picked. My fiance, when I went downstairs, I went into the living room. It's Sunday for her, so it's like you guys, she's off work and stuff and chilling. As she's watching a gaming YouTuber, that's not me. Yep, that's right. Because she likes to watch horror games and stuff. And I said, if you're interested in watching video games, there's this event called Titans League covered by this guy named T90 Official. I hear he's pretty hot. Have you ever heard about him? And then she rolled her eyes. And she was like, I was watching earlier, She's like, if you did horror games, I would watch all the time. I think I'm so funny. But yeah, she might show up in chat. You might see her in chat later. Cancel the marriage immediately. Nah, I'm not going to do that. She does watch, but she's not an RTS gal, and she's obviously very supportive. So I thought it was funny. That is your punishment for forgetting Valentine's? Well, I didn't forget. We just didn't plan to do anything. That was something we had already discussed. She did make banana bread and cook dinner last night, too. And the banana bread was freaking sick. And I also ate way too much of it. I regretted it, how much I ate. Now I don't feel bad about it, but in the moment, I definitely overloaded on the banana bread. T90, you should do a horror stream where it's just you placing farms the entire time. Harry, get out of here! That's not funny, dude. I thought that was like a genuine suggestion to play other games. And that my chat would actually be open to it for once. But no. I should have known. Thank you, Eric. Thurston, thank you for the new sub. Freaking chat, man. Turks, Mongols, Portuguese. What on earth is the plan here for Andy? So, Turks, I thought was for Corey. That seems like the obvious play. There is some precedent there. If you can play defensive with Turks and just wall up there and get into 14 range bomber cannons, it's very hard to break them. Mongols could be for slopes, potentially for Monocle, I suppose. I wouldn't be surprised to see Andy try a fast castle step lancer play or something with the Mongols on Monocle. I actually think that could be sneaky good. And then Portuguese on slopes, I guess it's pretty decent. Okay, so that draft kind of makes sense for me. I have Lewis winning this 2-1, chat. What do you guys think? The more I look at the draft, I could see a 2-1 Andy. Andy's really underrated. People forget how good Andy is. I think Lewis, there's a lot of people excited about him right now. It could be the percentage of viewers watching from the UK as well. They're pumped to have a player. But I think people underrate Andy a little bit. At least when it comes to these play all threes, I think he could prepare really well. Very difficult to ever sweep him. And with 5 rounds, I think he can always get a victory and then win a series or two and stay alive in TTL. I think it'd be cool if on our prediction website, we could see the percentage of people that predicted each result. I don't think that's very achievable. I was sent a doc that has all that data. So yeah, we'll see. But I was sent a like this full doc, and I don't know how to really manage all the data. It's too much stuff. I'd like to get it onto the site. Because when Vivi beat Viper, I wanted to know how many people had actually predicted the result correctly, and it was very few. But maybe surprising that Mongols aren't banned. Yeah, Mongols are banned a lot. What's up, Elite Expat? Good time for questions, guys. All the civs have been picked. If you have any thoughts, questions, whatever, just send it my way. Rocket and Random, first-time chatters on Twitch. Glad you could make it. Thank you so much. Kondo, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Thank you, Drag. Thank you, Sherlock Matt. Thank you to everyone with the new primes. If you are watching on YouTube and you're not aware, you might prefer the YouTube streams. You can subscribe for free if you or a family member have Twitch Prime. So technically, it doesn't even have to be family member. You could go knock on neighbors' doors and say, hey, do you have Amazon Prime? Have you heard of Twitch? And, you could figure it out. I wouldn't recommend that, but thanks in advance for any of the support there. Mandela says, when's the next T90 Unk vid? Okay, so I recorded the next Unk vid, okay? And Unk emote has been added. Chat, show us. It's slightly laggy because my computer was being annoying that day. Should I still upload it or should I wait an extra 5 days and re-record it? My cam was being weird and it was making my, like, there's just like a little bit of lag with the recording. I'm leaning towards just uploading it anyways and just leaving a comment that says, hey, like, this is ever so slightly laggy. Genuinely give me your thoughts on that. It's not horrible, but it's noticeable for me. Okay, you guys want it as quickly as you can, it seems. All right, so we'll send it. I think that goes up in like a day or two. I'm doing less main uploads because of Titans League, but I think you guys have waited way too long with Unk Action, for Unk Action. Now I can't edit out the lag. It's like, imagine if my camera occasionally I went well, that's a bad example. Imagine if my camera had a slight stutter and then the game looked like it was running on 10 less frames. That's basically what I would describe this issue as. So, but it's consistent. It's not jerky. It doesn't really ruin the overall quality. Corner Sheep says, T90, we're still waiting on a number for how much to donate to have you in a Red Bull llama costume. The stupid thing is if I were to actually set a sub goal or a donation goal, you guys would probably really get on board with it. But I don't, as much as that sounds exciting to me, I really don't know if I could, right? And I like, this is Royal Albert Hall we're talking about. Like, I don't want that to be, I don't want to look back at the end of my life and thinking, man, it was so cool I was in the Royal Albert Hall in a llama costume. Like, that kind of ruins the epicness of it. It's just, at that point, it's just like, how little did I think of myself that I would actually be paid to embarrass myself to that level? So, I don't know. I don't think they would allow me to. They might have costumes designed for us already. I would probably need to ask them. And it's a new production team. I really don't want to introduce myself to them by saying, hey, just curious, can I wear a llama costume? That sounds horrible. But, you know, I'll think on it, I guess. Hopefully you guys will still support TTL without me making an absolute fool out of myself. We are going to do some sub goals and stuff for giveaways. So I've been plugging the merch a lot. I know not everyone can get the merch or wants the merch. I think it'd be really cool to do giveaways. So I'm hoping to do giveaways of that and do giveaways of the new DLC. So I'm working on that. And that could be some nice ways to give back to all the support the TTL receives. So the 24-hour stream will hopefully be announced over the next couple months. It will be coming this year, I promise you. And that was actually the goal for the last seasons of Titans League. So I don't want to set a sub goal that's content oriented because, like, we got to do the freaking 24-hour, you know? So I feel like giveaways are a good way to pump up the support and the numbers on the channel and then also give back. So Eric, don't you worry, dude. Don't you worry. It'll happen. Oh, thank you someone for saying meme in chat. Game 1's about to start. I wanted to say, for community games, we always do meme review. To any of the memers out there, if there's something that happens, because there's lots of games, and you feel like it's worthy of a meme, I'm super happy to do meme review during Titans League. I'm looking right now at meme chat. There have been a couple memes in there, but I don't think people have been submitting them because I don't think it's going to get much attention. I didn't even see it until now. Here, somebody posted this meme yesterday because I forgot Ornlu when I had messaged to cast with him, and then I started the game without him. Whoops. Sorry, Ornlu. But yeah, if you have memes, if something funny happens, meme it up and just let me know. We can look at meme chat if we find the time. There's actually some in there right now, which I completely neglected. Like, That's good. Who made that? That's really good. We have extras uploads every single day. We have multiple a day right now. That was Jean Debus. Jean Debus. All right, thank you for the memes. All right, game 1 should be launching here between these two. But they haven't launched yet. I'm not sure what the holdup is. Let me just casually just drink. Oh, wait. Oh, there's a logo on both sides. Sick. How did I not know that? My old mugs used to have a logo on only one side, and I would have to like switch hands and everything if I wanted to do the cheesy product placement. But yeah, I could actually drink coffee normally now and just, you know, stare at you as I sip my coffee. It's just a mug. It's just a mug. There's nothing... The color is cool, but there's nothing special about the mugs. The hoodie's super comfy, though. So, it's better than some of the other hoodies I've had. Yeah, thank you, Hardy, for doing that. He says, the guy who set this up must be really smart and handsome. Yeah, true. True. Mandela says, make some funny merch with clever comedy on the mousepad. I don't know if we'll do anything comedic. I just wanted to keep it simple. I think simple goes a long way. But if you have any ideas, let us know. Maybe we can add it in. Hey, T90, I'm watching last year's Hidden Cup because Hidden Cup nostalgia. Do you think we will have another Hidden Cup soon? So honest answer on that. I will only do one of my big events if I'm at 110% to send it and everything's clicking. Usually for Hidden Cup, it takes me a couple years. That has been the case. That has been the theme. Right now, TTL is such a big project. 100K season, multi-league. Like, we've expanded this. This is a big year. We've got the Red Bull land. There's other things that I know about that haven't been announced yet. It's a very big year for Age of Empires and also for me. So, I'm not saying no. It may happen someday, but it's just not really something that's conceivable for me to plan out and do in the way that I would want. So, for now, it is hidden. That's just the honest truth on it. That's just the honest truth. If the motivation returns, if the energy's there, and I'm going to be able to kill it and do it right, and it fits the scene and just everything's there, could see it happening again. But that's where it's at right now. That is my honest answer on it. Weasel, you missed the snake. You missed the first series. I won't spoil for now, I guess, because you might want to watch the VOD. It was a very fun series. But we have FreakinAndy and Lewis, and then just the schedule for the day. We then have Satau and Mihi. And Lieutenant Dan... What on earth was that, dude? 100 subs. Dude. Just casually drops 100 subs here on Twitch. Lieutenant. Salutes to you, man. Thank you. What can I say to that? That's crazy. He'll drop the subs and then say nothing, by the way. It's a very awkward feeling. You have the floor, Lieutenant Dan, if you would like to say anything. He says, thanks for the content. Love it with his own resub. My God, dude. Thank you. That is unbelievable, man. Yeah, if you got a sub, please say thank you. If you didn't get a sub, I guess say dodge. I don't know. And yeah, enjoy it. But thank you. Still waiting. Game number 1. I think there might be an issue between the two players, but it gives us time to thank Lieutenant Dan. Rashi says thank you. Ducks didn't get a sub? What is that, dude? What a scam. We won't have a prediction contest for the playoffs, no. The playoffs is going to be... Maybe we could do a separate prediction contest, but the prediction contest was just for group stage. So, if you guys have interest in doing a prediction contest for main league of Platinum, or the playoffs of Platinum, we could maybe try and make that happen. I think that's a little ambitious, though. Making this happen is a lot. I'm very proud of what we've been able to achieve because it hasn't been laggy this year. The site's not crashing this year. We had some issues. But yeah, everything that's on this site has not necessarily been easy. There's been multiple people involved making it happen. So I love, though, the way you guys think. There's always things that can be improved. There's always things I could do differently. So I'm not discounting those ideas, but I don't think we'll be able to expand the prediction contest beyond what we did. But 672 entries is sick. And then we had 1,200 fantasy teams made, which is crazy. That's like, one of them's triple, one of them's like 5 or 6 times more than what we had the previous year. So I feel like we did something right there. Apparently, Lewis just needed a couple minutes. Someone in chat is asking for a wedding invite. Listen, if anyone's getting a wedding invite, it's Lieutenant Dan. Lieutenant, are you free? I'm sorry, Sop Shield, but Lieutenant Dan is gifted enough subs here where maybe he's under consideration. He's gonna sit with my soon-to-be in-laws. You know, you have fun with them, but yeah, I don't know about you, Sop Shield. Yeah, this is gonna be Red Bull if I try and dress as a llama, I suppose. Yeah, pay to win. Pay to win. Honestly, with how many subs he's gifting, maybe instead of doing the mother-son dance at the wedding, we'll do Lieutenant Dan and I. How's that sound, dude? You better get ready. Are you gonna cry with me? Because I'm still probably gonna cry. All right, game 1's about to launch here. Whoa. Hold on. We have YouTube subs. Part-Time Buddha has gifted 50 YouTube memberships. Wow. So we got gifted subs on Twitch. We got gifted subs on YouTube. And it's just flying in over there. Thank you so much, Part-Time Buddha. Part-Time Buddha was the one who started this whole llama nonsense. Thank you, guys. Seriously. Unbelievable support. I don't deserve it, man. But I'll continue to work hard. Hopefully some good entertainment. We've got game number 1 starting in 5 seconds. Get your predictions in. Please don't, to that guy earlier, please don't be upset that I have to talk about the game, okay? It's a tough balance. That's a lot of subs. That's more than I deserve, but I do have to talk about the game. All right? I'm not trying to act as though I do not appreciate the love. Predictions in chat, please. I put in my prediction contest. What do I do for him? I think UK. I couldn't find the Great Britain. In my prediction contest, I put 2-1 for Lewis. That might change, and I'm going to tell you why. Okay, so welcome everybody. This was bugged earlier. It might still be bugged, but let's just give it a shot. Is it going to show everything? Yeah, whatever. You could still find it on there if you look at the bottom. That's a whoopsie on my part. I'm sorry. But you got Group C is what you're looking at. Lewis got 1 win, and he's up against FreakinAndy. FreakinAndy. Now, what did FreakinAndy actually end up having in the first round? I didn't actually look at it, but FreakinAndy's sending in the pressure right now, and he has a game plan against Lewis, and he kills a villager at the start. Wow. So he brings a villager forward here on Monocle, kills a villager from Lewis. This is the last thing you would have expected here for Lewis. Lewis thought he would have a clean Dark Age. But I think it was 1 win for FreakinAndy in the first round as well, so they're pretty much tied. But guys, the meta on this map has been fast feudal, man-at-arm pressure to take the fish. What is a unit that the Mongols get access to that is really good against infantry? Well, actually, that's a trick question, because it could be literally everything. They have the Cav Archers that fire faster. They have the Steppe Lancers. So, I mean, lots of good units in Castle Age that you could utilize. I'm wondering if Andy, especially after killing that Vill, is going to use the hunt bonus, is going to try and go fast castle here. Because you have the deer near your town center. There's also deer on the outside. If he could push in deer on the outside, then push in these deer later, then take the 2 boars. I was thinking about this on the draft. Fast castle could be a real possibility. Now, Lewis is 5% greater efficiency with the Romans. Romans benefit from the double armor upgrade, so the man-at-arm build is really solid. The 5% greater efficiency has a huge effect. It feels like it's more than that on these shorefish maps, too. We'll see if Andy wants to break the meta today. Lewis is a newer player. He was promoted up. This is his first season in Platinum. He's one of a few players who I think is going to stay in Platinum because he's that good. But some of the other promoted players, I haven't had the same feeling. And that's what makes this group really difficult, because usually the promoted players you expect to get sent right back down. But with Lewis, I know it was just one win against ACCM, but he did look really strong. I know he's really prepared as well, so. But I don't think Lewis should shift his game plan. If Andy wants to go fast castle, I think you just have to let him try. There's still lots of potential to punish that. Andy's scout is moving around almost like he wants to see what Lewis is up to. So I think if he was going for the risky fast castle, he would still be out here searching for more deer. He didn't even push in these deer too, so I'm a little interested in what Andy's going to try and cook up here. Thank you, Rabbit. Yeah, no, I agree. That series was 10 out of 10. I know it wasn't as close, but it was really good. Thank you, Emu. For the 10 gifted, we have Rede. Thank you. Silver, thank you for the 3 months. Someone on YouTube asking, are you going to stream here on YouTube after TTL? It depends. I don't want to talk too much about it right now, but basically I think there's some big positives to streaming on YouTube, but there's also some drawbacks as well. And so this Titans League season is a month plus of me testing it out, and afterwards I'll review, and I'll talk to you guys about it. I'll say, this is what I liked about streaming on YouTube. This is what I didn't like streaming about YouTube. This was the drawbacks, if there were any. So I can't really promise anything. It's kind of a wait-and-see situation. But yeah, so far it's been really nice, and I do really appreciate being in front of more people, and I know not everybody, but people do appreciate the YouTube stream option. All right, so this answers our question somewhat. I don't think Andy's going for the fast castle. Still could. He still has the boar. But the barracks timing is not a barracks timing that you would expect for a fast castle. But maybe he just takes the shorefish for as long as possible, and then he just falls back into his base, walls up, takes the boar, and goes up. I don't know. Lewis will have his scout somewhat trapped in here by Andy. And Lewis is going for the build that everyone expected. Going for the meta. Nice walling in this circle here from Andy. He will have the gold safe. And he knows that scout from Lewis is blocked off right now. He does not want Lewis to be able to use that scout. And it's uncomfortable for Lewis right now because he doesn't get to know. He didn't even see the barracks. So he doesn't get to know what's happening. This is the downside of the build. The build's so predictable. Everyone's been going for man-at-arms. Maybe Andy is able to use some creativity here. Lewis baits a garrison there on the town center, which always feels good. Just keep an eye on the food count for Andy. And keep an eye on the pressure from Lewis. Where will he choose to pressure here? He saw the mill. That would be the typical location for the pressure. He escapes with the scout. And Andy just misses the man-at-arms leaving the barracks. He has Mongols, though. He could look for this. He sees the range. He should always expect man-at-arms. I think he's just going to leave now. Yep. Smart. I think it's fast castle. He's still got some meat underneath the TC. He still has a deer to push. He's just giving up the fish. Lewis will go to gold. Lewis will drop the archer range for an archer follow-up. But now Lewis can't pressure. There's no hole there. Lewis isn't actually able to kill villagers. And there's the stable from Andy. This will be fast castle lancers. I don't know how much food eco he's going to have. When you go for the blacksmith in the stable, you then can't buy food and use the market to go up. Feels like Andy really needed a little bit more hunts. I would have liked the market. Dude, Lieutenant Dan! Dude! Stop it, man! Stop it! 100 more. Thank you. But seriously, no. My God. Thank you very much. It's too much. Thank you for supporting Titans League, but also stop supporting Titans League. This is crazy. Andy's, a scout? His scout just got so much value. That felt like 100 subs to Andy right there. That's crazy. That scout is so weak. Lewis is going to be so frustrated with that. That archer should be here right now, pressuring the villagers. This gives Andy a little bit more time. Andy will be happy with that. He won't be happy with how inefficient his eco is and how he hasn't clicked up the Castle Age right away. But he'll drop the tower. He will drop off the food from the berries. I wouldn't hate taking the risk to sneak out here to build shorefish somewhere else. I feel like if you could get 6 villagers on shorefish, oh my goodness. Did you see that? Andy's standing on top of the mountain. Oh my God, dude. Andy's getting some crazy value from the scout. Snipe the archer, block the mill foundation twice. What a nerd. But yeah, he's on the way up. And guys, if he can get a couple Lancers out, Lancers could run directly over here. These villagers are super exposed. It's really hard to wall out the Lancers because the Lancers have the extra range. I think Andy has been in the kitchen cooking something up here. And I really don't think Lewis is expecting this. This could break the feudal age meta on the map. And now Andy he knows the army is here and he just moves out to the shorefish anyways. So now he has the food income. Beautiful play. Sniping the Vill at the start. The scout activity. And the annoyance of it. And all things considered, game plan's going perfectly for him. Lewis will come look. Now Lewis has to bring all of his army over to go punish that now. But in 40 seconds, Andy can make the Lancers. This will take a little bit of time for the Men-at-Arms and Spearmen to get there. And now Lewis is going to find that there's walls from Andy. Look at the scout control, guys. He'll probably lose the scout after I said that, but just a beautiful job to be aware. Because this is all high-risk, high-reward stuff from FreakinAndy. I think he's going to run because he sees the archers coming. That's the right play. If Lewis continued on, though, maybe he would have killed the villager anyways. Yeah, so he decides the walls aren't enough. He will lose his scout. That's the first unit to go down for Andy. Lewis is desperate for damage because he'll be stuck in feudal age for a while. And Lewis kills one Vill, and now he kills two. But now the Lancers are coming. You have a choice now if you're Andy. You can go clear this so you can go take the fish, or you can go immediately to Lewis's base. I really think since you have that much on gold, then you have the market. You don't need to take that food right now, and I think you have to get over to Lewis's base. Lewis has to play damage control. He'll still do as much damage as he can with the archers and the Man-at-Arms, but also protect himself from these Lancers, and here they come. He came this direction immediately. That's such good timing with the pressure. Tower is there to basically just protect the villagers. One villager down already against the Lancer, but the Lancers will still die to spears if you let the Spearmen hit you, so you have to use that one range. That was at least 2 Spearmen hits. That's also 2 villagers down. Lewis still has villagers on shorefish. He also has farms. He has more villagers. He has a smooth economy. He has eco upgrades. Andy, though, has 4 Lancers here already. And Andy, if he can clear this, could probably just move out to the shorefish, no problem. He's opting for bloodlines here. High risk, high reward. I think it's a good approach. I don't know if it'll win the game, but because Lewis is so good with the meta plays, I think this is exactly what you want. And, oh, man, the Lancers should wreck here. The archers are definitely going to go down. There's no doubt in my mind. I think that weak Lancer needs to be saved. Oh, full clear from Andy. Now he can take the fish again. So now he can come take the food. Now the Lancers can move forward. Lewis doesn't have any counter damage. It's just the scout moving around. Does Lewis have an army that can stop these Mongol Lancers? Like, in theory, you could just kind of leave the fish and farm now, but then if your opponent gains the fish and that's super efficient, then your eco starts to fall behind. So I think a mix of both. I think the farms and the berries and the safe economy with a couple villagers on shorefish is fine. And the Lancer is just checking the backside here for Andy. Nice walls here from Lewis. 90 seconds away from Castle Age. I would say maybe making Knights is the best play here for Lewis. Because it's a tanky mobile unit that could catch up to the Lancers. A lot of people would go Pikemen, but the Lancers can still poke them down with that one range. A couple Knights, a couple Monks could make sense. Lewis has managed this pretty well. I look at Twitch chat just to see how things are going, and one guy said, I just pooped myself. That's the first message I saw. I'm sure there was some more insightful comments than that. Sorry to hear about that. Best of luck with, somehow fixing that problem, but what a weird freaking world we live in, dude. Someone could just anonymously say that with no repercussions. Except for, I guess, the cleanup. I don't know. The Lancers are all over. 32 villagers against 34 now. Andy has a lot of food back here, but he only has 7 Lancers. There's still an army from Lewis, and this has gone largely unspotted. Andy doesn't know that Lewis is still making archers. Will he find out? Seems like it. I'm curious on how sneaky Lewis will be. Don't know if he knows about these 3 villas, but you could argue maybe not taking those 3 villas to go out here. Nice walls from Lewis. Obviously, I think that's being too sneaky. I think you probably just kill these 3 villas. But that does give Andy some time to stabilize. But like, what do you do then if you're Andy? He's dropping a town center. He's actually leaving the fish there. And Lewis has the scout on that villager. And now he has the crossbows here. And nice counter damage from Lewis. I think the spearman went down over here. But honestly, Lewis has played very impressive. This is a lot of pressure. He's going to fully abandon the fish, it seems. But Andy now knows about the crossbows. What type of weird monocle game is this? Usually everyone's on the shorefish, but now the shorefish is lava. No one wants to be there. So both players are going to need farms, and at least in Andy's case, he doesn't have any yet. He does have some hunt on the back side. That's a nice town center, but crossbows are an issue, and cav archers could be an issue. Roman cav archers are not the best cav archers ever, but it's certainly better than 0 cav archers. And at least for Castle Age, it's probably fine. I like it because of the mobility. Andy with the Siege Workshop will play in towards Scorpions now. This is full adaptation mode from Andy. This is what he thrives with. Lewis has adapted really well to the pressure. Wondering where Lewis will want a second town center in this game. I feel like down here could be really good if he knew the woodline was there. There's deer, there's gold. You're also near the shorefish. How does Landy? How does Andy take control of the land? How does he turn this game around with the military control? Because he just has a couple Lancers. He's going to be picked apart right now by Lewis's army. Lewis goes for a snipe, doesn't get it. Still has the other army over here, though. Is it too late to try your own cav archers? I feel like that would be really strong. But it seems so expensive. The blacksmith upgrades are costly. The archer ranges as well. He's at the limit with resources. So for now, Andy's just going to boom. Boom and play defense. The cav archers will find the lancers there. There's the siege workshop from Lewis. And Andy doesn't see it. That is a great siege workshop. There's quite a few vills in the woodline there. That'd be a perfect area to pressure. And crossbows are still around from Lewis. I'm just amazed at how easy Lewis has made this look to survive this. Earlier today, I watched a Gold League set where Doubt played Sobek. And Doubt went for Fast Castle Lancers, and it just ended the game against the Romans very, very quickly. That wasn't Mongols there, he was Jurchens, but like... Lewis, just a fine mix of keeping vills on the shorefish and adding the farms. He's very patient. And now the mangonel. Oh, it's actually a ram. I'm not sure I love the ram, but ramming down the market could be okay. Would have preferred a mangonel. I feel like it's got to be mangonel there. But he'll go ram and cav archers on the woodline. Still microing back here. Still microing back here. Lancers went against the tower, and Lewis had to garrison. And now the ram will go for the market. Andy has relied on this market an awful lot this game. But he does have a mangonel on the way now, which could take down the ram. So maybe the market actually survives. Andy has an 8-villager lead. I don't know how he hasn't lost more, because he's been under constant pressure. But the vills, while they might not be efficient, they are still alive. This is where Andy needs his damage control to pay off. He repairs the market. He goes for the mangonel. He gets a snipe. He can repair the market again, and now that ram's a little bit of a waste. Unless Lewis takes it down with the CA. He'll try. Still good micro from Andy. Still super inefficient eco for Andy. He's got 12 villagers inside of that town center. There is a scorpion coming this way, but Lewis is spreading out his units so nicely. Yeah, I just don't like the ram there. Not against Andy. I just think you go for mangonel numbers. You maybe kill the villagers a bit faster. You take down the market anyways. Still, the position is fine for Lewis. I like the second town center. I think it'll be good for him to get more town centers on the outside. That's where most of the wood and gold ends up being. And Scorpion getting some hits. Lancers coming home. All the army in the back for Lewis is going to be pushed away. But Andy does lose his mangonel to the pressure here. Man, there's so much multitasking right now. This is crazy. If Andy remembers this, like right now, the weakness for Lewis is he has no town centers on the outside. If Andy remembers this and just double checks with a couple Lancers again, villagers could go down very quickly. I think there's a key difference in what direction the players are expanding their economies to. I know there's still some wood in the middle and whatnot, but yeah, there's the town center. This Lancer's actually leaving. This Lancer's checking the shorefish. Lewis saw it. So that's fine for Lewis. This is a great town center. And still the siege micro will continue here. Look at the eco upgrades for Lewis. Bowsaw's in. Wheelbarrow's already in. I know Horse Collar is a good upgrade to have, but he doesn't really have that many farms right now. 15 Cav Archers and counting. Bloodlines is in. He's got healthy numbers. Ballistics could come in as well. Andy just can't stop the Cav Archer numbers. He needs to avoid them. So that's a good start. Nice snipe there. CA will simply come home. Lancers had their timing. Crossbows were still here for Lewis. It's a good place to park them because it denies the gold, but he didn't see that town center. There's Horse Collar for Lewis. I like the patience. Just attack the market. Take down the market. Hold this position. You've got control. You have town centers everywhere. And once Andy loses the market, he'll need to build another one. And his eco becomes really imbalanced at the worst time. Market will go down. And once the market's down, I think the mangonel's down as well. Oh, that's patient micro from Lewis. He could just take down the market. The market's 6 HP. Okay, Andy just destroyed his own market, actually. Yep, and then you dive. And then you can take the mangonel. And now you're right on Andy's town center. This is just so difficult for Andy to recover. He tried the risk. Lewis just too good. The micro's just too good. Another mangonel goes down. Another mangonel goes down. Onto the wood line now. Villagers getting massacred. Still just no army for Andy. He's just got siege. 3 town centers for Lewis. I'd love to see a couple vills on the shorefish now. Like 10 vills on the shorefish would be super nice. Because Andy's full focused at home. I don't know if it's needed though. He's ahead in vills now. Has the farms, which is more consistent long term. Andy has 1 mangonel, 2 scorpions, and 2 lancers. I guess in the back of Andy's mind, if he can get to Mangadai completely win the matchup. So that's where he still has some chances here. And there's many of these Cav Archers are weak, so if he can land a couple big shots with the siege, if he can drop a castle and start to make Mangadai wreck the Romans. I don't think Romans have much of an answer if there's triple castle Mangadai production. Not sure where the crossbows went, to be honest with you. But they got cleared up. Maybe the Lancers did it. They have 5 kills. But there's Cav Archers coming this way. There's Cav Archers coming this way from Lewis. Lewis dropping town center number 4. We'll maybe need to end this game before Imp. Early Imp, there's still a window. I think you play towards trebuchets just to take down the Mongol castles. And Cav Archers on both sides. Andy's still playing with 6 army. This is... If I were to describe Andy's playstyle, it's playing with as little army as possible. He gets really good value from his army. But you do need to play in towards numbers. He's keeping good track of this. With ballistics not being in for Lewis, Lewis hasn't killed as much as he maybe should. Yeah, but Lewis will take the Scorpion. Lewis still running around. Lewis still 4 town centers. Lewis getting ballistics, and there's the castle now for Andy. Has to go up. Has to go up. Attack grounds? Attack grounds? No attack grounds. He didn't see it. He noticed too late. And he ran out of gold to repair. He has no gold to repair. Oh, that's so unfortunate. And now the castle's been spotted. And now we'll lose Vills. Oh, no. That's so brutal for FreakinAndy. If he had a little bit of gold to repair, the mangonel probably survives. But just beautiful job from Lewis the entire game to just still keep coming and sending an army to Andy's base. The castle goes up, but it's now 81 villagers against 60. And again, like, I'm looking at the resources for Andy. He never has the res to get upgrades. More villagers coming this way. More villagers getting sniped. He doesn't even have 100 food. So fletching is kind of tough to get. Megadai are good, but they're not that good. You still need lots of upgrades. And now, I think with Lewis's resources rising, he should think about bringing villagers forward. Get a castle up on this hill somewhere. That way you're in position in Imp to just treb this down. Might not even be needed, to be honest. I think his lead is so big, he could probably just play Roman Cav Archers and beat the Megadai. But he will click up. And Lewis forces Andy to tap out. Just look at the difference in the units created there, guys. That was the difference. And Lewis, just so consistent with the army. I think the most impressive aspect of Lewis's play here was just how he dealt with the early pressure. Some players will completely panic and they'll overproduce units in feudal, and then their castle time is really late. Here in this case, Lewis lost a couple vills, but he got some counter damage. His castle age time was still pretty good. It was still 20 minutes. I think it was just that fine balance of 4 to 5 villagers on the shorefish and protecting them, and then the rest of the villagers safe in the eco. I think if you end up playing this map normally, you would have 10 to 15 villagers on the shorefish, but he just adapted his play. And for FreakinAndy, I think is a really good shout, though. I think this just tells you how little confidence he has against Lewis with meta play. The fact that he would draft Mongols and play it this way instead of playing any of the other civilizations and playing into feudal age just tells you how he sees it. So this is why I predicted Lewis pretty high up in this group, guys. A good opening for him. He gets game number 1. But FreakinAndy has Quarry as his home map. I believe he will go for his number 1 pick, Turks. I've seen Turks played once on this, and it was Jordan in Gold League, and it just seems impossible to kill Turks if it goes imp. So that's how Andy's going to see it again. He's just going to play like defense. He's going to try and calculate this, make it to the Imperial Age, and if you make it to the Imperial Age, you have the bombard cannons. Jordan even went bombard towers there. It was really strong. Hold the boar. Thank you for the 28 months. Dude, I just looked over to the left side to see my alerts, and it's just, the whole screen is just still filled with Lieutenant Dan's gifted subs. I can have it minimized if someone gives subs, so it's just one line, but I don't like to do that because sometimes I'll overlook it. So it's 100 lines on my left monitor now. The whole monitor is just Lieutenant Dan. Thanks again, Lieutenant Dan. I think Lewis will go traction trebs here. We'll break it down if he does, but I think traction trebs make the most sense to try and stop the Turks. He's got 2 traction treb civs. It goes woo. Wow. Okay, so get your thinking caps on. Isn't it Woo that has the unique tech that gets the extra projectiles from traction trebs? I think it is. So I was thinking maybe Shu because you have the good archers and traction trebs, but Woo traction trebs are insane. And maybe, just maybe, that's an answer to the bombard cannons. There's good early bonuses for the Woo as well, but Woo is interesting. Thank you again, YouTube. Hello, hello. Thank you, Twitch. 30 seconds till we're in. We have another set after this one. That should be just as close. I think it'll be 2-1. I just don't know for who. It's Mihi against Satau, set number 3 today. I'm not going to look at memes in between games, guys. I'll do it after the set. So if you're submitting memes, we'll look at that later. There's already a bunch of memes here, including 2 that make me look bad. So maybe that was a mistake. But yeah, thanks. Also, Twitch, any issues with quality today? We had some drops yesterday. I have 0 dropped frames on my side, so I guess that answers that question. I changed my Twitch server. It's actually kind of nice to have dropped on Twitch yesterday while simultaneously streaming to YouTube, because it seems like it was a Twitch server issue. So knock on wood there. All right, so I'm really interested. I hope this goes late game. I'm hoping that it does, because this is some big brain time from Lewis Turks has played before in Gold League. Andy has definitely picked Turks. I know they have early game bonuses, but he's likely picked Turks for other reasons. I think his plan is to get to artillery, and if he can get to artillery, get that +2 range on the bomber cannons. But if you get +2 range of bomber cannons, as Andy is walking forward here, and Lewis will not see him, if you get +2 range on the bomber cannons, as Lewis finds the villager with no loom, that gets matched by the traction trebs. Traction trebs don't need any unique techs, and you have 14 range. So I think Lewis understood when he saw Turks that it was going to be playing towards bomber cannons. He then thought, my traction trebs are insane. If we go imp, I get the extra projectiles with the sitting tiger upgrade. And now Andy, because he's worried about that, because he actually thinks his opponent has the better civ maybe, is trying to do something different. That is how I would break this down. Right now, Lewis is hunting for him. And Andy's villager is actually walking on home. Lewis is super paranoid right now. He's like, where is the Vil? And where is the Vil going to go for Andy? Is he just going to walk home now? That would be kind of funny. Ooh, tiny detail. The deer dies right there. So if Lewis looks, he'll see the dead deer and knows the villager went that way. But yeah, I think Andy has just given up on the idea of a sneak. I can't think of any explanation. There's no real bonuses for the Turks to sneak villagers. So I really think that he's worried about the woo. I've unfortunately neglected to get YouTube uploads on this, but there was a player who rose like 300 elo. He would play arena only with the woo. And it's a player who I think is inactive at the moment, but they only got to like 22 or 2300 elo, which obviously is still very high. I talked to them. I said, like, why are you doing this? Like, what do you think about this? And they said, I'm going to keep doing this until they nerf the traction trebs from the woo. They have not nerfed the traction trebs from the woo. Woos very much have the traction trebs, and Lewis gets the villager snipe, and he might even be able to save the scout. That's a very nice adaptation from Lewis. He found the Vil. He killed the Vil. He keeps his scout alive. Thing is, he can't easily push deer. I think that's why Andy was killing multiple deer. He doesn't want his opponent to be able to push. That scout's out there. Andy will just go after it immediately. Yeah, Andy sees it now. And Andy's trying to cut this off. Lewis losing his scout could mean another sneak villager could happen. Oh, that's so close. Dude, jump. Lunge. Do anything. No, he doesn't get it. So scout for Lewis is still out there. And here comes another villager from Andy. Andy might want revenge. They both have loom now. And yeah, Andy goes after the scout. Lewis's micro is really good there. Damn, that's so insane. Okay, he loses the scout anyways. Andy will take that. He'll be happy and he'll back up now. And he sees the barracks. Remember, you can chop through on the sides. Normally we don't see that, but earlier today we did. This is just 50 wood, so if you ever want to sneak on the sides, it's doable. 5 villagers, click them to one tree, and you'll be through in no time. Woo's early game bonuses is typically what we talk about, but I was already skipping ahead to Imp. They have good man-at-arms. Infantry regenerating. Military productions give you a boost of food as well. But Andy should know that's coming because he sees the barracks, and I think Andy will just full wall now. It doesn't have great scouting of his own base, though. But what you miss, Andy's scout has been forward the whole time. He probably had to use a villager to go get his sheep. But he scouts the wood line. He's going to go for the walls now. But guys, I cannot say enough about how prepared it makes Lewis look that he chose to go for Woo here. And I can promise you, it's not even a guess. He did it because he knows Turks will go artillery bomber cannon. And it was the #1 pick, and he labbed out that Woo could match it. It's actually crazy. So I'm excited to see it. I really hope this game doesn't end before the Imperial Age. I hope it goes imp, but there's a lot of game to play. Lewis will still go for some early initiative. He's on the way up. Has the barracks, so I'd expect the man-at-arms. But like we said, Andy expects that. Andy also drops off the food. Very nice game from both players. But Andy just later to the food than he would have wanted here. He's actually late to his second building, though. He doesn't have a mill, and he doesn't have the barracks yet. So he has to add another Vil. I think he added this extra Vil solely because he didn't have the food. Now he'll drop off food, and try and click up, but he can't because his building isn't completed. And now he has to add another Vil. That's kind of rough. Against man-at-arm timing, that's a bit brutal. The barracks does count as the second building. The mill will as well. Barracks will be up so he can click up. It's not the end of the world, but... If Lewis has a very clean follow-up with an archer range, Andy is man-at-arms, and maybe arson, he's got a lot of time here. I don't think there's any holes. Andy would never have a hole in his walls. Famous last words, but I think he will always check. That's him checking right there. He clicked behind the wall. Villager couldn't get out, so there's no holes. Lewis is 4 men-at-arms. Lewis doesn't know what he's running into because he lost the scout, and he will find the walls here. You kind of want to find houses because it's a bigger target to pressure, but you also want to pressure near where the berries are because that's the only thing on the front. Lewis will go with the tower. Andy does not see that tower, but it is just a 1 villager tower. I think Andy's plan is just to drop a house there. Or he'll just drop another palisade, and now the scout comes out, and now he sees the tower. Whoa, sorry about that. Sorry, that if I hold in the Fog of War hockey, it becomes a rave. Hopefully no one's watching with epilepsy. Walls are going down. Man-at-arms will be through. Andy just trying to delay this tower a little bit. And then once he's in feudal, he can build his own tower. And he will drop his own tower there. Tower that doesn't fully protect his berries, but he has to keep himself alive because he has no army right now. Nice pressure from Lewis. The best part about the pressure from Lewis is it's all calculated. He didn't overcommit with Vils. His economy looks really smooth behind. He'll notice this as well and potentially kill the scout, and he does kill the scout. So nice pressure from Lewis. This is exactly what he wants. And now he's forced to tower. What does Andy accomplish with this tower? He keeps the army out in one position. He still can't take the berries. Now Lewis could just attack the houses and have the archer follow up anyways. So I really like the position for Lewis. And I think he'll be happy with it too, because when he compares himself with Andy, he'll feel like he's the better standard player. Andy's still, again, just opting for low army numbers, lots of walls, lots of risk-taking. And he'll drop a blacksmith now. Arson is already in for the man-at-arms, though, so these houses are going down quickly. This is what I meant before. You can group up all your man-at-arms on one house, and it can go down so fast. There's 2 archers for Lewis. Third's on the way. It's 2 archers for Andy. Third's on the way. But third is like 80% away from being produced. Lewis is already producing his 4th behind this. Typical Andy, though. He's still able to hold. He does have good eco upgrades. He does have the additional Vil. And he's defending. So this is where it gets rather complicated because from Lewis's perspective, he's just hitting walls. And there's a way to get through. You can go to the sides and you can chop this. But if you loop your army around, if your army's no longer actively fighting Andy, Andy's then going to expect it, and Andy's going to go over there and double check the sides. So Andy doesn't have any reason to go double check that right now because the army's always here. And now another tower from Lewis. I like that. He needs to break in. Like with this much army, he needs to get value from it. This is also a good area to pressure because that's Andy's stone. Andy will see that. There's not too much he can really do about it, except micro his archers. He does know about this other stone in his base if he wants to take it. But yeah, Lewis can run in now. But it's a heavy micro game. Lewis still doesn't have double bit axe. He doesn't have horse collar for any of his farms. Andy has horse collar for all of his farms. He has good archer numbers. He gets a pick off on the archer there. That's huge. And honestly, I think Andy has the numbers to be able to take this fight right now. He doesn't seem to have the confidence that he can, but that's 3 archers there. About to be 4 for Lewis. There are 6 for Andy. I think he just expects that Lewis's micro will be good enough and that tower is going to complete. I don't think you can let this tower rush go any further right now. If the tower rush goes one step further into your base, it's close to all the farms. It's close to where all the golds are too. You just can't let him get much further than this. These towers could still be pushed back eventually. It's the next few towers that would be the issue. Andy has armor on his archers. Lewis doesn't. And so the armor will maybe make a little bit of a difference. Beautiful micro from both. Andy dropping the market. If you're going market, ideally you have a bit more on gold so you can buy and sell. Doesn't have a lot on gold right now. He's actually sending villagers to batter down this tower in the middle. We'll see if he gets that down, but that could be a good position to clear up. There's a lot of gold in the middle long term. Being the Turks, you might want that, but I think Andy wants a counter tower here. I think he'll sell off his wood, and I think he'll buy his own tower. I think he has to, but it's a little late. Maybe he's just buying his way to Castle Age. Just really feels like Lewis is so much military control. And Andy can never counterattack because Lewis is fully walled as well. And, oh, the man-at-arms come over. Man-at-arms came back. Snipe a villager there. That's such a good tower from Lewis. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 farms that basically can't work now. That's so good. Andy will take this tower down anyways, though. But now his army's out of position, and Lewis is hoping to dive again. And Lewis is playing really sharp, guys. Andy is as well. It's just a style difference. If Andy can get to Castle Age, he can play Light Cav against the Skirms, Siege against the Skirms. I'd like to see him just put some of his archers inside this tower to shoot this tower down. There's the stable. But losing 5 active farms is just so brutal here. And not being able to really do much with your archers except defend against an army of skirmishers and towers also feels rough. But I've seen Andy in these positions before. He could definitely get his way out of it. He's being patient. He's getting wheelbarrow. Market goes up for Lewis. He'll buy and sell some res. Again, Andy after that tower. But Lewis is just calmly repairing it. And he has man-at-arms inside the tower. What a save from Andy, though. Like, that's crazy. Look at that block. That's why Andy can be so comfortable playing defensive. Because most people lose 2 villagers there. He doesn't even lose 1. Oh, God. But the army dives. The army dives for Lewis. It ran by. And all the archers are going to die now. That's fine for Lewis. He used the moment to run past the town center. And Andy thought that he would never do that. And he'd respect the arrows from the town center. But there were no villagers to garrison. Andy will lose almost all of his archers. He does, though, get some quick walls. And now the skirms are exposed against the scout. Oh, hold on. It just comes down to what army's alive after this. They're both going to lose a lot of army. I think all the skirms are going to die. Do you take that trade if you're Andy? That might actually be okay. You trade all the archers for all the skirms. It's just a couple leftover man-at-arms. You have the walls. You still have some archers. You could still reach Castle Age at a decent time. They both just traded their ranged armies against each other. I think that's okay for Andy. I think it was a great play from Lewis to try and dive in there. But again, Andy's damage control when things get kind of difficult is just one of the best in the game. It's just a completely different world when Andy's playing AoE2. Completely different rule set. The scouts will move out this way. Scouts will snipe the man-at-arms. Scouts will snipe the archer as well. This tower will go down. That'll be a villager down for Lewis most likely too. All the archers and the villager could die. Andy's on the way to Castle Age, but Lewis coming in with another tower. Man, what a game. What a game. I can't help but feel like if Andy would have done everything else exactly as he had, but sent 2 villagers to this stone earlier in the game, he could have had a couple defensive towers of his own. That's one of the key things against the tower rush, is you build your own defensive towers to stop them from gaining ground. This is a lot of ground that Lewis has gained. Denying this stone, basically denying this gold. It's just so awkward right now. Andy has to build another blacksmith. I didn't realize he lost his blacksmith. Where was this blacksmith? Can you guys remind me? Was it over here? It was probably right here. And it just went down through all the chaos. Gate's going to go down. He doesn't have a tower here. This army could actually be a problem. He does still have some archers. I guess there's not as many skirms anymore. But yeah, here's to hoping we get to Imp. I would love to see Imp from here. Bombard cannons against traction trebs could be super fun with the unique techs. Lewis has an untouched economy. Lewis can boom here, no problem. Feels like Andy will be spending a lot of his time trying to push back these towers. We had a pause. Maybe you just play patient here if you're Lewis. And I find Lewis is a pretty patient player in general. Just like, you don't really need to push that much more right now. I feel like you hold this position, you probably win the game long term. So just take your time. Andy will get the light cav upgrade for free, but that means basically nothing when you only have one unit. He'll drop a siege workshop. He'll reach Castle H faster. He'll go for crossbow. He'll go for bodkin. Lewis knows the upgrades are about to come in. But yeah, that's so nice. Just get a couple kills before the upgrades come in. Also space and box out those archers so you can complete this tower. If Lewis can mix in a couple of Jean Swordsmen, it could honestly end the game. Jean Swordsman into the woodline and the gold would be incredibly strong here. Just as one barracks and one archery range. The whole game, one barracks and one archery range. Just so good. So smooth from Lewis. Wouldn't have actually hated longsword. You have 5 man-at-arms, but John Swordsmen are better when you know there's archers out. Now Andy needs to somehow push back this line of towers. He will drop the second town center. It's almost like he just remembered that stone is there. Because he could have been heavy on stone for a castle, too. Like for a castle drop or defensive castle. Lewis needs guard tower here. Losing these towers is unacceptable. You need a university and you need guard tower. If you have guard tower, you are not getting pushed back off this. And as you can see, Andy's siege micro is insane. So getting close to this is tough. Andy positions his archers in the back, knowing if the infantry dives, the archers will get the hits. And then he's repairing the siege perfectly. There's another mangonel. I don't know about that from Lewis. You got to respect Andy's strengths here. Andy loves the siege. Jean Swordsman goes in, though, and will the siege go down? The knights aren't attacking? I think they'll get it. Yeah, that's fine for Lewis. It keeps the tower up. Keeps the tower standing. Villagers are going down. And now another town center in the back from Lewis. Still think university would be epic here. But if you don't need to get guard tower and you still hold the position, you're getting away with so much more. Andy is starting to realize he's not going to be able to deal with this. And this is where Andy might get desperate. I would love to see a cut through here. 5 villagers taking down the reeds. A little counterattack into Lewis's base where Lewis isn't prepared for it could be strong. But what a game from Lewis. To deal with the forward villager initially. To apply consistent pressure to get this many towers. And now he has the economy as well. He is so well prepped, guys. It's extremely rare to see a player get promoted up from the lower league and actually be this much of a threat. But Lewis has been the guy so far this season. There's been a couple other players, obviously, who could turn it around. You got Lucho and Sizcon out there. Lucho and Sizcon, very good players, I felt, coming into this. Mihi has also done a really nice job. He was a promoted player from Golds. But Lewis is quality, and I know, and I talked to him yesterday, he's extremely prepared, and he practices a lot. He's taken this very seriously. Okay, here it is. If I had to guess, I would say the play for Andy is going to be Cav Archers this direction into a castle drop. The only way Lewis loses this, well, maybe I'm exaggerating, but I feel like the key for Lewis right now is outposts on the sides. You can have no surprises here. You have full control over this game otherwise. You're controlling your opponent's golds. You've got the towers. You've got the town centers. I mean, so many good things here. I don't know how Andy's not dead, by the way. Like, how is Andy still in this game? He saves the monk there. That's crazy. How is Andy still only behind by 8 villagers when he's been pressured this much? Someone says, what's the criteria for promotion, T90? And then someone replies with, T90 judges how much you practice and promotes you. Yeah, don't listen to chat. If you're in Gold League, there's 4 groups just like Platinum. The top of each group gets promoted, auto-promoted, and then second and third place go to playoffs into a best of 5 to get promoted. So in Lewis's case, he won his group. He got auto-promoted to Platinum. But you're absolutely right about one thing, random chatter. I do judge people if they're not prepared. And both these guys are playing very well right now. This is a hell of a game. Okay, it just dawned on Lewis that he needs to maybe think about the sides. And he might just be looking for relics more than anything. But here he is. He'll find the Cav Archers over there. And he'll lose that monk. And no conversion either. And the villager will go down. And this is where Andy, if he wants gold, he can get gold here. If he wants the pressure, he can get the pressure here. And still Andy has to defend. And he's doing such a good job of it. I don't know how, but he's pushing down the towers. I really think Lewis needed guard tower. Guard towers should always stop Mangonel push. Now he's adding his own siege back here. The Cav Archers run into the town center. The conversions from Andy are just insane. He just took down all the rams. Always has his siege positioned perfectly. He also took down a tower. What are you supposed to do against the Cav Archers now if you're Lewis? He had the walls and he had the map control, but with the cut through, Andy's found some real potential here. Lewis hops out with his own siege. Gets some hits. Not bad. The tower still stands. He can always add more siege as well. And Andy might want to just run to the middle, honestly. Run to the middle, get a castle there, instead of going this direction. Lewis has added scorpions here. He's going to castle there? Okay. Well, if you want to get rid of the towers, a castle would do it. And there's no army here and no villagers here, so a castle will actually complete. Nice micro from both. Monks won't go down, though. This is going to get cleared. Wow. Guys, this game is so sick. This is a dream of a game. Because we want Imperial Age, right? We want Imp to find out if the Wu Traction Trebs are a good reason for this Civ choice. We'll probably get there. We've had so many different things happening in the game. We've had the chops on the side, which Andy might regret in a second. We've had man-at-arms, archers, scouts, monks, siege, John Swordsman. Like, every single unit you could think of, except for a couple here or there, have been played. Andy's defense has been incredible. How he ended up retaking this is beyond me. Maybe Lewis could be criticized for not getting guard tower, but also at the same time, Lewis has played incredible himself. He's bringing his army back over here. He's got a 20 villager lead. He is on the way to Imperial. Which is why the Wu are picked. It's also why the Turks are picked. A little army over here will get pushed back. And Andy, he just built his castle with a lot of vills. He has a lot of idle time with villagers still inside the castle. His food eco has not been nearly as efficient as Lewis. Lewis is 47 on food back here. What do you make with the traction trebs, I wonder? I'm going to be disappointed if Lewis doesn't get the unique tech. This is very strong. The traction trebs and Lu Xuan get additional projectiles, and their ships are also really broken. But it's just not something that many people are aware of because we haven't had many scenarios where the Wu play out into late game on water. You could go... I mean, fire archers don't feel very strong. So maybe you play like Halb, Hussar, Traction Treb. Just kind of play units that don't cost gold, then spend... You want to get to like 15 Traction Trebs that are always protected, and then I don't think you can lose. You have to play a very campy style with them. Andy coming back in this direction is important. Also, all that gold in the middle, very important. I don't think Lewis has a game plan to do anything fast in early Imperial Age. He's just now getting some upgrades on Cav. Love the outpost over here. Could easily chop through and just raid Andy over on this side. I know Andy has the castle, but Imp upgrades change things. And now Andy will see Imp, and Andy's going to be like, huh? He's Imp? Because Andy hasn't even clicked up. Great pressure from Lewis. Lots of army from Andy. I think Andy has plenty of time to balance out his eco. Will this area be the key? Andy can just use the market. And then he can click up to Imp. And he gets chemistry right away so he can get bombard cannons right away. But traction trebs are just better. You don't need chemistry for it. You can make it right away. And it's 14 range out of the box, guys. The bombard cannons, you need to spend 1,200 reds to get to 14 range. More upgrades flying in from Lewis, who's still got a booming economy. I think the patience he showed is because he's practiced, because he's tried this before, and he knows how good the matchup's going to be. Otherwise, if you're against Turks, you're kind of worried. And you're trying to do too much too early. This is sick. There goes Andy on the way to Imp. So yeah, Traction Trebuchet. This was added in a recent DLC. The initial opinions on it, some people thought this unit was horrible. I think that they jumped the gun on that statement. People were saying that they were bad and they didn't do enough damage against buildings and stuff, which, I mean, sure, they did a little less damage against buildings than other things, but the 14 range is ridiculous. But you need patience. You know how I say do not trickle treb for regular trebs? It's the same with traction trebs, but you need to even have more patience with it. Lewis is chopped over here. He's dropping a gate. That might be denied, though. And that villager going through to build the outpost will probably get sniped. I think it sounds ridiculous, but wait for 12 here on this map. Because with the unique tech, it's busted, man. I'm telling you. It's so good. And you match the range of the Turks. He's going for He Guang now. He's going to get Sitting Tiger. The Sitting Tiger is the upgrade we're talking about. So he came prepared, like we expected. Imp upgrades are going to be in for the He Guang. They have +6 attack right now. And the Pierce armor is not bad either, considering these are still Castle Age Cav Archers. If you watch the shots from the traction trebs, you'll see the additional projectiles in there. That's what that tech does. And he's got a lot of monks back here, so I think Lewis needs to back up. Also, fighting with Cav and choke points is really awkward. Like this from Lewis, taking the gold in the middle. Oh, man. Oh, man. Careful with the Cav Archers here. Lewis is going to dive. Lewis is diving. And he has critical upgrades on the way right now. Lewis is taking fights before these units get close to maxed out. They don't have the additional HP. It's not a heavy Cav Archer yet. They do have chemistry in, of course. But he's just sending it. Is he overextending a little bit? Is he lacking patience? I'm not too sure yet. It's still only a couple traction trebs. He does have the gold in the middle, and he is going to drop a castle there. What a game. Both players are walled on this side, but that's not enough walling. You can still just chop in there at any point. And the castle is canceled. The traction trebs get misclicked a little bit. Turks also get camel, and there's a lot of gold left on this map. So getting access to camel gives you that option too with the Cav Archers. I think going for bombard cannons and Cav Archers is kind of tricky. Wow, Lewis, I don't know about that, guys. He's throwing a lot of his units away. It's purely for position on the map, though. He feels like if he can get this castle up, that his traction trebs can't be stopped. Imagine if Andy cuts through here. All of this is raidable. The castle's on the way. It's still only 2 traction trebs. Still no heavy Cav Archer upgrade for Andy. Still no artillery upgrade for Andy. So his bombard cannons still do not match the range of the traction trebs. Castle goes up for Lewis. Let's check the amount of gold left. Okay, so there's 17k, but importantly, 9k is in the middle. So Lewis having any villagers there is huge. Yeah, look, the bombard cannons now just can't go after the castle. Because if they do, they could get rocked by the additional 2 range from the traction trebs. And the Cav Archers can't get in close because of the presence of the castle. It's really uncomfortable for Andy. To have to spend 1,200 resources to match the range of the traction trebs feels very painful right now. But heavy Cav Archer being in could be the difference maker. The skirms for the Wu lack the final armor, so Cav Archers could wreck them. And Andy does such a good job at keeping his units alive. Imagine if Lewis just sneakily cut through here and raided with Cav in the north right now. Lewis should realize that Andy only has 1 castle. Still only 3 traction trebs from Lewis. He's building up towards the middle. Elite Skirm will get mixed in with the Haiguang. He has the additional relic. Eventually, if Turks run out of gold, Turks will struggle. Bombard cannons come this direction. Andy adding more walls. How is Andy not dead? How has Andy stayed alive this entire game? 10,000 resources behind. And he'll get artillery, and he'll take down Lewis's castle. What do we think about this castle? You see, what this might be is a traction treb cut. I think you can also use the traction trebs, unlike bomber cannons, to take trees. Maybe that's what Lewis is about to do here. Big shot could come in. With the Sitting Tiger upgrade, the traction trebs do all right damage against these cav archers. Andy wants to get in close. He tries, and then there's skirmishers and cav there, and he has to back up. But yeah, you can chop down these trees with the traction trebs and be right into the eco. But if you do that, Andy can also leave through that path. Andy is stonewalling this side. Andy's hoping for Hussar and Bombard cannons. The traction treb's still firing from distance. Andy's been under pressure the entire game. Guys, the difference in the group standings based on this game is insane. It is truly insane. Like, if Lewis wins this game, he's got 3 wins and Andy's on 1. It seems extremely unlikely Andy is going to be able to recover 2 wins with how Lewis is. He needs to tie this up. This is his home map. He's building a castle here. His bombard cannons have shifted around to do the same thing he did before. Which army is superior here? I don't really know. We have heavy Haiguang. He hasn't even had heavy? He hasn't even been fully upgraded yet. That's something I neglected to realize. It's clearly something that he neglected to realize as well. The castle for Andy is going to be on fire. He'll instantly repair it, but he's holding, guys. He's somehow holding here. The castle will go down. The 1 traction treb's getting hit. Both players will lose their castles, though. Wow, what a game. Lewis still has all this gold. He still has good trash units. He could still make skirmishers. Turks can't make skirmishers. Andy is running out of gold in his base. I'm seeing about 1,300 gold there. I don't know if he has anything more than that. He is on the clock. Lewis. His cav do a lot of damage output. They lack HP, so all of his units will die to the cav archers and the bomber cannons if they get rocked. But again, the traction trebs are just always there. Always keeping things competitive. You just have to be careful now because Andy's micro with the bomber cannons has been crazy. I feel like if Andy's micro wasn't this good, he'd be dead. So long ago. We would have never seen him. But he consistently takes better fights. Lewis has consistently had the better position, whether it be the better economy or just the towers and stuff. But again, Andy sneaks in with some hussars, snipes the traction treb. Bombard cannons, sniping more traction trebs. Cav archers and hussars taking down the skirms. Another castle from Lewis could be wasted. He could soon be castleless in the middle with only 1 castle at home. Then he could be raided to death. And in these late game scenarios, you need to keep every cav archer alive. And Andy has done that. This group of cav archers has 60 kills. This is all the Black Forest games and arena games from Andy. He loves these late game scenarios. Look at the micro, dude. Where are the traction trebs? Lewis is sick of this. Lewis will dive now to take the bombard cannons. But at what cost? And will he even get them? I don't know if he'll get them, guys. He hasn't microed them down. Oh, no. Lewis realized that things weren't going his way. He decided to send it. He loses his whole army. Bombard cannons survive in the back as well. And now there's a trebuchet from Andy. And now it's Andy's time. What a hold. How is Andy not dead? Lewis has done so much this game to have the map. Feels like Andy's been in his base the entire game. But he picked the Turks for this. He picked the map because of his strength with this style. And that castle's gone. Castle's down. Castle's down, and critically, he saves the bomber cannons again. crazy stuff. He's dealt 5k damage with these 4 cannons. More Hussar upgrades coming in as well. He hasn't had Blast Furnace, so they'll get even stronger. I think Andy feels like this is his moment, and he's going to use what little golden stone he has remaining to start to drop the Bombard Towers. And he clearly believes he's about to win the game, because look at how many villagers are exposed here. Wow. I thought Lewis had it. Maybe not having heavy on his Haiguang for a while was the issue. Maybe not leaning into more traction traps and more patience was the issue. But FreakinAndy has held on so well here. He's thinking, how can I lose? I'll get raided on the sides. He's walling up there. What a game. What a game. Guilds now from Andy as he's about to run out of gold, but he's got the gold in the middle now. So no, he's got gold. And with guilds, he can just sell. Sell off some additional wood, sell off some additional golds. Or, I guess, wood and food to get golds, obviously. Buy more stone for more Bombard Towers. The towers now have 13 range. And all of Lewis's production are on the front. Of the gold that's remaining, 95% of it is in the middle. And 3 relics is just simply not going to be enough gold income for Lewis. He does have a little bit of gold left in his base, but it's what gold units can he actually make? I thought the traction trebs were the reason for the pick. They seemed strong, but Andy just did such a good job at waiting and sniping them and being patient. Remember, it was like 55 on food for Lewis and 25 for Andy at a certain point. Andy's never been ahead with resources collected, but he's always been ahead with the KD. Black Forest players will tell you, you just don't stop Turks when they get here. If Turks have gold, if Turks can make Bombard Cannons and Bombard Towers, you can never push them. Maybe Traction Trebs could be the key, I guess. But I'm inclined to think that if Andy didn't die before, he's not going to die now. He backs up with his Cav Archers. Still dropping more towers over here. Still will be taking down all these buildings. And still is slowly mining the gold. Also, love the monk in there, healing up the army. Lewis almost treated his Haiguang like they were Hussars earlier. Now he's got Hussar. Now he can lose his units and be okay with it. It is a trash unit. Nice quick walling from Andy. The Bombard Cannons are being chased down. Lewis maybe has one more push in him. He needs to take down those cannons. And he needs to take down the Cav Archers. And yet again, he just can't get to them easily. He does have 90 on food. So, like, he's not going to stop spamming the Hussars. But I feel like if this castle's broken, it's over. Because Andy can be into his eco and there's no protection. There's just farming eco exposed everywhere there. And Andy's military count is too high. He's mixing in the rams. He's pushing back the traction trebs. Look at the difference in value destroyed at the bottom for me right now. And if you don't say whoa or wow or holy crap, or I don't know, whatever you want to say, I don't know what you're looking at, because that's insane. 60k value destroyed against 33k value destroyed. It's just been the engagements for Andy. All the tiny details. The walls, the castle positions, the repairs, the monk healing up, the Cav Archers. So many things that other high-level players just don't do. Andy's a unique one. And it's why he's given some issues to some stellar players in Titans League in the past. Still believe in the traction trebs. I still really like the Wu choice. But Andy with Turks is just a completely different animal. He's completely comfortable in this position. He'll lose his Bombard Cannons, but the Hussars get in, guys. And this is what we've been waiting for. The second that Andy gets any eco damage in on Lewis, Lewis is cooked. He loses another traction treb. He'll start losing his vills. He'll lose his relics. No potential for a side raid here. No potential for a side raid here. And this is going to be 1-1. And this will be a nice little boost of confidence for Andy as well. Because maybe after the first game, he felt like he took too many risks. But now he might think, well, I'm okay with the risks. Because if I can play my game, if I can survive against that meta play, I can beat anybody. This is a great game from Lewis. Lewis won't want to call it for the same reason Andy didn't when he was pretty far behind. You got to try. Every win matters. But you can't kill the death ball. This group of 32 Cav Archers have 140 kills. The Bombard Towers have 21. Andy's still got plenty of gold there. And the GG's called. What a game. It's hard for me to sit here and really say that Lewis didn't play fantastic this game, right? Like, sometimes the game ends and you're like, man, so-and-so should have done this. So-and-so could have done that. It felt like Lewis worked so hard this game to hold the map control. He always had the economy lead. I'm curious on what that looks like now. And even that's pretty good, but he just could not stop FreakinAndy from getting to his death comp. I do still think, again, I don't want to be overly critical of Lewis because I think all the applause should go to FreakinAndy. That was an incredible game. I do still think that Lewis needed guard tower. Would you agree, chat? I just think he thought the game, he thought he was so far ahead and he didn't need it. But he had like 5 or 6 towers here. And the fact that he never got guard tower was crazy. Now, he might have done it, but then he had a headache to deal with in the north. That cut through from FreakinAndy definitely changed his focus a little. So I think Andy did a great job at surviving. But man, imagine if you went guard tower. The reason you don't go for guard tower is you want the town centers for vills. But dude, like those towers were in such a good position. If this gets upgraded, Andy's cut off from all of these resources for a very long time. So I still just kept watching this game and I was thinking, how is Andy not further behind? I just didn't understand it. This was so much pressure. Look at the stats right now. 5 villager lead for Lewis. Okay. He's got crazy eco upgrades. He's on 3 TCs, about to be against like 3 TCs. But like, he's got no momentum here. He's got no control over this game. And somehow all this gets cleared up. I just don't understand it. There were so many fights here in early castle, which were crazy value from him. Getting conversions and like big seed shots and stuff. It's just only FreakinAndy can do that. And that's why only FreakinAndy plays so defensive at times, because he can win. But yeah, this was a clear swinging moment in the game when he had Cav Archers in this way. Because that allowed him to then build this castle. There was no army from Lewis. And yeah, Lewis lost full control. I also think in that scenario, your hussars are basically siege snipers. They're raiders and they're siege snipers. And I would have loved to see the 15 to 20 traction trebs. And instead of spending gold on the heavy Haguang, I would just go hussar there. But the Turk Cav Archers and Turk Bombard Cannons are so tough to get to. It's so tough to kill. FreakinAndy ties it up. I cannot tell you how happy it makes me to see that people are actually cutting the sides on this map. We created this map years ago, okay? And nobody's been doing that crap. Took a couple years, but finally people are chopping those trees. It used to be 100 wood when the map was first created. We made it 50 wood just so people would think about it a little bit more. And now that's 2 quarry games today where we've seen people actually do it. So thank you to the players for making the most of the maps. And sometimes you get a little too tunnel visioned and you think more so about the middle, but the sides can be really valuable. And another map coming up now. It's going to be Slopes, 30 seconds. That was a long game. So Twitch and YouTube, you guys will have an ad break. Thanks again, everybody, for all the subs and support on both platforms. We've had gifted subs. We've had new subs. We've had some donuts flying in on both platforms. So thank you to everyone watching on YouTube. I've got my YouTube chat here. I got my Twitch chat here. I got my alerts here. I got my streaming program here. I got a stat there, stat there. It's a crazy setup we've got, all for Titans League and AoE too. So I'm actually still a little bit overwhelmed because it's so much, but like overwhelmed in a good way, you know? Hopefully the cast has been good. We'll mix it up over the next month and bring in different casters, and I know we'll have different maps, and I know that the intensity of the level's only going to get better and the games will only get better, but really do appreciate you guys so much, all right? Thank you, John. Thank you, Rudy. Thank you, Grap, but here we go, game 3. So both of these players got 1 win from their opening rounds. Both players wanted more today, and now it is 1-1. So I think Lewis, if he were to lose this game, Lewis would be especially frustrated because he might feel as though he could have won the previous one. But this one win could be the difference between playoffs, survival, thousands of dollars, and of course, potentially fighting deep from the tournament. We have Jurchins for Andy. I'm inclined to think that Andy is going to possibly take a risk here. Because game one, he went for a Lancer Civ, which is good with fast castles, and he tried fast castle Lancers. Could happen again here. Jurchins is a good Civ if you want to play standard on the map, and play in towards scouts, and play in towards cav archers, play in towards some fire lancers. They actually have a lot of sneaky options. They also have the grenadier unit. And I think having those options is good against Lewis, because Lewis, while he is very prepared, I don't think he's training with anyone that plays like Andy, right? He's probably training with players that are very similar to how he sees the game. Lewis is Persians. This was his #1 pick. Crazy good Civ for playing into scouts and knights and archers. And he's got the 2 on wood on the back. Reminder on slopes. You've got the ibex on either side. And then beyond that, you've got 1,400 food of hares and shorefish. Here is one of the hares. I think he's got an itch. Yep. I predicted that. I predict he's going to have an itch in the same ear in about a second. Oh, man, that's a really itchy ear. You feel... Oh, man. Geez. Okay, it's over now. Is it always the left ear? I don't know. Let's find out. Well, now he's moving again. I feel like I'm kind of committed. We'll come back to him. Anyways, the point is, there's food here, and that food becomes really valuable if you want to take the risk. And that also means the players are going to need to scout. So Andy will scout this side. He won't see anything here, but he doesn't see the ibex, so he knows that Lewis pushed one. If Lewis wants to push the other one, he'd have to come back over here. 4 on wood for Andy. That could be a lot of things. It could still be the fast castle I mentioned. Could also mean for an early barracks. And Lewis himself is actually going to go for the early barracks. And Andy, if he keeps going this direction, will actually find it. Yeah, so he'll see that. That's a nice find. That's not a typical opening for the Persians. A T90, can you read the future from chicken livers in AoE 2? No, I can't. What a weird question, but thanks for thinking I could, I guess. Also, thank you, Dr. Hamburger, first-time chatter on Twitch. When I zoomed in on the hair, said finally good content. So, you're welcome. Happy to help out. Andy will drop his own barracks. I think he'd just try and match and just do the same builds if he knows the militia are going to be coming forward. The idea here is to stop the early walls. It's especially good against someone like Andy, because Andy likes the walls. It's also good if villagers would ever be on the shoreline here. Both players only pushed in one of the ibex from the side, and they're promoting scouting, so... Hello, MBL. This is T90. Can you read? Question mark. Yes, I can. I can also hear, and MBL, yesterday I was casting with Lewis, and he was quite critical. He said, I'm going to be nice about it, but sometimes MBL can be quite stupid. And I said, that's your nice version? Okay. So, MBL, this is now your time to respond. I know you guys are friends, and it was mostly jokes, but I'm not sure if you heard that. I'm sure chat would be very interested in what you have to say about that. Here come the militia. Does Lewis know that militia are coming? He does not, because he's focused on his target areas. He looked here. No villagers. He's going to go this way, but he is going to find a militia just passing, bro. And now Andy's like, oh, okay. And now they both find out what the other's done, but Lewis, this is all about the setup. MBL doesn't seem too bothered by that. Lewis, hoping to click up the feud ledge immediately after this. He takes the fight. Nice fight for Andy. Andy will be fine with his fight. Very nice engagement. He did make the additional militia, so that's additional investment. And yo, hello? Are you guys retiring or what? Oh, is he going to heal them? I think he's going to heal them inside the town center. You cowards! You go back out there with your friend. That's very freaking Andy of him to do. He is going to heal the militia inside of the town center. So they're ready for round 2. All right. Well, Andy will send villagers this way. Look for the side resources. Lewis will do the same. Wow. The heal rate is not very fast. If you look down at the bottom left, you can barely tell it's even going up, but it is something. But dude, the scouting is so fun. Again, the players have been delivering for me, man. Like, but what I envision for the maps, what I love about these maps, it's actually been coming to fruition. This is a dream. I mean, it's wild. Andy scouted this, so you should be able to see if a deer dies. You can see that if the deer or the rabbits die. You can't see if the fish are being taken. But if you look there and the rabbits are bumping around like that, there's probably villagers there. That's not easy for him to confirm yet. And now he will lose the scout. So Lewis will kill the scout. Now, from Lewis's perspective, he still has his scout. But then he definitely knows. This is already confirmed because he can see the dead hares. I actually think I would propose that the devs change it so you can't know if the hunt is dead without rescouting it. But with how the game has always worked, you can always tell if a scouted area with hunt, if an animal has died. Here come the militia who got healed up a little bit. And they're ready to go. They're refreshed, had a coffee, and here we go. He doesn't know what Lewis is going for because he lost his scout. And it's not that common to see scouts, but now he sees 2 scouts and now he knows. So 2 militia into scouts from Lewis. I like the build. But hey, Andy at least trades some HP here. Andy behind this will be going archers. And Andy should recognize these villagers might need to move to safety. That's the downside for Andy, is Lewis has a lot of time. As I explained the other day, though, it used to be with the definitive edition. If you had a gold scouted, like this gold, and someone was taking it, the animation on the gold, the graphics of the gold would change over time. And then they rightfully changed it so you don't get to know if someone's taking the gold without scouting. I think it should be the same for hunt. It's wild to me, though. Like, Lewis, we say all this. Lewis goes over here. The hares are gone. So I think he's just gone for an incorrect play here, guys. He's just gone the wrong direction. Like, if he sends his scouts here, he kills Vils. There's only 1 spearman there. Here he comes. Andy will know this, though. And Andy might need to brace himself. And actually, scouts are going to go in this way. And I think Lewis has got to be happy with the amount of control he has right now. It's not an easy map to wall, which Andy likes to do. And I love the eco upgrades and the amount of farms here for Lewis. He's playing super smooth. 8 farms against now 7 farms. And the scouts are here. And yeah, only 1 spearman. Only 1 spearman, but another will arrive. And Andy just has a tendency to still be able to defend in these scenarios. But I just think he's too exposed. He's too exposed. Nice shot from Lewis. How many villager kills can he get here? There's also 83 food in these villagers' hands. That's 1 villager. That's going to be 2. Oh, that's beautiful micro from Lewis. The way he hopped in front of the villagers and surrounded them was perfect. And now he knows he's up against archers and spears. He will fall back. He's already on skirmishers. This is what Lewis wants. This type of game. None of this wall shenanigans like the previous game. Clean economy. The ability to raid. Andy will go home now and wall up a little. He does have that gold in the back. But he won't have the resources on the sides. And as long as Lewis tracks this army, as long as he's aware it's moving forward, he should be in a good spot. If he loses track of it, though, then he has some concerns. You can see the paranoia setting in for him right now. He hasn't seen the army, and so he's bringing his skirms over here. And he's actually in the middle of the map, which feels kind of random. This is where I would expect Andy to build a market soon. Andy should recognize that losing the Vils and being up against Persian economy means he'll be later to Castle Age. So, if he's thinking about that, market would make the most sense to maybe sell off the stone and get an edge of some kind. And still, Lewis doesn't really know what's happening here. He doesn't know where the army is. It's an uncomfortable feeling for him. And Andy won't see the villagers there. Andy will loop around, and Lewis is still open over here. This is so tough, right? Because if you leave, then the archers and spearmen could come right in. So he's uncertain. He's going to leave the scouts here. He's waited a long time. He wants more villagers to wall this. He's like, if I wall up this side real quick, I'm fine. And FreakinAndy comes out of the freaking darkness. No fletching, by the way, so no upgrades, and he's going to snipe a villager. Well played from Andy. This is an army that he is never planning on keeping alive. He wanted some counter damage. He gets it. He does have more spearmen in the middle. But at the end of the day, Lewis is still going to be feeling very happy with this. But I think now if Andy's able to click up, I think we might see Fire Lancers, guys. I talked about this the other day with Ornlu. So Fire Lancers in the Red Bull ladder qualifier and whatnot, they seemed really strong with certain civs that already had really good bonuses otherwise, right? Like Vietnamese and Koreans and Chinese, getting the Fire Lancer with their bonuses felt very strong. Nice micro from Andy. This is pretty crazy. How is he getting value here? This is insane. He's killing skirms with Spearmen and 2 archers. And the skirms have upgrades, and the archers and Spearmen do not. But, you know, the Jurchen Fire Lancers, they attack 25% faster. And the Jurchens don't have as many other bonuses compared to the other civs I mentioned, so it feels like they kind of needed something. And the Fire Lancers fit right in. But, I mean, Fire Lancers feels like the obvious play right now. Your opponent is on Skirmisher, so you don't want to play more archers. Your opponent gets Camel, so you don't want to make, like, Step Lancer. Only other thing I could think of is you could play Grenadiers. So I don't know. Andy actually canceled armor. He was getting armor for infantry, and now he's building an archer range in the back. So I don't think he's going to go for him. Lewis will look. He'll click the Spearman and see if there's any upgrades. If he doesn't see the upgrades, he might not think it's Lancers. Almost feels like Cav Archers for Andy now, which doesn't feel great against Skirms, which doesn't feel great against... yeah, it doesn't feel great against Skirms. Maybe it's Grenadiers, though. The thing about Grenadiers, it's super high risk, high reward. They have the splash damage because they're a gunpowder unit, so that can really devastate the opponent. It's just going to be Cav Archers. Look at Andy sneak out this way. He wants the second town center. He has no map control, and he's going to take the risk to go out here. Wonder if Lewis will spot that. Does the scout see that? My favorite thing about AoE2 is probably the way Fog of War works. It's so good. Like, the amount of situations where this happens is crazy. That's so funny, dude. He doesn't see it. Seriously, if they added a base of 2 vision to every single unit in the game, it would ruin Fog of War for me. But also, if they took away 2 tiles of vision from every unit in the game, Fog of War would be drastically different as well. It feels like there's just enough reward for having units on the map. It's so satisfying that Lewis is so close to that, but he just doesn't see that. But, like, Cav Archers against Skirms. I'm guessing Andy didn't expect continuous Skirm production from Lewis, but Lewis thought about the tech tree and said, I can go Skirm no problem here. They also add Cav Archers behind, and these Skirmishers and Scouts are doing more than enough on their own. I don't love the Cav Archer opening from Andy here. I think Fire Lancer would have maybe been the better play. Jurchens have a bonus for it, and it costs wood and gold, just like the Cav Archers. And with the armor, Skirmishers don't do that much damage to them. They're super slow, though, and FreakinAndy has a tendency to always have the TCs up if he loses Vills. This is a good spot to be at. He's also checking for a town center over here from Lewis, and he doesn't find it. And he will wall up. He has the rocket cart behind. And now Lewis probably needs to move away. If you can get away from the skirms, Cav Archer still ends up being fine. And, like, the Fire Lancer is just extremely slow. So I say Fire Lancer makes more sense. There's a lot of downsides, too. And if we're comparing the Cav Archers for these civs, the Jurchen Cav Archers are superior. Oh, Scouts run in. Oh, Scouts go a little too far there. Scouts can't go back now. The Scouts could maybe get in there and get some Vil damage. I think Andy was planning on a town center on this gold. Bloodlines is in for Lewis. Will we see Parthian? With the Persian rework, they got access to Parthian tactics in Castle Age. It's an expensive upgrade, but if you get it, you get the additional armor. I still love the 25% greater attack speed for the Jurchen Cav Archers, and I love that shot from Andy. I don't know how Andy does it, but if he can make it to Castle Age and he's not completely behind, he just hangs around. Like, feels like this game will go imp now. There was a game in Gold League that went down to the final tree, and it was this Civ matchup. We have 364,000 wood here, so I doubt we'll go down to the final tree. There have been some really long games in the past on this map, but it was Valley. That was the game between Dogao and Jordan. I like the town center positions for both. I like the military counts for both. The skirms are kind of a non-factor now because there's only 4 of them, and they're very weak. Bloodlines is needed for Andy, though. And Ballistics is going to be needed for both. There's the stable for Andy, probably for Bloodlines. Here he comes to raid. And he'll find the town center is already up. He's going to shoot the hares. And Lewis will probably chase him down, and Lewis is going to come back. I mean, Lewis has more Cav Archers. It's 10 Cav Archers for him, plus the couple skirms he has. And he still only has 5. A scout over on this side will get killed off. University will go up for Andy. Andy actually needs the wood line on the outside. Not having wood there is kind of brutal. You'll run out of wood pretty quickly in the lower area. Andy's still running around with the Cav Archers. Skirms are chasing from Lewis. Lewis comes with the counter raid. Andy will fall back. Researching bloodlines now. Ballistics would be huge for both players. I think Andy's army is probably going to get trapped, and Lewis gets in. Andy never expected that. He expected his rocket cart to get the value there, and it doesn't. That's huge. Crazy raid for Lewis. That's amazing value. Look how much eco is back here. And he does escape with these Cav Archers, but it's still just the core issue is Lewis consistently makes way more army than Andy. Now Andy, 12 villagers down. If Lewis does the right things from here, with 15 Cav Archers versus 6, that 25% greater attack speed will not matter. He's getting ballistics. Parthian tactics could come in. Chat is calling GG. I think I saw some GGs in the previous game once Lewis had 6 towers up. And we know how that ended, but this is obviously a different scenario, right? I think it's just the way that the game flows for Andy. He always cuts some corners to get to the next stage. And when you do that, you have to choose between army and town centers. And Cav Archers will come back in, snipe another villager, and run away when they see the rocket cart. But yeah, whereas the way Lewis likes to play the game, he never has... It's always army and eco. It's that perfect balance. Okay, here we go. Ballistics is in now for both. Parthian Tactics is not in yet. And this should be better for the Jurchen CA. Big shot from Andy. Good micro from Lewis. Quick walls from Andy. Dude, I mean, look at all those gates and houses right there. What a turnaround. Look at the army count now. Like, Andy does some crazy things. This game is Lewis this, Lewis that. We got people in chat saying, it's coming home. And now it's more Cav Archers for Andy. Lewis overextends, and the Vil count's still pretty close. That's impressive. I would love to see the same numbers and blacksmith upgrades engage and know who wins here. Because Parthian's in now. I know long-term, Jurchens have the better CA. I think they do, actually. I don't know. I think they lack a couple upgrades, right? Like, they lack Thumb Ring, they lack Parthian. But they get Bracers, so their Cav Archers should be better long-term. And just like that, 3 nice hits there from the skirmishers from Lewis turns it around. But, yeah, I would still say that Cav Archers should be close here. The attack speed is usually a pretty good bonus. Rocket carts feel pretty unimportant now. It's all about the Cav Archer numbers, but Lewis makes that look so easy. Just dives right in. 2 rocket carts down just like that. Look at the amount on food for Lewis, guys. 40 on food. It is 18 for Andy. Crazy macro from Lewis. It's just so good. It was the same in the previous game, but he couldn't finish Andy. He couldn't break him. But here, there's a lot more avenues to attack. There's many different areas you can go. Andy will always run away from Lewis, it seems. He never wants to straight up fight. And if somebody keeps doing this to you, you have to force the engagements. Whether it's a siege push or what's coming next, the castle drop could work. I think Andy saw. That's also crazy. He sees the Vils, knows what that means, and will preemptively drop his own castle. Oh, no. It's going to swing again. This castle might not go up. Lewis is in panic mode. It's FreakinAndy holds on. Lewis will back away. He'll probably want a castle over here now. Still 42 on food for Lewis. He's bringing his army this way. I think he wants a castle up here. Will Andy notice the army movement? He doesn't have outposts. He doesn't see it. If Lewis gets this castle up, it could be a game ender. That's 2 town centers, and that's the main wood line for Andy. That wood is so important to him. These wood lines in the middle are not going to last very long. Oh my god, Andy sees it and drops a market. And just dropping houses. And he's dropping a tower because he knows he needs to deny it, but it's too late. Lewis just repositions the castle. All the army for Andy will go this way now. I think Lewis's castle will complete. Andy needs some counter damage now. Things could get crazy here. And I keep saying freaking crazy. Screw that guy on YouTube who pointed that out. This could get wild here. This could get ridiculous here. This could get insane from here. Because the army for Lewis is on the front. And he has to kind of keep it there. And now he's exposed at home. And he's forced into towers and other defensive means to defend. Panic town center as well. If Andy keeps moving this way, it's a feast. Does he see it? There was a foundation there, but he misses the rest of it. Lewis will bring everything home. Castle is up for Lewis. Siege Workshop is going up. Andy's got 40 villagers here. Andy's on the way to Imp. Lewis is on the way to Imp. But still advantage Lewis. I think if he clears this army, which he should do because of the HP difference, he will have a nice forward castle. The main concern is just lack of bracer. And he might need an army switch. And if he has to go for a tech switch, maybe that's acceptable now because he's done this much damage. But it's an expensive tech switch to go into. Going into Savar would be the route to go. Savar or maybe Camel. Guard tower defense for Lewis. He researches guard tower at the perfect time this game. Guard tower upgrade for Andy as well, as his town centers are still being pressured. He is over here now. But look at Andy's wood economy, guys. You really need this type of setup on this map where you have all the wood line locked down. And he's never been able to do that. Lewis will also deny this tower. This is so good from Lewis. And he noticed that Andy wasn't paying attention. The micro continues to be insanely good. 2 more rocket carts down. Another castle now from Lewis. I just don't think the army count's going to matter here. I think Lewis could do anything with this economy lead. He could still play Cav Archers and still just outproduce probably. Andy can't keep up with them. Rocket cart gets ejected on the wrong side. I mean, he'll drop a castle here with the hopes that he can treb these castles down. But when he sees Lewis is an imp as well, and even faster than him, I think he'll realize he is completely screwed here. Cav Archers are everywhere for Lewis. 50 on food, 30 on gold, 50 on wood. Trebs will be on the way. And he even finds the town center over here as well. Damn, what a fun series. What a great result for Lewis. One of the few promoted players who's been able to get to Platinum and look like they belong to stay in Platinum. And I know a big part of it's been preparation. He's played a lot of practice sets. I can tell based on even the Wu Civ pick for Quarry that he is one of the most prepared players in Platinum. Because that was a big brain pick I would have never thought of. I know it didn't work. But I still think the strategy was sound. I still think it made a lot of sense. The Trebs will be here. Bombard cannons will probably follow. Andy is just using villagers against the Rams. Lewis is even underneath the castle with the villagers repairing the Rams. Look at that. Army back here is getting value. There is a castle from Andy here. But yeah, in the end, he taps out. He's got basically no army. This army from Andy will get cleared up almost right away. this position will be lost. And the rest of the villagers on the wood line, that's essentially his only wood line, will be killed off. And Andy knows it. Honestly, this is exactly how I expected this series to go. Which says a lot about these two players and how consistent they can be and what they bring to the table. Right? I thought that Lewis was going to struggle to break Andy on his home map. That's precisely what happened. And I thought that Andy was going to have some out-of-the-box plays to try and break the neutral map, which was game number 1, right? Game number 1, he tried the Fast Castle Lancers. Didn't work out. This game, you think you can see the slight level difference between the two of them. This is Lewis's home map, and he's more comfortable on the land maps. Great series. And honestly, I think both are playing so good, I'm inclined to agree with what somebody said the other day, that maybe neither player ends up getting relegated out of the group. Which then makes you think, which two players do get relegated out of this group? I'm going to pull it up. But man, that was a great set of Age of Empires. Well played to both. Andy's obviously under more pressure because he now has one less win than Lewis. But I think if Andy tweaks a couple things, if Andy comes in with good game plans for his opponents, I think he could win future sets. The thing about Andy is even if he has a bad day, he never gets swept. But man, yeah, I'm really satisfied with that. We will have one more set, but let me just show you the group real quick. Again, shout out to the Liquipedia volunteers, because I rely on Liquipedia to be updated as quickly as I can, or as quickly as possible. I know that's not easy to do, because you guys are all busy. Also, wink, wink, if you could update it right now, that'd be sick for me. Thank you. But Andy with 2 wins now. This isn't updated yet. It will be. And then it will be Lewis with 3. But yeah, pick the bottom 2 in this group chat. Running has had a rough start. He's 0-6. I love Running as a player, but that's not looking good for him. So I would put Running as one of the 2 players who are relegated. Who's the other? Is it Nikov? If it's not Andy or Lewis, is it Nikov? Is it like Sebastian? Is it ACCM? I feel like the Nikov Lewis, Nikov Andy sets, I feel like these sets become really important. Because I would be inclined to say that Sebastian and ACCM will not be relegated. But Nikov was top 4 in Season 4. Like, he did struggle in the group stage last time, though. Yeah, I don't know. It still could be Lewis. Still could be ACCM. Still could be Sebastian. Crazy group. Really strong group. All right. Next series is coming up. I'm going to aim to take a break here. I think they'll be starting soon. I'll get an update from the admins on when exactly that will be. But we schedule out 2 hours for each series. So sometimes we have a little bit of time to kill. Deadly Cookie wants memes. Hold up. Do we have memes? We do have a couple memes. We could look at the memes before the break time. But yes, one more set today. That set is going to be Mihi against Satau, which I consider to be 50-50. This is the meme I think Deadly Cookie submitted. Thank you, Deadly Cookie. I got a compliment because of that, so I'm not going to complain. Is that the Age of Empires 2 hair as well? I didn't know it had its own separate like wiki image. That's not yours. Which one is yours? Is it this one? I don't know if I say freaking more when I cast Andy, but I become more aware that I'm saying freaking a lot. But yeah, FreakinAndy is freaking crazy. I probably say freaking this more only because I say his name. But yes, quick break. We'll be right back. I'm just going to take the break now. When we return, we'll have Mihi versus Satau. Hope you guys have a freaking great break time. We're going to listen to your favorite song. And yeah, I'm going to catch you in a minute.
Chopper. Chopper.
Chopper.
Chopper. Cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora, voy, buscar, cazar, construir, cultivar, degrado, excavar, remendar. Agora, voy.
Chopper.
Almost there. Just a little bit more.
But wait. What is this that approaches?
Dwarves! The English are making a sneak attack.
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Our city needs help. The British are destroying our towers. You must save Orient.
No.
Attack. We are tired of licking British boots. Here they come! Fire!
Lahir wishes to kill something.
Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires. Age of Empires.
Good! You have a relic. Protect the relic in the monastery by right-clicking the monastery.
Monk, I need a monk. Yes.
Food, please.
No.
You have a market. Wood, please. You have a market. Gold, please.
You made a trade.
Stone, please.
No.
You have a market.
Yes.
Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 3 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 2 towers remaining. Jerusalem has 1 tower remaining. All Jerusalem towers destroyed. The city is ours. Jerusalem has 4 towers remaining.
No.
Age of Empires.
Nope. Stop. Sorry. I didn't know which tab I had the music on. We're back. Next series is coming up here, folks. We're going to take a little bit. We'll look through the predictions and the fantasy teams and some of that good stuff, as well as answer any questions from YouTube and Twitch on Titans League and just everything as a whole. But that is what we have here for the next series between Satau and Mihi, which I expect to be fairly close because both players had really good starts in their season. It'll be Seychelles, map number 1, and then Mudflow is Mihi's home map, and then African River is Satau's home map. But Satau, 2 wins in his first rounds. Very solid result for him. Had some tough games against Dragonstar. And then Mihi got 3 wins in his first rounds. And right now at the top of Group D, you've got Viper and Vivi tied with 4. But they both played 2 rounds. So very likely, it's actually possible if it's a 2-1 for Satau here, we have 4 players with 4 points in Group D. But yeah, that's what the group looks like. I want to briefly touch on the schedule tomorrow as well, so you guys know what players are coming. Tomorrow, we should have the remainder of this group, or round, rather. So tomorrow, we have Sizcon versus Vinchester, we have Hart versus Lucho, and then we have Lix versus Tato. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we do Silver League, casting the last round of Silver League, because there's Silver League, there's Gold League, there's Platinum. It's going to be one of many streams. So thank you guys very much for watching. Encourage you guys to stop by every day, pretty much the same time. To people who are watching on YouTube, thank you very much for that too. We have over 2,000, or at least we did. Choppa might have scared a couple people away. Don't worry, you'll get used to it, YouTube. But yeah, over 2,000 people watching live on YouTube. So thank you. That's awesome. WTF are my teammates doing? Says, you're looking awfully cute today. Oh, thank you. You know, that balances out. I swear you said something that was very weird the other day. Yes, I remembered you. So let me read the last 2 messages from this individual. They only have 7 messages on the channel, and I was actually able to remember. Right now, they called me cute. Yesterday, they said T90 likes to use the word deviate the wrong way a lot. And I remember that somehow. It's not that bad. It wasn't, I'm not like offended, but that stuck with me. And I say deviate a fair amount, and I always thought I was using deviate in the right way. So now that was the rare linguistic burn. Now I'm like, I gotta do some research after the stream later, man. I didn't say deviant, I'm saying deviate. But apparently, according to WTF for my teammates doing, to a player who likes to blame his teammates, I got that wrong. I'll work on that. All right. Any questions, any thoughts, guys, before we dive in? We got a couple minutes yet. Send it my way. Thank you, Monkey Dragon. Thank you for the 2 months. You're welcome. Great knowledge. Thank you for the 20. Kick Nano. Thank you. Boxdale with 21 months. William Shaking Spear. Welcome back with the 25. Yeah, maybe his teammates are deviating, and he has bad experience with deviation. Did Lewis win or lose? Well, check Liquipedia, my man. Use the TTL command, check Liquipedia, and you're going to see exactly what the result is there. Just in the off chance that somebody wants to watch the VOD later. All right. So this series was played, apparently, I'm supposed to say exactly the time that the series was played. That is important to Nilly, apparently. So this series was played at 12:30 GMT today. We were unable to schedule it as live due to time zones and all the other sets. So it was played earlier today. And so this is as good as live as we can get. And I'm going to load up the Rex. But this game, man, has a bug with recorded games, I swear. I don't think I'm doing anything wrong because I've been at this for 10 plus years, and I'm putting the recorded games into the recorded game folder, and it doesn't show properly sometimes, which is very odd. So I need to confirm and just get into the first game to get ready for our start time, which is in a minute, and it will not work. Super weird, man. Chestnut, you're welcome. Happy to do it. Thanks for watching for so long. Welcome back in. If there's one thing that I probably have over everybody else that ever loads up recorded games, I probably have way more games in my folder. So maybe if I mass delete, I just deleted 1,500 games from my folder. Maybe then it will show me the recs to cast the series. Mihi and Satau looked good. They looked good. They looked prepared. I felt like Satau in the first series looked very nervous. And there was a lot of chaos there. But I think that's sometimes normal to start off a tournament. And I think his opponent had a lot to do with that. Dragonstar, I guess he couldn't do it against Vivi, but Dragonstar ends up just making games an absolute mess. And yeah, it looks like I was able to fix my problem perfect. So we'll hop into game number 1. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Twisted. Thank you, Cokedam. Thank you, Chestnut. And here we go. All right. So this might still be bugged if I just try and do a single group. So what I think I'll do is I'm going to show all the groups and we'll fix this. This should show all 4 groups for me. Yeah, so the group you're looking for here is Group D, all right, where Mihi has 3 wins and Satau has 2. So that's the total of, that's the entirety of Platinum right there. But both Mihi and Satau had a very strong start here. You got Mihi. He's playing as the Wu. And Mihi will be looking to continue his good form. And I felt like, at least on one of those games he played, he was very well prepared with the transport map. And that's exactly what we have here for game number 1. A map is called Seychelles. It was part of a map contest for the LY Cup a year ago, within the last year. I think the initial version of this was much bigger. We've made it a size 2 map. We've made a couple tweaks here or there, but yeah, it's a really fun map. And yeah, I'll add the flags. People are asking for the flags. But it's a mix of water and land, and it's a map where usually there's not one way to play it. That's what I like for my maps. There are some maps in the pool which are a bit more predictable, but clearly these players are kind of okay with the chaos. Mihi has gone for the Wu, which would make me think he'll play more of the land pressure with the man-at-arm bonuses and the infantry bonuses. It's a good civ to combine water and land. And then Italians is similar, but Italians don't have any infantry bonuses early. So Italians, I'd say the more typical long-term water civ. However, we just hopped out of a series where I was talking about how insanely strong the traction trebs were with the unique tech. And guys, Lu Xuan's with the unique tech is OP, okay? It is insanely strong. Unique tech that gives them additional projectiles. And then Lu Xuan is kind of like their cannon galleon replacement. Only it's way better against ships than cannon galleons and even Dramans are. So I know I'm getting ahead of myself, but if the game goes on for a long time, keep that in mind. And Mihi with the quick wall. Can he do it again? Damn, that's impressive. He wants the dock. He gets the quick wall. That could be a dead vill. That right there. If that is me, my villager is dead. And I am very disappointed in myself. And so is my mother. But actually, that's not true. My mom would be proud. My dad would be disappointed. But okay, that's not even true. But my cousin would be disappointed. Maybe my uncle. But that's just quality stuff for Mihi. He's going to dock towards the middle. Satau. He will notice the middle dock. So if you dock the middle and you go for Navy here, you can't use that on the outside, which is part of what makes it so complicated. And same if you dock the outside, you can't send your Navy to the middle. So with the docks being on separate positions now, Satau will maybe be a bit greedier. And he may choose to just fish and play land pressure. Could always sneak a dock to the middle to try and pressure there. Now there's oysters on the outside and the inside. I'm gonna zoom out. Actually, before we do that, chat can guess how much gold do you think on the map is there in oyster. It's one of my favorite additions to the game. They added this, and you could get some gold using your fishing ships. And sometimes players will factor those into their build orders too. They won't even put villagers on gold. They'll put the fishing ships on the oysters. But it's a lot. So go ahead and guess, and then I'll show you. But I think long term, if this becomes a Navy battle, this could be a race for these little islands. Nobody's going to be transporting out here, taking this right now, but those trees can even become very valuable later on. Someone with their first message guessed 69 billion. And now their second message, oh, they've even gone above billion. They've gone 2 bazillion. You're going the wrong way, my friend. Let's see. I'm going to guess 18K. Oh, my God. I'm so good. 17K. Let's go. All right. Yeah, 17.1K. That's a lot of gold. And that is like roughly a fifth, maybe? A fifth or fourth of the gold on the map. So it's a big deal, but it's very different way to take gold, and it's not going to be something the players will focus on until the late game. Barracks is coming up for Satau. Has been really active with his scout. And, ooh, the villager from Mihi is gone. And Satau's like, huh? Where's the villager? Because you're looking for the second dock. The transport ship, which you start with, is going to build a forward barracks. Man, Mihi has come out with the strat so far this season. He looks so good against Dark. But, of course, it's like Dark is maybe one of the weaker players in the group. So you don't necessarily know, is that because of Mihi's level or is that because the opponent is underprepared? I thought Dark looked good earlier, but he was against Viper. Mihi knows about the back dock, so maybe the forward villager will also go for a forward dock. Mihi is now scouting, and he sees the barracks for the first time from Satau. So that's what he's missed. He's tried to do a lot himself, and he's missing the fact that Satau is also adding militia. Satau's on the front there. It's only 2 militia. Both players will hit feudal. Satau still has no clue about the sneaky barracks. So it'll be sneaky barracks, sneaky archer range. Satau will have his own archer range at home. And both players for the time being are going to have their fishing ships safe. I think it's kind of unfortunate for Satau that he didn't end up adding the 3rd militia and go for man-at-arms here. Because if he were to... If he had the timings right on that, he could do some real damage to Mihi right now. Mihi's expecting some counter damage at some point, so he's just dropping the tower. But Satau does not see he's back here. All right, next person to subscribe, I'll rename this villager after you. It feels like this villager is going to be important. Has been important already for this game. I like how Mihi knows his opponent's civ and knows he needs to pre-wall. I think he's still expecting the barracks from home, but he is expecting the man-at-arms. And there it is. And actually, the fact that it's coming from the right side means that he doesn't expect the sneak. If it came from the left side, that would feel out of place, and he would have probably found it. Nice find there from Satau. He kills a villager. Forward villager who's now going to be named... Bomber, what do you want me to do? Am I gifting this? Is this the person you gifted the sub to, or am I naming it after you? Thank you, Bomber. Either way, we'll get to it. Appreciate it. But yeah, that villager's building the blacksmith on the back. And now we have a dock in the middle from Satau to pressure the fish. I think the idea for Mihi is really good, but it's taking a lot of time to pay off. I'll wait till Bomber says what he wants to do. What his demands are. Thank you for the gifted sub. There's the dock from Mihi. Tower now from Satau. Still does not know about the range, but he never saw a range here. If you don't have a range here at this point, you've got to know something weird is happening. Also added a fire ship here too, just in case there's a sneak dock. It feels like Satau has done a really nice job adapting to this situation. All right, I'm naming this Another Retired Vil after the person who received the gifted sub. Okay, Another Retired Vil. That's actually... That's a great name. Oh, it's Another Retired Gamer. Another Retired Gamer. All right, there he goes. He's not retired, though. Nice micro there from Satau. This is the food income that becomes really valuable in the mid-game on this map that other maps don't have. The mills on the shorefish and the mills on the berries. Micro from Satau is next-level stuff. Where are the archers going for Mihi? What happened there? I just look back... And there's archers underneath Satau's town center there. Well, Satau is going to be completely fine with that. 2 of the archers went down. Feels like Mihi has been very distracted and desperate for damage. Satau was able to kill 3 eco this game. Maybe it was some of the pressure in the middle. Satau just seems to be firing on all cylinders to start off the series, guys. It really distracted Mihi at home. Has defended from the man-at-arms sneak. Is killing the fish. Is defending his own fish as well. Like, his fish are currently fully protected in the back. Beautiful play from Satau. 10 population lead. Less TC idle time. More resources collected. And he's got more navy. And he has similar amounts of land army. And here he comes with the counterattack. I think maybe you could dock on the outside, maybe in the back if you're Mihi. Try and get some fishing ships out, but it's going to be tough. He wanted to snipe the fish, but he gets spotted there. And now the archers come into the wood line, and that tower isn't enough to protect. So another villager down for Mihi. Another villager will go down for Mihi. We'll get the repairs in the back. I'll tell you what, though. If Satau notices this, if Satau can notice this and pull back, that's really impressive. There's so much happening now. He's getting damage here. He's taking damage here, and he has to defend. Okay, Satau showing his human. Nice play from Mihi. He can move in towards the fish. Satau would love to build a tower here, but he already invested to the tower on the wood line. So much multitasking right now. Archers could still loop around into the back. Mihi is on stone, so he can build towers, which Satau cannot do. Satau is still walled. But Satau is going to lose his fishing ships in the back. And he added a lot of them too, guys. He's got 8 fishing ships, and he doesn't have any defense. Satau's completely missed that. And now the tower from Mihi defends. The pressure from Mihi continues. Mihi's maybe bringing this back a little bit. Such a crazy game. I mean, imagine the nerves you'd feel knowing how important the game is and then having to play this map. Like this, it's crazy stakes, and it's one of the toughest maps in the entire pool, which is why we've seen so little of it. I think what Satau would have needed this game is another tower. The fact that he towered this wood line was awesome, but he really needed to think about another one. He's going to fish in the middle now because he's losing most of his fish on the outside. And Mihi kills the villagers on the shoreline. And Mihi just needs to park his army on this gold for now. I think, again, and maybe it's a case of trying to do a little bit too much. If he sits there on the gold, those villagers are all weak, but he's going to move away. I don't love that decision. But I love... Oh, this is why he's bringing the army, because he's just towered the woodline for Satau. Damn. When are we going to see Castle Age? Typically, it's like, all right, one player's going to go to Castle Age, the other guy's going to go to Castle Age, and I can break down the game, but this is just absolute chaos. Look at the economy for Satau. This is the winning economy right now. It does not look very good. The skirms, man-at-arms come this way for Mihi. Satau is adding scouts. Here's Mihi's economy. He's placing lumber camps on crappy wood lines. We've got 20 villagers on the same wood line for Satau, but he does still have the skirms. He is being patient and adding the scouts. Gold is still able to be mined, and he still has the fishing economy in the middle. Do you guys wish more games were like this? Or are these games even too much for you? I really struggle to know what the audience thinks about games like this. I think people love like the arena games where you have the crazy aggression versus the crazy defense. But this is just full adaptation. It's really hard to break down. I think in these games, you really need a market to balance your resources. But we are 22 minutes into this game. No one even has 100 food in the bank. So extremely rare. It seems like most people like it. At least most of the people chatting like it. You're not going to fall asleep with this. I know you guys fall asleep to my videos all the time. Not with this. If you fall asleep to this game, that's a you problem, not a me problem. All right? I love what the scouts can do here. It's an army that's mainly skirmishers for Mihi. Actually, that's not true. He's got 4 skirms. He's got 2 man-at-arms, but it's only 6 archers. And the scouts are going to have bloodlines. The scouts will have armor. There's still the skirms to back it up. Satau's archers on the back have gotten great value, sniping 2 more villagers there, still camping and delaying the wood line. And maybe Satau's been able to balance out the eco. I know it's been messy, but wait a second. Does he know that army's gone? Mihi's just going to leave. Wow, that's funny. So I think what you would normally do is you would now go forward and you would go to Mihi's base, but there's nothing to stop Mihi from coming back. Mihi's just going to come right back. So Satau's like, well, can't do anything about that. Let's just leave. And now Mihi's running right to the gold. It's still good for Satau, but he still needs a tower on the gold. And there goes Mihi. And Satau's like, what the hell? And Satau's coming back home to clear it. Wow. That's funny. I think Satau's realized he needs the tower, though. He's on stone. He's thinking about it, but the army that he did not expect to be here any longer is back. All the scouts have to come back home. He's got 13 fishing ships, Satau. He's got a massive fishing eco, including some fishing ships on the backside. So it's probably the right play to come home and clear this up. Because if you don't take more damage against this army, you probably have the lead. Mihi will be happy to see the scouts are here, though. This is an army he expects to lose at this point. Be hilarious if he tries to bring the transport back in, but yeah, if these scouts went to his base, he actually would have had very big problems. He had nothing at home. And Satau's got full upgrades now. I think the only thing you could do if you're Mihi is put some archers inside of that tower, maybe. I guess you have the fire galleys here, too, to maybe help. Yeah, that's another option. The fire galleys are a nice addition. He's just giving himself time. Right? Like, this army should always die. That's why Satau's taking the fight, because he's just so desperate to kill it, but... Man, if Mihi wins this game, it's honestly down to the creativity over the last 2 to 3 minutes. Because Satau is the better economy. Satau has done a better job this game at balancing that and getting some damage done. But at least Mihi hasn't been raided by the light cav yet. Satau has 13 fishing ships with the Italians. He's got the middle area locked down. He's still able to defend the water on the outside. At the end of the day, this is a water map. The water is really valuable. We've got a second town center for Satau and a third town center for Satau. The barracks on the front will produce some Jean swordsmen, but there's a lot of town centers around to keep the villagers safe, and there goes Satau now. Still defending in the south, still is the fish in the middle. Mihi has very little here. Satau's eco is going to explode from here. 20 eco lead and 3 town centers against 1. And now the light cav are coming into the eco. You just don't want to be defending with Jean swordsmen if you're Mihi. But you kind of have to, right? Like, you can't, your base is wide open. You can't defend with town centers. You don't have the resources for it. And if you try and attack on the front, there's already knights waiting. Really impressed with Satau. My favorite thing about this is that Satau didn't scout everything, and he knew, based on what he didn't see, what would be coming, right? Like, he understood. He added the fire galley before he even knew about this dock. He walled up and built the tower before he even knew about the range. He just knew, because he didn't see it on the front, that there had to be something. And that's excellent game sense, which tells me he's really locked in training. I think otherwise, you don't have enough information. This isn't a map that's played in other tournaments. All the time, anyways. It has been played before, of course, but... I know Satau probably tried to qualify for that for LY Cup, which is, I think, where it was initially seen, at least in a nest here. But looking like game 1's going to go to Satau right now. Yeah, Satau's economy is exploding in a good way, and Mihi's economy is exploding in a bad way. I just don't know if I think his time window to win this game was probably with the Jean swordsman. And now he's got knights to deal with. The knights will dive underneath the tower, and the wood line, which is honestly pretty suspect anyways. Satau still has an army around for the Jean swordsman here. Satau sees the monk and backs away over here. Mihi, is he... Wait. You know what? Respect. Because if you drop town centers now, you're dead. If you drop a castle on his face and it goes up, you might actually have a chance. I think that's what this is. It's a 7-villager castle that may be spotted. But he's going to try something here, guys. Yeah, does anyone know if the 06 in Mihi's name is his birth year? I know we've got quite a few players that will have a birth year that will make my viewers disgusted. I know he's younger, but yeah, he calls the GG. He calls the GG. He's just losing everywhere. He's too far behind. He doesn't have the stone for the castle. And if he were to bring in these villagers to build the castle, it would get denied anyways. That's just a great game from Satau. Again, from my perspective, there is no way that Satau has not encountered this before in some type of training session, because the opening from Mihi was meant to create chaos, and Satau just made it look like it was no problem to defend. Apparently, Mihi was born in 2003. Okay. But still, born in 2003 still will make some people barf, because that means he was born after the game was made. But yeah, he's a younger player, not born in 2006. And yeah, Satau takes game number 1. I think when you go for a play like that, forward barracks, forward archer range, it always comes at the risk that your economy is going to be exposed. And that was the issue for Mihi the entire game. He barely had any army at home in feudal, and Satau just kind of picked him apart. I think the big thing that Mihi missed out on was protecting his own fish. He didn't realize that Satau had docked the middle, and Satau pretty much won the middle with very little investment, and then was able to immediately fish boom behind it. GG. How many players do we have in Platinum League that were born after the year, or on or after the year 2000? Should we think about that? We have Mihi, I think Lewis, Lucho, Sizcon. It's at least 4. Leary, how old is Leary? Leary was born. Could be a lot too. Dark. Leary, it's got to be Leary. I think Leary was born after 2000 as well. Hera's like 26, 27, right? I don't know. I always look at Leary like he's... I remember when Leary was 16, so it's hard for me to believe he's over the age of like 25, but he might be. Sebastian, yep. Sebastian was born in 2002. Might be like half of Platinum League, honestly. The more I think about it, the more there are. There's quite a few players who are 26 and below, so... Agrippa says, I'm also born in 2002. Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of old farts that watch this game. Sorry, guys. We have a lot of old farts that watch this game, which it's going to blow people's minds, right? Because this is still seen as an older game, but it's obviously great for the game. I love to see it. I was born in 93 personally, so I don't know if that puts me in the category of old fart. But I know we've got some people older and younger than me out there. Dowd is in Gold League. Dowd is 40. Capotch is 40. They're in Gold League. They might come back to Platinum as well. So it could have a 20-year discrepancy in Age of Empires 2 esports matchups. All right, guys. Let's move into the next one. Game number 2. Game number 2 is on African River, which is interesting because this was actually the home map for Satau. And let's go. All right, so it's a play all 3. You always play every single map. It would be Mihi's choice because he lost the first game. And game number 2 is actually going to be on African River. African River is the home map for Satau, so it's a little risky in that way, but maybe there's some selection process in his mind with the civs. He wasn't sure maybe on where Mongols was going to be played, and he wanted to find out, and he finds out now. Chad is telling me either not to call them old or is agreeing that they're old right now. But Mihi, he's going to want the wins. Live standings right now after 4 games played is both players have 4 wins. Satau got 2 wins in the first rounds, and then he got the 1 win so far in this series. So Group D's looked very interesting. Could potentially see Satau go top of the group if he can pull a couple more wins here. So you've got the water in the circle around the outside. I call them bubbles of water. I probably need to come up with a different way of saying it. You've got these little like ponds connected in the rivers, I guess. That's where all the deep fish are. The fish is extremely valuable here, but it's also, you're so close on land. Yeah, probably pools of water. Yeah, pools of water is the way to say it. It's just tough. A lot of maps that have water, you have a lot of space in between, so you can't immediately get pressure in on land as well. But the wood lines are exposed, the stones and golds are exposed. Satau just pushing in the ostrich here. Mihi just scouting around, maybe looking for the wood line. I could definitely see the Korean player wanting to tower. And if he wants to tower, it almost feels like he's looking for where the woodline is. But he hasn't seen it yet. Satau was up against some heavy pressure when he played against Dragonstar here. He actually was able to run away with 10 vills. All his woodlines were denied. And he brought like 12 vills down here. It saved the game for him. But that was Dragonstar. I think Dragonstar's Civ was very different than this. I don't think Koreans have any early bonuses to get excited about. Maybe now Mihi is looking for the dock position for Satau, but I like the build for Satau. I also think you could maybe try a fast castle with Mongols. He's got almost all of his ostrich. You only have one rhino, though. But you also have the shorefish there. I think fast castle's also just very risky if you feel like you are the better player, and Satau was able to outplay Mihi in the first game, so maybe not worth the risk. But he will go for the barracks. Wow, okay. So this happened to Satau. He got drushed. There were militia everywhere, and it made life very chaotic. And so I was saying it when I watched Dragonstar do the strat. It's like, if better players use Dragonstar's strat, maybe that becomes the only way to play the map. And woodline here could end up being exposed. You need the ostrich. You need the zebra. You need the fishing eco. I think that's what Satau will look for, because there's always the dock villager there. And then the fishing ships are always on this walkable terrain. But downside for Satau is he doesn't know where the dock is because he's been pushing in his hunt. There's the barracks. I assumed he was going to go for the militia. But he's idling. Wow, that's a crazy uptime. So this is just super fast man-at-arms. 16 villagers, no dock man-at-arms. All right, I'm going to try and calculate this. You've got 200 food on the shorefish. You've got roughly 500 to 600 food on the water buffalo. You have 400 food from the rhino. That's a lot of food. So that means he can get double bit axe. That means he can get man-at-arms. That means he can probably make the militia. I think the archer follow-up's a little bit questionable. And obviously, if he doesn't kill quickly, the opponent's going to have fishing eco. So this is rare. Satau still doesn't know where the dock is. You check the north. When you check the north and you don't find one, you will know that there will be a dock down in this area. But now at this point, I don't know if that's what you want to do with your rush. And Mihi might have spotted that. Mihi's just never expecting this feudal age time. This feudal age time is insane. Also, the wall is insane. I think there's still a hole there. The fact that he saw that and ran out there and plugged the gap is pretty nuts. I'm going to make it a personal challenge to not say the word crazy for this cast. Just this game, okay? Let's see if I can do it. I'll train myself to say other words. What I should really do is I should put some gifted subs on it. But yeah, the Satau is up. An insane feudal age time, and Mihi was never expecting it to be this quickly. Mihi wanted that gold for fire galleys. And the man-at-arms are now lurking around. The woodline's walled in. Archer range is on the way. Arson is on the way too. So the man-at-arms will eat through the house a little bit faster. Just, I really feel like a water follow-up could maybe be the strongest play here. But when you already haven't docked, I guess he'll do it now. It feels extremely uncomfortable to do so, to not have any economic benefit. Still attacking the house. House is slowly going down. Mihi will need another repairville. With 2 repairvilles, he's probably fine. He'll probably bring a spearman out to hope to snipe that scout. And he'll want to make an archer. Over here, Mihi, with some good work, delaying Satau's scout. So he knows Satau doesn't have the dock up yet. Or sorry, delaying Satau's dock with his scout. It's really good work, though, for Mihi. That's really good work. He kept going back. He gets the villager. Well played. And he's still defending. He's on gold as well, and that's walled in. He'll have skirmishers here for the archer, and he'll have the tower. I really like Mihi's position right now. Satau is just factoring this in. He's feeling like he could just kill quickly, and that the fish wouldn't even be a factor, but he hasn't killed the villagers. In fact, he's lost one. And he already has a fire galley coming this way. Where Satau is going to fish? Oh, man, I don't like that. Looney Bob has gifted a sub to Crazy. Oh, my God. Thank you, Looney. But also, that doesn't count. Come on. That doesn't count. I'm supposed to thank people for gifting subs. It doesn't count. That's cheating. I was doing perfectly fine. No, it doesn't count. That's their name, okay? I wasn't describing the situation. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. All right, I will gift a sub for every time I say Crazy from here on out in this game. All right? I will not be tricked, though. All right? Gift subs to actual chatters. That person has never heard of Age of Empires. They're probably like they're probably watching Minecraft or something. All right, we put some money on the line. This is a serious bet now. Satau does end up. What happened to the fire galley there for Mihi? The fire galley goes back. Satau does end up having the fishing ship and more fire galleys on the way. There is a detail on this map that I think players should focus on, and it's the outside hunts. There's a lot of hunt out there, which if Satau prepped for this, he could maybe be out there, place a mill on the berries, and take the hunt nearby. We've only had 2 deaths in this game, which is pretty nuts, pretty ridiculous, pretty insane. And there's a lot of army from Satau. So Satau, he will bring his army over this way, look for the villager, which is still around the dock. She's going to go down. Scout will... Oh, no, she doesn't die immediately, and the scout goes down. She will die. Koreans can't make demos, so unfortunately Mihi can't surprise with a demo there. And honestly, very close game. Satau will take down the fire, which feels important because Mihi has the fish and he doesn't. And Mihi's struggling. Like, that's another fire that's just going to be tossed away here. A little uncharacteristic for Mihi. It didn't feel like he had anything else that was happening at the moment. And now he overextends here as well. He runs right into the range units. He's got better blacksmith upgrades, but he just isn't able to control his units right now. Again, there's a lot of things happening. He's docking in the north. I'd like to see him with 2 villagers on stone to think about a tower on the gold. If you tower your gold, then everything's protected with a tower. The goal here is to get to Castle Age where the guard tower upgrade's free. T90, have you ever heard of Jay-Z's cousin named C-R-A-Z? No, nice try. I have not heard of Jay-Z's cousin. That's pretty wild, though. Never heard about that guy. Interesting spelling on the name. Nice try, though. I'm looking at both chats, and YouTube and Twitch are all colluding right now to try and get me to say it. It's not happening, all right? It's not happening. Thank you, Anonymous, for the gifted sub to a name I will not read. Thank you, Forest Glory, for the 9 months. 4 farms for Satau. He's got a lot on the berries. He's added fishing eco behind this. Obviously had the Mongol hunt earlier. Army's still running around. Does feel like Mihi's doing a lot of chasing right now. He's doing a lot of sitting back. And so, I just feel like he struggled to justify any counterattacks. But I feel like this is a good civilization to maybe do so. Like, he never saw the tower here. If he sees the tower from Satau, he can still disrupt the wood line. This is still very doable for him. He needs to stop chasing this army. When you have 2 defensive towers, you need to move forward, and here he is. He sees the tower, so he'll move along, but even could get to the berries here. Satau does not have an answer for that number of skirmishers unless he produces out of the stable. He'll have 1 scout. You commit to 1 scout, you're probably committing to more. Nice counterattack. Mihi's tower pays off. And Mihi will see the stable now. Andy sees the market, so he'll actually convince himself that Satau has already clicked up. The score's still pretty close. Fish from Mihi positioned to the north. 8 to 7 KD. What is color 1790? You're asking me... Color 7 is gray. What? Grazy doesn't count. Gray. Nice try, but... Come on, man. Very creative, though. What is the top song by CeeLo Green? Nope, not saying it. Nice snipe there from Satau. Oh, no, he gets the snipe. Well played. And now both players on the way to Castle Age. Wow. I mean, honestly, there's not a lot in it. I'm still waiting to see what the compositions are going to be. There's bigger questions on the Koreans because the Koreans can play Turtle Ship now, which the Mongols can't. The Koreans can also play Fire Lancer, and we see the barracks, so there's our answer. This is a very close game. And I was a little unsure on the build order from from Satau. But I feel like he's done a great job to control the game. Even though he didn't kill many fishing ships, his resources have always looked good. And there it is from Mihi now to Stone. But I think what Koreans are going to want is some forward towers. You have the defensive towers defending almost everything. Fire Lancer, Siege, Tower Push in this area could be incredibly strong. Satau also on Stone somewhere. Where is he on Stone? It says he has 2 on Stone. They might just be walking back and forth from a Stone. Not really sure where it is. But he might just be getting enough Stone for the second TC. Fires come in. I heard a demo. I think Satau landed a demo. That's the weakness for Koreans. They can't do the same. Army count 17 to 17. Eco count is 43, soon to be 41. It's one of the closest games we've had today. And also the live standings, these players are both at 3 wins right now. This is in a group that has Viper. This is in a group that has Dark. We've got players here. Satau is diving in. He's a wild man. He dives in underneath the tower before he has any upgrades, and he snipes a couple villagers here. I guess this is because of the reaction on this side. 2 Knights, though. The 2 Knights feels like a promising engagement until you see the Fire Lancers. The Fire Lancers are going to be a pain. I was just testing to see if you guys were paying attention. I wasn't actually ever going to say it there, all right? I think if you go Fire Lancer and Tower, Satau has big problems. And here come the towers. It's so difficult for Satau to do damage because of the free guard tower upgrade. And then to protect himself because of the Fire Lancers. You can't go Cav Archer easily because the opponent has a lot of skirms. You can't go Knights easily because of the Fire Lancer. But Mihi is doing a pretty rough job of protecting his villagers right now. If the villagers were protected, he'd be fine. But Satau is going to deny the tower. I think the game plan is there. Like, the game plan is absolutely there for Mihi. Luckily, he has a couple more villagers behind. We're still chasing down some units over here. These villagers will complete the tower. But both economies have seen better days. Farming eco and fishing eco is brutal for both. I guess there is no fishing eco anymore for Mihi. And look, Satau will pull the Fire Lancers back into the fire ships. So fire v fire. Oh man, what a game. When you pick civs, you usually pick civs based on early bonuses. And then it's early Castle Age bonuses. On a map like this, you're not going to pick someone if they have a good Imperial Age, for example. And Mongols just don't have anything to get excited about right now economically. You don't have the stone bonus the Koreans have. Didn't benefit from the guard tower bonus. Mongols start to have big bonuses kick in Imp. And we are a long way away from Imp. So I think it will be a tough task for Satau. But right now, he's just avoiding the Fire Lancers. He's just avoiding the towers. He's just running from them. And he dives in. And it's some great damage. I almost said it. Because this is some wild damage from Satau. I need to pick up a thesaurus after this stream. But he just killed 21 eco. Like, he will lose a couple of villagers over here. But Mihi just didn't chase that at all. The army's actually going to get away. But now Satau still has an army problem at home. I really wish I wouldn't have made this bet. Tower's going up. You can research guard tower as the Mongols, but it feels like a pretty expensive upgrade when your eco is this inefficient. University he can't afford right now. Guard tower costs food and wood, I think, which is just really tough to get to. But regular towers is maybe okay. Monk converts 1 Lancer. That could be okay. We got monks on both sides. Here Satau garrisons his tower. Here Satau is attacking Mihi. Guys, this is really difficult to break down for you right now. If Mihi didn't lose those villagers, I think Mihi's ahead in this game, but his eco is not great. It's just, does Satau have an answer to the Fire Lancer? Find the answer to the Lancer. The tower's alright, but a lot of the units are underneath it. But many of the units are weak. Satau manages to heal up a couple units back here, force it away. Another counterattack from Satau. Man, it's just horrible to be in this economy. I think that this is what a lot of people want to do. Escape the poor economy, go somewhere else. And that's what Satau did in the other game. That's new meta for this map. Just run away. Deletes the knight there. If he had a sneak TC in the back, that'd be the only eco that is actually working right now. I think Mihi can do 2 things, which he hasn't considered yet. Option 1, and most importantly, is forward castle. As for where you place it, I'm not entirely sure, but he's clearly saving up for it. Option 2, turtle ships. I guess you can't do turtle ships on the outside, but you could consider a turtle ships from the middle. It would fully pressure the town center. But man, he doesn't know about the siege workshop. There's a mangonel on the way. If he tries to drop a castle not knowing there's siege, he could drop it right against the houses, and this could get denied. Thank you, Wiggity. Thank you for the prime sub. Somebody donated $3 and says something about crayfish. He says crayfish minus the fish. Crayfish C minus the fish. Thank you very much. Thank you for the $3. There's the castle. Mangonel's on the way. His army's going away. He thinks this castle will go up. It could just be a tower first. This doesn't have to happen. Will it go up? I think it will go up. Yeah, Satau knows it. Castle's fine. That's a crazy cat. Ah, no! No, damn it! Screw you guys. Okay, you got me. That's a crazy castle. That's a good castle, though. Okay? That's a good castle. Genuinely. Also, good conversion. Satau's forced to delete there. I mean, war wagons feel like a good unit as well. All the military units for Mihi that he wants to spam out of the barracks and the castle would be wood and gold units. He doesn't have the food eco. He has everything else. Castle from Satau now. If Satau can get Mangudai kill Fire Lancer pretty easily. At least long term. Elite Skirm, it gets more questionable. War Wagons, it gets a little bit more questionable. But more counter damage here from Satau. The town center for Satau in the south has been huge. I think he went down here with 4 villagers. He's about to have 7 down there. And it's never an area that Mihi's going to be looking for. It's so funny. Mihi will always look back here, because that's where players should naturally go. But for whatever reason, Satau always ends up in the south. He did the same against Dragonstar. It was a similar spawn there. I think you might just want to delete your fire ships at a certain point if you're Satau, because you have fishing eco, and you do not want to be giving up fire ships, leaving your fishing ships exposed. Satau will lose his starting town center. And Satau's got more Mongol monks than I think I've ever seen in one game. They look cool, but they don't really have the bonuses. 7 monks just lurking around waiting. Mangudai are in production out of the castle. Mihi's on 2 town centers. He's still pretty far behind economically. He's going to drop the 3rd. And he will clear up some of the Lancers, but the difference between the 2 of them has just been the eco. Okay, demo. Big demo could come in. Big demo could come in. Mihi has to leave. What a difference it makes, though, right? When you know your opponent has demos, it completely changes how you can maneuver around a map like this. Oh! 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 Demo! Run! Okay, just kidding. Demo's going to run away. But yeah, now you can't go back. Right? You can't ever go back because the demos are always going to be lurking. I'm surprised we haven't seen a single war wagon from Mihi. It just feels like a great unit to make in these scenarios. He'll actually end up finding this town center now. But there's not too much he can do about it because he can't cross the river easily. If he wants to go home, the demo's just lurking for him. And does he see it? Does he see it? He sees it. And Satau is still microing it. And Satau could still take it home. He could take it home and repair it. Let's go. That's awesome. That's awesome. Both players still missing good eco upgrades. Bill count's still really healthy for Satau. And boom! The demo lands. I don't know, guys. It feels like... Well, Satau might overextend, but... This kind of feels like Satau's eco it's been looking good for some time. He will come out here for a second TC. I don't know. I say that. How good can his economy actually be? He lost the starting town center. He's about to run out of gold here. I guess he will be on 3 again. Mihi's got 1, 2, 3. Lots of farming eco. He's adding a 4th. He's cut the villager deficit to 10. And he's Koreans with cheap units. So, I don't know. Feels like a close game. I think Imp in this game, water comes back into play big time. Like, which civilization gets the better navy? Koreans have the warship discount. So, imagine if you had cannon galleons and towers with Koreans all around this map. So, I think it's kind of on the Mongols to kill quickly. The Mongols will probably want to play land. We could see some heavy demo, though. Mongols actually have good navy, to be honest. It's just not a common play for them. Still no war wagons for Mihi. Still lots of economy. I'm hearing a conversion somewhere. I have no clue where that was. I'm sorry, because this game is so freaking random. Resources collected is close. 66 villagers for Mihi now against the 73 from Satau, so he's catching up. Really fun game. Would still love to see elite skirmisher for Mihi. He's had these skirms for so long. It's mainly Mangadai for Satau around the map, so just a couple elite skirms around your base would be helpful. I think this hill's pretty valuable. It's a lot of stone and gold that he could continuously take and deny. Mangadai will hope for raids, but everywhere he looks, there's a town center and there's a tower for Mihi. Mihi has never expanded to the outside, though. So none of this stone, none of this gold is locked down. He also doesn't have docks. So he has to respect the occasional demo. So he could fix that. But he has to keep in mind the outside resources are important. Nice conversions from Satau. Look how many Fire Lancers he converts. He converts 3 Fire Lancers. He will lose the monks, but I'm okay with that. The monks already brought in some relics. Micring down the Fire Lancers. Still has Mangadai around the back. Still has fire ships around the back as well. And Mihi just really needs elite skirm right now. Or war wagons. War wagons should be good against the Mangadai as well, but this is the first time he's making them. I'm starting to see Satau get a bit of a groove going here. This hasn't been one of those games where you could micro this army, micro that army, and macro. It's not that consistent flow. It's just taken some time. But now he's got mobile units. He'll micro this, and then he spams villagers elsewhere. It's exactly where a player like Satau is going to want to be. His economy upgrades have seen better days, but that's the same for Mihi, so... I swear, it still really bothers me we don't have elite skirmisher. But I guess the skirmishers have enough blacksmith upgrades, and there's fire lancers there where it's still probably okay. Here's Satau's snagging some villager kills again. But he'll lose some Mangadai in the process. And here's Satau will chase this down, and he'll clear this up. Still Mangadai up here, being chased by wagons. Still fire ships there. 32 on food against 29. What a game. These towers are so valuable for Mihi. This position is so valuable. Think if he loses this position, he might end up losing the game. I'm just looking around, seeing the amount of gold. There's not a lot of gold and stone down here. There's some, not a lot. So this is where both players will benefit with the stone and gold. Satau's still running around. Mihi is on the way to Imp. And we have villagers coming from Satau to drop a castle on Mihi. Mihi has a real army problem right now. And Satau is coming forward. He's also ramming down the towers. He would drop a castle here. If this castle goes up, the wood line's denied, the stone's denied, the relics might be taken. There's currently no stone mining for Mihi, which he could get. He'll start to outpost the north and look for that. There's always a stone and gold in each corner. But this will box him out from the stone. I also think he'll be running out of gold. I think this is maybe the only gold he has. Ooh, war wagons getting to the back, though. That's 4 war wagons that Satau has not realized. As Satau completes his castle, Satau, I think, maybe notices it because there's Mangadai on the way home, but now he'll take losses. Man, what a game. Remember, with this forward castle, Mihi can make trebs. And if he makes trebs, he could just take down all of Satau's base. I think this is looking good for Mihi. This is not the Imperial HTC. So if that TC goes down, it's still okay for Mihi. He's running to the north now, finding more gold and finding more stone. I agree with what my chat is saying about this game. It's been such a fun game. But it's all in Castle Age for Satau, and Imperial Age can make such a big difference in these scenarios. What a recovery from Mihi. But he got to 4 TCs. And he was keeping Satau busy, and I mean, he lost 41 eco this game, and he still has been able to recover the economy. Impressive. Satau's not going to believe it when he sees him. It's ridiculous that Mihi's been able to get there. He's got 10 wagons. You get the armor upgrades for free on the ranged soldiers, so the armor's in on the wagons. They're even tankier. First Treb is on the way. Satau needed Imp. And he'd spent a lot of his gold on Siege. Maybe just ran out of it and I miscalculated. I mean, he does not have the resources for Imperial Age at all. And I'm worried about what happens when he gets trebbed here, because there's nothing he can really do against these trebs. So, especially if Mihi walls them in. Wow. Smart. Mihi will quickly drop a town center in the north to protect that area, and he's on the stone. War wagons are still running around. Satau 0 on gold right now. He does have available gold. He just can't get the villagers to gold because there's too much going on right now. Free keep upgrade is huge. That'll help every single tower, and the war wagons are going to get sniped. Sorry, the mangonels are going to get sniped by the wagons, and the wagons can just chase down the mangadai. Up here as well, Mihi noticing. Mihi's noticing every attack. There's attacks in 3 or 4 different areas, and he's noticing it all. Well, Satau will try and scramble into Elite Skirmisher now, which is probably the only thing he can try. He'll probably aim to get a conversion here and steal the relics, but it's just not looking good for him to be able to survive if he loses this area of his base. There's a lot of buildings and houses here. I think also Mihi can just full switch over this way. Look at the micro. Pulls the wagon that's being converted back. And now Satau is going to do the only thing he knows. More insanity. I mean, he knows he's behind. And he's building another castle. And Mihi actually doesn't see it. You know what? You guys have been good to me. That's a crazy castle. Your opponent's an imp. They have 20 wagons here. Or 12 wagons. And you decide to castle drop anyways. And Mihi's like, huh? And Mihi sees it, and now Mihi has to leave. It was too late. Keep track, guys, because I am going to gift these subs. I really need to know. I'm seeing villagers run this direction from Satau, which I imagine is a misclick. He lost his castle. There's war wagons everywhere. He's on the way to Imp. He's building archer ranges in the back to go for skirms. Honestly, I think from Mihi's position, if he just focuses on these castles and then plans around going navy, he's likely going to win this game from here. He's got wagons down here in the south, full harassing this eco. He's got wagons over here harassing this eco. He's getting elite war wagon. I really thought, because of game number 1, that when this got, well, you know, a little crazy that maybe Mihi was going to struggle, because I do see Satau as a player who's better in chaotic situations. But what a great recovery from Mihi. He is legit. The Koreans don't have any Treb range bonuses, no. So it's just 16 range. But 16 range on this map looks a lot further because of how condensed the map is, I think. Our Mongol skirmishers do get okay upgrades on them, I guess. But against Elite War Wagon, or excuse me, the gold-plated wagon? That's what they should call it. Yeah, it's not going to be enough. And even if it is enough, the economy is going to be so good for Mihi that he could just switch into Navy. One more castle remaining for Satau. Trebs are coming already for it. And there's just so many war wagons around the map right now. War wagons were the key. Right when he started to make war wagons, Satau had some big problems. A couple panic towers up here from Mihi. But he'll complete it. So he's pretty much unraidable here. Losing those vills is completely fine. It is maybe the last stand for Satau is just going full skirm. That's a lot of skirms. He's going to have 40 of them. Yeah, I think if Mihi... I'm trying to think about what would happen if games are 200 pop versus 200 pop on this map. And I think ships that get shipwright and galleon and elite cannon galleon and heavy demo, like, I think it becomes really strong. Imagine heavy demo right now for Satau. Like, he could in theory hit the wagons when the wagons are out of position. And then I think Mihi would consider galleon. He would consider towers on the shoreline. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, Mihi's overbooming a little bit. He's got 152 vills. He's up against skirms that are upgraded now. He's dropping stables. So his plan is to go Hussar, which is one of the worst units for the Koreans, but it's probably one of the best units against the skirmishers here. At least it's still a unit that doesn't cost gold. And he has the food eco. He can reclaim these relics. He's taken down that castle. He'll take this stone and gold. He can also take the relics from Satau. Yeah, here comes Satau with a demo. I think this is a state of the game where you can... It's acceptable to make Hussars with Koreans. And I think war wagons just need a little bit of a meat shield. A demo kind of wandering around without anything to go for. Here, the dock is going to be taken down. And here, the castle for Mihi is going to complete. Relics are gone for Satau and no gold. Again, still does actually have this gold, but he doesn't notice it. And even if he has the gold, he still just doesn't have a very good economy right now. And there's just so many fortifications for Mihi. 4 castles, sorry. The potential for towers everywhere. The potential for Yupseong as well for the extra tower range. Satau's still going to fight it out here. T90 against Hera. Who will win? Are you asking me who will beat Hera? Or are you saying if I were to play Hera, who would win? Are you saying T90, comma, who can beat Hera this season? Or who would win if you played Hera? I mean, I played Hera in a tournament once and I got 1 win. And I maintain that I would have won the game had he not done this, but he did delete his TC in Dark Age. Which really pisses me off. Because I had a perfect build. But he just had to delete his TC, you know? I remember being so happy after I got the win, and then everyone told me, oh, he deleted his TC. I was like, are you kidding me, dude? Depressing. Satau's still fighting here. Mihi will drop the castle. To answer the question on who can beat Hera in TTL, I think Leary still has the talent to be able to do it. Maybe, I think Sebastian. It really just comes down to the level of prep and who shows up on the day. Leary, I think there's a recent confidence issue for him. So even while I think talent-wise he's there, I think maybe he's not full-time AoE, and You know, there's been some issues for him in some finals, so I don't know. It feels like maybe it's got to be somebody new to challenge, you know? I really like Sebastian. Last season, Sebastian lost to Hera 3-2 in the playoffs, so. But yeah, all these players in Platinum League I played. There's some I've gotten some wins off of. But beating in a tournament is a completely different situation. These guys are an insane level. And yeah, Mihi, what a recovery, man. Guys, these wagons got ridiculous value. Ridiculous value. In fact, I don't know how many times I said crazy, so there we go. Just one more time. That way I can give 5. It was a great comeback. It felt like the whole game, Satau had the lead, and Mihi wasn't really able to get a lot of counter damage, but it was just really messy. And eventually got to a game state where his 4 TCs were pumping and he had the better units. I think Satau would have wanted to deny this castle. It's a really common issue for the Mongols on this type of map, where if your early Lancers and your early Knights don't do enough damage, you sometimes get a little stuck on what units to go for. It's a tough one for the Mongols in the mid game because the Koreans have the war wagons, they have the towers, they have such good skirms. In this game, we saw the Lancers as well. This feels like Mongols just have to somehow beat them to the punch. Satau tried with the Mangudai. He made a lot of Mangudai this game. Made 28, but it was just never enough. Also made 108 skirms. But yeah, 1-1. So nice recovery for Mihi. This was also on Satau's home map. So considering he picks Satau's home map after the game 1 loss, now he's going to his own home map. Maybe advantage for Mihi going into this one. 1.4 KD. Economy. Again, he was behind. He was like 18, 20 villagers behind, and he brought it back. I don't know how. Do I gift the subs now, or do I move into the next game? Do we want to pull the crazy... that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Do we want to do crazy count in addition in game 3? Those don't count. Those don't count. It's only when we're in game. Chat, you can choose. Those 2 count, and we don't do it in game number 3, where I will potentially say it a lot. Or those 2 don't count, and we continue on the count in game 3. You tell me, chat. I feel like it might make game 3 a little bit more interesting. Also, game 3 is Mudflow, which you could use certain word to describe. Okay, I'm continuing. We are at 5. I may have miscounted. I am very sorry. Thank you, Dusty Cooter. Thank you, Kiknano. Thank you, Karma. Thank you, Eldor. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everyone on YouTube as well. Here we go. So live standings. This is a little bit bugged, so I guess I won't be able to show it. But live standings, we have Mihi at 4 wins. We have Satau at 3 wins. And also in the group, after their second rounds have completed, we have Vivi and Viper at 4 wins. So if Satau wins this, it will be 4-4-4-4, and then I forget what's going to be below them, but we'll have the top 4 players all tied in Group D. We have Khmer for Satau. The map is Mudflow. And then down here in the yellow, we've got Dravidians for Mihi, which immediately makes me think we either see the early barracks or maybe this little fishing ship build we've been seeing, guys, because Lewis started it. He went Japanese, he docked the starting TC area, and he added some fish. And then Hera followed up. He also did it with Japanese. So far, the strategy's undefeated. And if Japanese were banned, which I'm guessing they were, might actually be able to show you if the draft was banned. Were Japanese banned? Yes. Okay, so Mihi banned the Japanese, and he picked Dravidians first. Why does someone pick Dravidians first? Unless they have a really big plan. So I could be wrong, but it's kind of this new meta build forming here. You cannot farm on this terrain. You can also not farm... you can farm in the middle terrain, weirdly enough, but this is where the bigger woodlines are. And I've been seeing this theme. Players don't want to take the middle woodlines because they're exposed. And so that's what Satau will do, but players who don't take the middle woodlines in a longer game really struggle because you run out of these woodlines very quickly. T90, what do you think will be the most banned Civ in Titans League with the upcoming DLC? I I think all the new DLC civs are going to have some really strong openings. What's the civilization? Yes, there's the dock. What's the civilization that has the additional resources at the start? I don't have them memorized yet, but whichever civ starts with the additional res, 25 of each resource, I think we could see a lot of early barracks. So I think that civ will be kind of dangerous on some of these maps. I'm also kind of curious how a settlement would work, right? Like if you want early barracks here and then you built a settlement here, you could take gold and wood. Like here you could technically go like settlement, take wood and berries. So I think that civ would probably be the civ that's going to be the strongest, but I think that's the Tupi. I played with the new DLC. I've tested it a bit. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to do any casts because capture rage doesn't work. Settlements are annoying after a while. And it's not because they're new. It's because of the spacing. Like, you know, you build a settlement here, settlement here, settlement here. And then after a while, you just got like, I know you're supposed to use them as multi-use, but your base just gets freaking filled with settlements. It's very unique. They take up a lot of space. I'm not saying the settlements are fat. I'm just saying I like their personality, you know? All right, so Satau picks this civ for the chaos. But with this build, like the fishing ships, you almost need to scout. You need to know what's happening. And we're far enough along now where I don't think anyone should be surprised. He sees it. So you then have to think, what do you do? How do you beat this? Because technically, Mihi has his town center to add eco. And then he also has his dock to add eco. But the fish trap investment and the fishing ship investment takes time to pay off. So I think you just go, you stick to the game plan. I think you go full scouts. Because Khmer, you pick them because you could farm all over the map. You just go full army. Now he's going to gold, but I think he's going to gold because he sees these villagers here and he wants to pressure this with archers. So don't mind that. And then he probably archers into scouts. But yeah. Third time I've seen this. First 2 times it was with the Japanese. Big Bomber, thanks again, man. Guys, it's been such a good day. It's been an amazing day. Thank you. The amount of follows we've had. Gifted subs. Primes coming in. You know it's a good day with high energy when YouTube is making fun of me as well. Thank you, YouTube. It's been all of like 5 YouTube streams in a row, and you guys have just joined in with the rest of the community. So I used to think YouTube was a bit different, a little bit more mature. Nope. Apparently, people are people. Thank you. We've had some really good games today. Really nice sets. Every set has been a little bit different. Right now, Satau brings the 2 villagers forward. I like the energy. You know you need to do something different against this build. And when the player docks, they're always later to the next stage. That is a perfect tower on the wood line. Lovely move from Satau. You also have archers coming from home. Mihi looking around, and he will not see the tower. He misses it. But he also didn't do a lot of searching either. He hasn't found the wood line. He hasn't looked at the front of the base to see if there's an archer range or a stable. Now, if that's only 2 villagers there, what you can do is you can immediately build a tower of your own. But if you run, there's going to be an army waiting for you. At least he can reposition here a little. Yeah, Satau needs to wall that up. Smart move. And Mihi does exactly what I said. Yeah, so 2 villagers versus 5. The 5 will always win. So it's awkward. You still could have some villagers go down because they'll go back to the lumber camp and switch trees, but I think that's probably the best play. But here's the thing. The more I think about this, like, obviously the fish traps can be good, right? He's on 1 of them right now. He still needs to wait for 100 wood for each one. But when you get your wood line pressured like this, it's extremely difficult to justify the fish traps. He's already thinking about another lumber camp out here. And what we saw with the Japanese here is we saw full feudal scouts with the food income. But you don't get bloodlines with Dravidians. So they're a good fishing civ. But like in normal circumstances, I think for the fish traps, Japanese are just far and away the best. A nice play here from Satau. He comes over here for another lumber camp. Here he's attacking the vills. He snipes the villager. Look at all the idle time for Mihi. He's got idols everywhere. Still doesn't have the fish traps he wants. But he's got the weirdest little army ever, and it might work. We've got spearmen, a scout, and 1 archer. This reminds me of a build order we used to see from some player who's retired like 10 years ago. He would go 2 spearmen, 1 archer, 1 skirmisher in Hun Wars. Bonus points if someone in chat can say that player's name. That confirms that you've been around a very long time. But yeah, this is messy. This continues on right where we left off in the previous game. Armies on both sides. And both players all over the place. I still think that Satau's had the better opening here. And probably the best opening to punish the fish. Still looking, chat. Nobody's got it. It's a very specific name call. It's a very specific name call. I will give you a hint. The player I'm referencing is from Morocco. They would be late 30s at this point. They did play a little bit of the definitive edition. They maybe peaked at around like 2200. I still haven't seen anybody say it. It's very specific. I'll tell you if you want, but I'll still let people guess for now. Lovely opening from Satau. Lovely opening. Res collected is even. What I was expecting was a lot more of this. I was expecting a lot more of the farms. But you can just place them anywhere, which is the beauty. I think at this point, the game's a bit messy for Mihi, so... Even though Mihi can technically add the fishing ships and add the fish traps, it's not like he's sitting at 8 of them uncontested. And now that there's skirms in the mix, I would guess that maybe Satau is planning on a stable. And there's the stable now. This is what he wanted. He wanted early damage. Lots of farming eco. That's very hard to do on this map. And then the full scout spam with the archers to back it up. All right, the player I'm referring to is called Maya. Oh, and Stone Please got it. What's up, Stone Please? Let's go. Stone Please has been around a long time. He's also a beastly player himself these days. But yeah. Mahya. I think if you look my YouTube channel, you can find Viper vs. Maya somewhere. Everyone else would go like scouts and adapt in a Hun War, and he would go 2 spears, 1 archer, 1 skirmisher, and then adapt from there. So, that was not a good fight for Satau. I think if Satau is a problem that I find very relatable. You feel like you need to do as much damage as possible, and sometimes you just need to be patient. I think with the way his Civ is going to scale right now with the farming eco, you just needed to wait. Keeps that army alive with the scouts, and it's a different situation. I love this dock, though. You could go galleys and fires in the middle. This is where all the wood is. Also love this from Satau. He just can't help himself. He has to go forward. He has to play aggressive. And you love to see it. Should be a villager down for Mihi. Mihi has 2 farms, and he has 3 fish traps. So the food eco is not even going to be close to Satau's. A nice damage control from Mihi, though. The skirms will chase. He still has the berries for now. He still has an army over here. We will have fire galleys from Satau. He is commerce, so he can hop in and out of the houses. And he sees this army, and he'll come back. This army's still running away. This is another reason why you pick the Khmer here. Because it's a messy game with a lot going on, and the houses can save you. Find a Mihi is missing a lot of critical information here. He doesn't know about the dock. I think that's really the biggest thing. Not knowing about the dock on this map can be brutal. And again, compared to the Japanese, scouts is good, but you can't go full feudal scouts because you lack bloodlines. So you need the early scout surprise to do something. And oh no, this is so bad for Mihi. This could be awful in both fights. Here he could lose this fight. And then he also could lose this fight here as well, because we have the skirms and the archers from Satau, the fire galley from Satau. This is perfect for Satau. Both engagements are great. The archers are now able to run up the hill. More armies needed for Mihi. And Mihi needs more army fast. But this is, again, at the time where he needs to fix that food eco. He has to place the farms around the mills. He can't do so on this side. He's sitting at 8 farms. Satau's side, we've got 16 farms. More stables coming up. This is exactly where the Khmer want to be. Would feel awkward, but maybe it's worth making a demo from your own dock if you're going to end up losing some of these fights. Mihi brings everything back. He completes the armor upgrade, but so does Satau. And Satau has a few more range units, but he's fighting up the hill. Ooh. Yeah, Mihi, dude, you need to dock right now. There's a lot of fighting in the middle. You know your opponent has a dock. You need a dock. One demo can completely change this game. The long-term galleys could be really valuable. These villagers are really exposed, and nobody will want to take the other woodlines. I think Satau needs bloodlines. Satau needs bloodlines. That's the difference between the scouts right now. I love how he snagged horse collar. Players are usually pretty resistant to getting that if they didn't get it right at the start of feudal, but that's a really good call because this game is not going to end anytime soon. And you are not going to Castle Age anytime soon either. Villager goes down for Mihi. 6-1 eco KD for Satau. 1,000 resource lead. And he can just run right in and take the fist traps. Yep. Just go full army against this. It's been a great approach from Satau. The early tower disrupted the early fish boom. The archer follow-up was great. And now you're too far gone with the fish boom. You can't stabilize it. You can't focus on it because you're behind. And Mihi's just got to play Dravidians on a very awkward open map, which is not where the Dravidians want to be. Another archer will get picked off. Satau, patient. Super smooth. This is where the Khmer eco just goes brrr. that's I probably could have said it differently, but you know what I mean. Khmer eco goes nuts right now with that many farms. The villagers going forward. Thank you, chat. Please help me out. The tower on the wood line. Satau knows he has full control. This is where I would have loved to see a dock from Mihi. Imagine if he had a dock here. Yes, he's still behind an army, but Satau has to think twice about moving around the map. Mihi will build a defensive tower. His whole wood line's getting massacred. He can never chase this army because there's a demo. Here he has villagers that still can't take wood. His wood line is back here, right? It's with 3 villagers on it. He's housed at the moment. And I think Satau's going to get bloodlines in a second. It's either in queue or he's about to queue it because Satau's playing that good. There's no way Satau is not going to click bloodlines. To not click bloodlines here would be a pretty massive blunder. He still has the scout lead. And yeah, there's bloodlines. There's forging. And Mihi just can't recover. Is there anyone watching right now who's above the elo of 2K who can give me input? What do you think about Dravidian's first pick for this? I mean, clearly a lot of belief in the fish boom, but to me it just, and now that you're seeing how Satau has played this, it just seems extremely risky. And I think with this fight, Satau is going to win 2-1, which will put the top 4 in Group D tied at 4 wins after 2 rounds. I don't see any way that Mihi can stabilize from this. Villagers are still exposed. 15-1 eco KD. I don't know where the demo is even. The demo's still over here. Okay. No one in my chat has responded. I was hoping maybe there would be a player in TTL who would give input, but they might not want to share their secrets. Yeah, combined Twitch chat and YouTube chat is probably like 3K elo. If you combine them all. But yeah, even if you're not 2K elo, maybe that was rude. I just feel like Satau, he was able to make this strategy look foolish, which I guess in many ways is good. Because the first 2 times I saw the builds, I felt like everyone was going to be building fishing ships. Maybe we're far enough into this, and Satau just fully recognized. But guys, all this flowed together perfectly. The early pressure on the wood line, combined with the archer opening into the full spam of farms. Khmer are so good if you could do this. And Satau gets a 2-1 victory. Fun set. So I'm gonna double check that I'm correct on this. But I think it's 4 for 4 players now in the group. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Dravidian's first pick, when you're going, when the game usually flows into full feudal scouts, is just odd to me. I'm not sure I love that. Shout out again to Liquipedia. Let me pull it up. And we have a couple things to go over, chat. I'll talk to you guys about tomorrow. But man, what a day of Age of Empires. I wasn't sure exactly what I was expecting from Group D. I think what I was saying about Group D is players are going to be inconsistent. But at least Satau and Mihi have been very consistent so far. And they trade the games here. And once this is updated, yeah, I'll be correct. So once this is updated, it'll be 4 wins for Viper, 4 wins for Vivi, 4 wins for Mihi, and 4 wins for Satau. 2 for Dragonstar, and then 0 for Dark. And from Dark and Dragonstar's perspective, it actually is okay. Because you have a better chance of getting first if everybody else is at 4, right? You have no one at 5, you have no one at 6. Yeah, and the person who's last in the group was the person who was top 4 in the previous season. Ridiculous. Chat, let me give some subs here. If Liquipedia updates, I can see the updated results there. But thank you for the love today. YouTube, maybe we'll drop some YouTube gifted subs at some point, but I want to get some more bonuses added for you guys. I think you only have 5 emotes. I kind of got a little tired there over the last 30, 40 minutes, man, but I had so much fun today. The games have been so good this season. We do have 3 more sets tomorrow to close out the second round. And I'm going to be live every single day this week. Tomorrow's the last day of the second round of Platinum. And then Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we'll be doing 4 sets a day with Silver. So if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the show, stick around. I will continue to be live on both platforms. We'll continue to get the uploads onto the Extras channel. And I also will continue to upload YouTube videos as well for the main channel. And we won't be skipping over any of that. So is that enough, guys? 10 gifted subs. I don't know if anyone was doing a crazy count. I think 10 is roughly around where we were, right? 10 gifted subs. Enjoy. Oh, memes. All right. Maybe we should end each day with memes instead of doing memes randomly throughout the day. We'll play it by ear. Let's look at the memes for the day. All right. Memes for the day. Well, thank you in advance. I think it's funny that this whole crazy thing has started because one guy on YouTube. Nobody was pointing it out. And then every YouTube upload, this guy would say T90 crazy count and list the number. And I noticed it. He did it like 20 videos in a row. I mentioned it on stream and here we are. So, all right. Here's our memes for the day before I head off. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to call you old. I was also calling myself old. But sometimes, if you're an Age of Empires 2 fan who's been an Age of Empires 2 fan for a very long time and you find out that someone's like younger than the game, or even born after the year 2000, even though that could, someone born in 2000 is 26 now, it can make you feel a little old, all right? So I did not mean to make anyone feel old. I was including myself in that if you feel it did that, all right? Here we go. Friendship ended with crazy. Now insane is my best friend. I'm sorry, what? That's funny. I've never seen this meme format before. That's funny. It is true, though. I'm going to say crazy way less, I think. I've never seen this. It's a very old meme. It looks very old. I guess if you know the meme, you are confirmed old, right? Okay. Not saying crazy on stream is pretty insane. T90 probably. Yep. That's true. Not bad, not bad, not bad, not bad. And I think we had one more. Say the line, T90. That's crazy. Twitch. Dude, this is so true. This is so true. This is actually how I see my chat. You know the meme from like King of the Hill where there's the guy... I forget the King of the Hill format. How do I describe it? Anyways, this is exactly how I vision my chat. Like looking at me like that with like, oh, come on, say it, as you guys are trying to bait me. Yeah, that's good. I like that. That might win the meme award. I think we have a llama one. I don't know what this is. That's terrifying. I'm not wearing a llama costume at Red Bull, no matter how many subs you guys gift. But thank you very much for the offer, at least, to maybe make that happen. We might have a llama emote. And for those that missed the context with the llama, it's not important. There wasn't really much beyond a little llama noise. That's it. So, Dingle first, thank you. Deep Dark Lurker, thank you for the prime. Thank you, Dolphone. Thank you, Azalurk. But yeah, I'm exhausted, everybody. I'm going to head off for the day. Tomorrow's schedule's on screen there. And I can't wait for it. We'll have Vinchester Sizcon, Hart and Lucho, and Tattoo and Licks. Take care. We'll catch you then. See ya. Crazy.
All is dark, there's no fear, for you are good at what you know. But if you push all your dear, you better know. We're set up, man stone, those are on their own. You can send whatever army, they can fend them off alone. Go queue up, summer scouts, we'll always be holding out. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. We play AOETD. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. Fun and exposed, rush them down. You always know just where to move. Murder holes abound. You better move. We're set up, hide and trade. We've got some for days and more tasty cannon fodder through our bomber child maze. Spice it up with some siege. Wow, if we'll be your defeat. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. We play AOETD. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. Young and keep us worry free. Tending to artillery. We'll savor the tranquility of playing AOETD. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. We play AOETD. We play AOETD. We've got nowhere else to be when we play AOETD. AOETD.
Man, I just remembered that the entire freaking day, I didn't show any of the cool stats we had. What is wrong with me, man? This is so cool. Let me just show you one time. For anyone who's still here, let me just show you one time. We had so many cool stats, and I just completely overlooked them. Here, watch. One sec. So, like, FreakinAndy versus Lewis, player comparison. Would have been really cool, man. Look at that. We had all this data I didn't show. What is wrong with me? Tournament history's there. Ranked ladders there. Predicted outcome for me and the communities there. What maps and civs they like. All that stuff. Looks super cool. Well, I'll try and show it tomorrow. Anyways, see ya.